this is James Fox, director of the Phenomenon Moment of Contact, and just finished the program, actually about 8 o'clock last night. I wanted to wish Ryan Sprague the great success on Anomacon 2024, for all of you to be welcome and have a great time.
Hello, Suzanne. There we go. Hi, guys. Welcome to Anomacon Day 2. You got a little peek behind the curtain there at our wonderful moderator, Suzanne, who will be joining us all day today. I don't know how she's doing it. I don't know how I'm doing it. 14 hours we streamed yesterday, live streamed. It was incredible, incredible. And it's only going to be as crazy today, I assure you. Welcome to day 2 of Anomacon 2024, a free virtual conference on the Anomalous. So if you're not familiar with who I am, why I'm here, what I do, my name is Ryan Sprague. I am the host of the Somewhere in the Skies podcast, where we talk everything UFOs. We've hit #1 on Apple several times, on Spotify, and it just shows that there's a hunger and a curiosity for not only the UFO topic, but the anomalous in general. And that's what we're doing today. We're bringing people of all walks of life together, including you, the audience, to learn, to have conversations, and to just try to make sense of the anomalous. So let me give you a little kind of the pitch here of Anomacon. Anomacon is an annual virtual conference that brings together speakers from around the world in a digital space to present their research, insights, and to have discussion on all things anomalous. From UFOs and the paranormal to cryptozoological and supernatural, the world continues to prove it's a mysterious place. Anomacon attempts to get to the heart of those mysteries, one discussion at a time. So guys, today you're going to see and hear from people in, like I said, all walks of life, cultural backgrounds, belief systems, approaches to the anomalous, but most importantly, you're going to hear from people you usually don't hear about at conferences like this. They're new, they're fresh, and they have new and fresh perspectives. We're here to have a discussion. You may not agree with some of the speakers, you may not believe what they have to say, but this is about challenging our preconceived notions and, in essence, challenging the anomalous itself. This free virtual event will live here on the Ryan Sprague YouTube channel in perpetuity, so feel free to hop in and out throughout the day and join us when you can. And I already know we're going to have a very live and passionate chat, that's for sure. Speaking of which, I want to thank our moderator for my podcast and these live streams, and that is Suzanne Lander. She will be chatting with all of you throughout the event, and also will be collecting your super chats, your super stickers, which we will feature on our screen here. Speaking of the super chats and everything, we are taking donations all day today. And you might want to ask why. Well, 50% of all of our donations today and yesterday will be going to compensate all of our speakers, over 37 of them this year. And also, the other 50% will be going to 3 incredible organizations. Now, for those of you who may not know, I unfortunately lost my beautiful mother, Susan Sprague, a few months ago. Sue was a kidney and pancreas transplant recipient. Uh, I was basically given an extra 27 years of life with my mother. We didn't think she was going to make it. And then she got the transplant, and I was just blessed to have another 27 years of life with her, which has to be a world record for an organ recipient. They usually give organ recipients 8 years at most to survive after a transplant. 27 years. My mom just was amazing. She was my biggest inspiration. So, in her memory today, our other 50% of all of our donations will be going to 3 organizations that meant the absolute world to her. And that is Donate Life America, NHS Blood and Transplant, and the Canadian Blood Services. Now, all of these organizations promote organ donation and work with recipients and those who are donating. So I always tell people, and my mom would always say this too, you can write on your license that you want to give your organs, when you unfortunately pass, but it really is up to your family to make the final decision. So make sure you have that discussion with them. And that was something my mom promoted, and these are the organizations she loved. So you can use Super Chat, Super Stickers. We also have a PayPal account and a Buy Me a Coffee account. We will have those QR codes up on the screen throughout. We also have links to them in the show notes as well. So thank you to all who decide to donate today. What else do we got? We have music for you guys today. A little different from last year. We're featuring music videos this year here at Anomacon. You will be hearing music from Septembrio, Dante the Bird Dog, Sunspot, One Night in Paris, Beach Creeper, Neck Deep, and Seven Kingdoms. So you can learn more about all of our bands tonight at anomacon.com. I have a link to all of their Spotify pages over on our official website. Again, that's anomacon.com. Let me see what else I have here, guys, before we get to our first presentations. We have a merch shop as well. So if you want to rock some Anomacon, official Anomacon merch, it's actually discounted right now. It's on sale in our merch shop. So you can find a link in the show notes for that, or you can head on over to anomacon.com, and we have a link for you there as well. Support Anomacon in style, guys. I've got a hat. You're going to see it right behind me in just a moment here. So yeah, there's that as well. And last but not least, I want to give a few special thanks before we get things going here. A huge special thanks to our art designer. You can see in my background here our Anomacon logo. It's all over our merch. It's all over our videos, everything. And that was designed by the brilliant Polaris Castillo. He did our art last year. He did it again this year. He's got an awesome Somewhere in the Skies design in my merch shop as well. And I love working with him. He really gives Anomacon some character. So you can check out all of his work at polariscastillo.com. I have a link for that on the official Anomacon website as well. So thank you to Polaris. I want to give another special shout out to my very good friend and colleague, Jason McClellan, who made our opening theme video tonight as well. Man, the dude is just so talented. And he has been there through thick and thin. He was my inspiration to start Anomacon as well. So I want to give a special shout out to Jason McClellan as well. Thank you, Jason. Our theme song that you heard in the beginning as well was composed by Septembrio. You're going to hear and see a few music videos by Septembrio as well throughout the event. You can find out more about Septembrio again at anomacon.com and on Spotify. And last but not least, guys, I want to give a special thank you to all of our sponsors here at Anomacon. And that would be Lionsgate Sound, Spectre Vision, Based on a True Story podcast, Small Town Monsters, Para Reality, Applied Psi, Estimate of the Situation, Beyond the Fray Publishing, The Debrief, and UFO UAP WTF. Thank you again to all of our sponsors here at Anomacon. You can learn more about them at anomacon.com. Just go to the homepage and click on the logos at the bottom there. One more thing I do want to mention. We had a few tech issues yesterday. Hopefully that won't happen today. We will see. But I learned that YouTube only archives live streams up to 12 hours long. Now, we went 14 hours yesterday. So everything live streamed. Everything was broadcast. We had over 1,100 people watching live yesterday as we finally went off the air. However, our last three presenters, their talks cannot be found on the live stream archive as of right now, but I will be releasing those individually right here on the Ryan Sprague YouTube channel very soon. So you will be able to see those very, very soon as well. If we go past 14 hours again today, I will do the same thing as well, but it should not affect the actual live stream. You will see all presentations for day 2. All right, that's going to do it for Talk Shop, guys. Let me go up in the chat just a little bit here before we get things started. I want to say hello to all of our new people that are here and all of our regulars as well. Good morning, good afternoon, and a good, is it night anywhere? Australia, I guess. If anyone's watching in Australia, a very good evening to you as well. Thank you. Thank you for being here, guys. I see we already have a few super chats here. Rest in peace, Susan. Thank you so much, Stephen. Truly appreciate that. And to Sage for the super sticker as well. All right, guys. What do you say? Let's do it. Let's get to our first 2 presenters. So what I'm going to do for each of these is I have them in pairs. So you're going to see 2 presentations back to back, maybe a couple ads, a couple music videos in between or before the presentations. But let's get to our first speakers of the day. First up, we have from Small Town Monsters, we have Heather Moser. Heather Moser grew up in the foothills of Appalachia, and her heart is squarely on collecting spooky tales from the region and diving into historical and genealogical records. She is a classics professor, author, and researcher. She is most proud of her roles as researcher and producer for Small Town Monsters and for helping to launch Small Town Monsters Publishing. You can read some of her work in the 1st, 3rd, and 5th volumes of the Feminine Macabre and the Into the Fray Weird Writer blog archives. And you can catch her talking with other storytellers on her podcast, The Lore You Know. And following that, we will have Dash Kwiatkowski. Pardon me, Dash Kwiatkowski. I want to get your name right, buddy. Dash, whose pronouns are they, them, is a writer, podcaster, and paranormal investigator currently living in Providence, Rhode Island. After spending a decade as a nationally touring stand-up comedian, they decided to pursue a career more grounded in reality, hunting ghosts. They are the co-creator and co-host of Liminal, a queer trans paranormal investigation series available to view at youtube.com/@teamliminal. We will put a link in the show notes for that series. It's incredible, guys. I highly, highly suggest checking it out. So, without further ado, let's get into our first 2 presenters of the day, Heather Moser and Dash. Here we go. Enjoy.
Hi, Thank you for joining my presentation at Anomacon. My name is Heather Moser. I am a researcher and producer for a small independent documentary film company out of Ohio called Small Town Monsters. We talk about all kinds of weird stuff, and I hope that you are familiar with us. If not, you need to look us up, right? But anyway, I'm also a podcaster and a writer. You can tune in to my podcast, The Lore You Know, and hear me talk to storytellers and really awesome human beings about all kinds of interesting stuff. So, but that's not why we're here today. We are here today for me to talk to you about cursed objects, letters, and community. But before we begin, before we get into exactly all of the connections that we're going to make here, let's talk about what is a cursed object, right? Give me some examples. All right. Well, a cursed or haunted object can be a variety of things, from rocks, like this dude here, to coins. Obviously, you know what a coin is, to dolls. And I hope that you're familiar with this guy. His name is Robert. If you're not, it's not the first time you're going to see him or the last time you're going to see him on this. But each are associated with a known haunted location or story. And sometimes the rules are different, from warnings of do not disturb, do not remove from their location, like rocks, to ask permission before you take a picture with or of the doll, like Robert. Annabelle's another one as well. Okay, so those are cursed objects, but like, why are they cursed, right? This is a big question. Well, one, they're all associated with known haunted locations or stories, like I said, whether that's a haunted museum, a forest, a graveyard, or a cave. Number two, they have the reputation of being cursed or haunted, and we're not going to get pedantic here and differentiate between cursed and haunted. We're going to use those interchangeably for the sake of this presentation. But they have the reputation of being cursed or haunted because those who take them from their resting place, or in the case of Robert again, take a picture without permission, have disturbing experiences after being in contact with said object. You're probably thinking, sure, okay, but what actually happens? What do you mean by disturbing experiences, right? Well, the list is actually pretty endless. Divorce, car accidents, nightmares, injuries, trauma of various kinds. In general, all manner of horrible befalls those who not only interact with these objects, but also remove them from their location. And you're thinking, okay, fine, that's a lot. But how does this happen? How does this occur, right? Well, tourists or visitors will remove the objects from their original location and then almost immediately find themselves in dire straits. Whether that's something like a flat tire on the way home, or heatedly arguing with their spouse or their children out of nowhere, to getting into an accident. And sometimes, if it isn't immediate, it's weeks or months later, and they end up with serious illnesses or spouses end up divorced. Something awful befalls the one who removed the object from its original resting place. Or again, like I said, with Robert here, took a picture without permission or was disrespectful. So then these people have these experiences, and what do, right? Well, this is where we get into the idea of letters. A lot of people take time to deduce what could be the root cause of this misfortune in their lives, right? And they ultimately recall, wow, I broke a bit of a taboo by removing something from that location that I visited that was supposedly haunted. So they think back and they realize that they made a mistake. And then many people opt to either return said item or donate it to a museum that procures haunted objects. But more often than not, the key here is that these items are sent back with a letter. And it's this letter that we can examine. You're saying a letter. Yeah, a letter. And they all follow the same formula, oddly enough. You have the introduction, an explanation of what has happened, and or just details as to where the item was removed, an apology, and then a signature. Now, a lot of these letters, the signatures are obscured just for this, anonymity of the person who was sending it, but they usually sign their name. And they return these items in hopes that they get put back into their rightful place and that the misfortunes that had befallen them will lessen and disappear over time. So we have letters, we have cursed objects. But what about community, right? What does this say about community? Well, it's pretty simple, really. We all deal with misfortune in our lives. How that comes about and the timing of it is different for everyone. But we all ultimately seek an explanation as to why we're suffering. And we all hope, right? And we all take action to alleviate the pain. And although these letter writers may not know one another, they absolutely form a community. They share solidarity in misfortune and regret, and most importantly, they share hope that their actions by returning the item or the letter of apology will make a difference. So let's go over some examples of these letters. This one comes from Gettysburg. You should be familiar with Gettysburg Military Park. This one's from 2006. In 2006, I was visiting the Gettysburg Military Park. While out on the battlefield, I picked these pieces up. Yes, it was wrong, and I'm sorry. Since then, I've had nothing but horrible times, injured on the job, several suspensions, relationship failures, etc. Perhaps coincidental? Maybe. But I'm returning this small stone and twig. Please return them to where I picked them up, on top of the Devil's Den area. Now, these letters come in all the time. And the National Park Service has them. They'll save them for a short amount of time. I know this because I talked with park rangers from Gettysburg, actually. They save them for a short amount of time, and then they destroy them because they have no use for them. I think that it would be worth studying them in more depth and getting them cataloged. But regardless, here's another letter. This is from October 24th, 2010. To the city of Gettysburg. A few years ago, I visited Gettysburg for a brief while as I was returning home from a business trip in D.C. I walked around the battlefield for just a little bit, a field located just off a main road. As I was headed back to my car, I noticed a small hole burrowed in the side of a slight incline. I peeked inside and saw a projectile-like stone. I removed the stone and washed off the mud to get a better look. The rock itself has what appears to be powder burn on one side. This led me to conclude that it may have had some connection to the battle. I took it home with the intention of caring for the stone, and in doing so, honor the befallen of that vicious battle. Since I've come into possession of this stone, I have experienced unwavering misfortune. In summary, I have lost my wife to divorce, lost jobs, homes, friends, money, all in rapid succession. I've been in car accidents, been a victim of fraud, faced legal problems, and have even been hospitalized. I would never have thought to connect my misfortune with the removal of this stone had it not been for a video I recently saw on YouTube. This video showcased alleged cursed objects that science cannot explain. There was a segment about people becoming cursed after removing stones from the Gettysburg battlefield. This curse caused eerily similar misfortunes, from divorce to hospitalizations. I have exhausted all conventional means of recovering, so returning this stone to your custody doesn't seem as ridiculous an option to me as it may have been prior to everything that has come to pass. Please return this stone to the field of honor as soon as possible with my most sincere apologies. I am sorry for removing this stone from its hallowed place. I never intended to offend or disturb or to desecrate. If there is truly a curse, by returning this stone, may it be lifted from me. Please accept my deepest regret and know I meant no harm. So now we've talked about Gettysburg. Let's move to the other side of the country, because this isn't an isolated incident. It's not isolated to the United States either, but for the sake of this presentation, we're going to stay in the U.S. So we were in Gettysburg, which is in Pennsylvania, for those who are not familiar. We're moving now all the way over to Hawaii. This is regarding sacred lava stones in Hawaii. Here's a letter again. Dear Madam Pele, enclosed, please find some lava that my husband and I took home as a souvenir in 1973 from a lava flow that closed the black sand beaches. We didn't realize it was taboo or bad luck to keep lava and that it would make you angry. We certainly have had more than our fair share of bad luck, and we are terribly sorry to have angered you. Please accept these back with our most humble apologies, and please release the curse. Another one. This one's paraphrased. In July of 1973, while visiting one of the craters, I picked up a rock after I was told not to. When I returned home, I went through a messy divorce. Since then, I've had innumerable problems. Nearly lost my job due to depression, developed very rare bone disease, had several strokes, lost my eyesight, had several operations, and I've been forced to retire. I now have leukemia and am being treated weekly. Although I don't believe in the Polynesian gods or their legions, I'm not in a position to argue. So I am returning the rock that I took, along with my apologies. Now, these rumors of curses on these objects and not removing them for fear of Madame Pele cursing you is pretty well known. Even children are aware of the dangers. This example, again, dear Mr. Park Ranger, my grandpa accidentally took a lava rock because he didn't know it was bad luck. Love, Mary Ann. Okay, so we've talked about items from locations with a bloody history, like Gettysburg, and lava rocks cursed by the goddess Pele. But what about items that are tied to a location that has been known to be haunted for hundreds of years? Let's talk about the Bell Witch for a moment. First of all, let's do a quick recap of the legend. So in 1817, the Bell family that lived in Adams, what is now known as Adams, Tennessee, in Robertson County, Tennessee, started having all kinds of poltergeist activity. The first inclination that something was wrong was when John Bell, the patriarch of the family, was out in the fields and he saw a dog with a rabbit's head. First inclination for him was to shoot at it, which he did, and it disappeared. Shortly after that, other things started to occur around the house. Like they would hear scratching on the walls, the kids would complain about their hair being pulled, they would be pinched, gnawing sounds on their bedpost, they'd light lamps and look around to see what was making the noise, and nothing would appear. This went on for quite some time until they invited their neighbor over, James Johnston. He came over with his wife. They started to hear similar things, and James decided that he was going to demand that this entity tell them what it was, what it wanted, why it was there. And pretty soon, these sounds turned to whispers, and the whispers turned to talking, and eventually we have a disembodied voice explaining that her sole purpose is to hurt and kill John Bell. She is not a fan of him. She also isn't a fan of the daughter, Betsy Bell, and she makes things extremely difficult for them for the next several years. Ultimately, John Bell ends up dead on December 20th, 1820. The witch, poltergeist, whatever you want to call her, trickster, she takes complete credit for killing John Bell and says that she fixed him up real good. She laughs at his funeral, carries on, continues torturing Betsy until Betsy breaks off an engagement to her suitor. She ends up getting remarried later, but not to the man that she had been in love with, and then disappears for a while. She comes back 7 years later, has some prophecies of what is coming, including the Civil War, and then she disappears again. Regardless of all of that happening, only between 1817 and 1821, when she disappears and then comes back 7 years later, things still happen in that area, in the area of Adams, Tennessee, even though it's been a while, a couple hundred years, right? All of this to say, today you can visit Adams, Tennessee. It's a really small town, very cute. You can see some of the original Bell family property as well. One location in particular has become a tourist attraction. It's known as the Bell Witch Cave. It's an area that still has ghostly activity to this day. And just like those who write letters after removing rocks from Hawaii or Gettysburg, there are warnings against taking rocks from the cave at Adams, Tennessee. So let's go through some of those letters as well. The Bell Witch Cave rocks. September 3rd, 2014. I am returning this rock that I picked up on the low, narrow part of the cave. Yes, I read all of the letters in the office. And yes, I heard the guide say it was bad luck to bring home a rock from the cave. And that's exactly why I took it. I was curious. As we all know, curiosity killed the cat. I hit my head on the rock ceiling as soon as I picked up the rock. That should have made me put it back. Then the author goes into outlining all of these family troubles that had occurred and explains that he talked with his family about what was going on and says, needless to say, they, the family, all agreed on one thing: send the damn rock back. Another one, June 17th, 2007. Dear Bell Witch Cave owners, a few weeks ago, my husband and I visited your cave and log home tourist site. Unbeknownst to me, my husband picked up a rock at the mouth of the cave and didn't give it to me until we were heading home. If I had known, I would have had him put it back immediately. Well, bad luck has come my way now. Please tell the witch I am sorry for what my husband has done. The Bell Witch Cave is a great example of modern-day folklore morphing in front of our eyes. So now we can see the cursed objects have gone beyond just the rocks in the cave. Example, Chris Kirby, the owner, and her daughter create these really grotesque looking dolls. They get porcelain dolls and they put makeup on their face, paint their faces to make them look scary. And then they sell them in the gift shop. Sometimes they get returned and then they get resold, by the way, if they get returned. But here's an example of one, just so you can see it. This is, oh, she's got a hat. This is Sasha. My daughter named her. So this letter didn't accompany Sasha, but this letter did accompany a doll that was sent back. February of 2017. Sorry to send back this doll I bought on my trip to the cave, but I have had bad dreams about her. I feel sadness when I go in my room. I am suffering with sickness and depression. Right after I purchased her, a chain of unexplained bad events started to happen. I apologize if this seems strange. Other dolls are sent elsewhere, not necessarily back to the cave, but they're sent to places like the Archive of the Afterlife in West Virginia and now reside along other haunted objects. But regardless of where the dolls end up, letters still follow them. We still see examples of this community that's being built. For example, a letter that followed one to the Archive of the Afterlife. Hi, my name is Anonymous. I live in Stearns, Kentucky, and my family is in the same bloodline as John Bell. We went to the Bell Witch Cave in July of 2018. Yes, curious, so I took a rock from the cave. I also purchased this Indian doll, and I am sending the doll Blossom to you because I can't handle all of the bites and scratches anymore. Thank you so much. Okay, so what does this say about community and human nature, right? Well, Dr. Willis Harmon explains, when we attach meaning to a belief, it would have power, no matter how recently it was created, like with the dolls. When people come to believe it, the whole world would shift in terms of that belief. In other words, we want an explanation as to why, right? What about truth behind some of these legends? Not that there aren't places with true stories where we can verify and attach the land more easily than Adams, Tennessee, like the deaths at Gettysburg, for example. But the truth behind the stories in many of these instances, it just doesn't really matter. All it takes is suggestion. Dr. Jane Houston suggests that even the lure that started as a means to hinder tourists from removing rocks out west, because that was a thing, they were losing pieces of an old west town, a ghost town, to tourists just taking bits and pieces. So they started a myth about if you take something, you'll be cursed. It didn't really stop people from taking them, by the way. It just caused more people to send them back with letters of apology and regret. But Dr. Jane Houston suggests that the lore started as a means to hinder tourists from removing rocks, became storied, and it became a myth. With the affirmation of thousands of people yearly, it entered into the realm of the collective unconscious. Others have suggested that the very act of visiting such a site allows tourists to have a heightened sense about their environment, allowing even those who do not believe in such things still absorb these folktales. And later, when their lives fall apart, they can think back to the story of the curse in an attempt to understand the otherwise unknowable and regain a little bit of control by returning whatever item they had removed. In other words, we can find community, even amongst strangers, when examining cursed objects and their influence on those who have procured them. We can see evidence of this community by examining the letters that accompany those objects when they are returned to their original location. So, Robert, Sasha, and I hope that you have enjoyed this conversation. And again, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to listen to this presentation. Until next time.
When I was 10 years old, I had an experience that I've never been able to explain, and I've been searching for answers ever since. Now, I'm inviting you to join me in my search on my podcast, Parareality. Join me and my roster of special guests, experts, and experiencers as we explore topics such as ghosts, spirits, hauntings, cryptids, UFOs, conspiracy theories, and other unexplained phenomena. New episodes drop on the first and third Friday of every month and can be heard on your favorite podcast station and at parareality.com. Turn on, tune in, and find out.
Hello, and welcome to Based on a True Story, the podcast that compares your favorite Hollywood movies with history. Have you ever wondered how accurate those movies are that say they're based on a true story? My name is Dan, and I'm the host of the Based on a True Story podcast, where we learn from historians, professors, authors, TV and film consultants, or sometimes even the real people the movies are based on, as they help us separate fact from fiction with what's in the movies. We've covered hundreds of movies and TV shows, so when you're ready to compare Hollywood with history, just search for your favorite movie over at basedonatruestorypodcast.com. Once again, that's basedonatruestorypodcast.com.
Hi. I wanted to open up this presentation by letting you know that I am filming it on stolen Wampanoag, Pokanoket, and Nahagonsett land, land back in our lifetimes, and free Palestine. What does it mean to be queer? Etymology.com explains that in the 1500s, the word queer was used to mean strange or peculiar or odd or eccentric. It wasn't until the 1920s that queer would become used as a word to describe homosexuality. Specifically, it was used as a slur. More recently than that, the word has been reclaimed by people like me and is a word that we use to describe our own identities as queer people. For full disclosure, I I have a script. It is behind the camera on a computer. You're going to see me look this way sometimes. We're going to try to make this as seamless as possible, but it's a lot of words, and I don't have them memorized in my brain. Also, I just kind of ramble. I appreciate you tuning into this presentation. I'm going to try to make this as sort of informational and scholarly as possible. Again, I am just sort of a rambling person, so it is kind of just a collection of thoughts, but I appreciate you being here. This might be sort of holdover English major stuff for me, but I feel compelled to sort of get my thesis out there early. I believe that magic, the paranormal, and everything that sort of falls under the umbrella term of high strangeness is an intrinsically queer space, whether that is ghosts, cryptids, UFOs, or anything. I think that these are undeniably and intrinsically queer. Now, someone on YouTube did get a little bit mad at me for saying basically this, so I will specify. I don't mean to say, and I'm not trying to say that you can only investigate the strange if you are queer or trans. I'm especially not saying that strange things will not engage with you and have cool and weird and interesting experiences if you are cisgender or heterosexual. In fact, I think if you just sort of look at the vast majority of people who make paranormal content, the vast majority of paranormal television shows, I think we can sort of comfortably say that cishet people are very comfortably and deeply overrepresented in the field. To be fair, though, that is true for basically every field. I am saying that no matter who else takes sort of part in this field, no matter who else participates in this here, what we're doing, that it is intrinsically true. I'm saying the word intrinsically a lot. That it is undeniably true that the strange, the magical, calls out to queer people. And this is anecdotal, but if you go on Etsy and you search for gay Mothman, you will find infinity results. And a lot of this is that queer people, obviously not all of us, but many queer people are sort of naturally fascinated by astrology and tarot and divination and cryptids and just sort of magical practice. I think that whether we realize it or not, we hear that call, and a lot of times I think we respond to it. My name is Kwiatkowski. I am an award-winning paranormal investigator. That's never not going to be funny for me to say. I just think it's a cool accolade. My magical practice is mostly tarot, and other than the investigating stuff, I'm trying to learn more. I'm trying to be more conscious about the magic that I do instead of just letting magic happen at me as I have for so long. I would love to learn sigils. Hey, if you want to teach me sigils, get at me. I would love to be taught sigil magic. I am the creator and one of the co-hosts of a paranormal investigation docuseries called Liminal. It is an exploration of high strangeness and magic and cryptids through the lens of queer identity, trans identity, specifically identities that are considered liminal. I am a non-binary person. My pronouns are they, them. I think that a lot of people outside of our demographic sort of conceive of non-binary identity as existing as some sort of strange midpoint between male and female, or sort of a bridge between those two things. I would encourage you to expand your understanding of gender identity in general as not being so fixated or attached to or connected to those two binary choices. I have sort of playfully said that I think my gender, in terms of the way that I experience it, is some fairy stuff. And while that is tongue-in-cheek, I do think the best way I have been able to articulate gender as I experience it is through the sort of unknowable and otherworldly magic of the Fae. I think one of the reasons that appeals to me also is that fairies in general are sort of another connection between the queer and the strange. We have been thinking and writing about fairies basically forever as a people. And in the 1800s, fairy became a word that was used to describe effete gay men. A few years ago, I read a book called Transgender Warriors by Leslie Feinberg. Z wrote Stone Butch Blues, which I think is the much more known book. But I was recommended Transgender Warriors by my partner, and I just devoured it. I read it immediately. The book traces transgender people in their roles throughout history, in sort of the ways that we functioned in society across many cultures. Personally, I take some umbrage with applying the label of transgender to people who existed before that label existed. I'm not saying before the concept of expansive gender existed, but before we called ourselves trans. I think that trans is an identity that you have to sort of opt into yourself. You have to say I am trans. So looking back at someone, even if they are someone that we might call trans today if they were not sort of aware of that wording. It feels weird to me to say it. I also have some issue with applying it to expansive gender identities and practices and expressions from other cultures that are not my own, because often those gender expressions had their own terminology and their own sort of names, and I think it is more respectful to use those than to sort of say like, aha, see, trans people. Also, this is the third, I try very hard not to just point at other cultures that are not my own, to be like, see, look, this proves a point of mine, because that feels a little bit disrespectful. None of this, by the way, is a slam on Feinberg. That book was written in '96, I believe, and I think that the way that we approach culture and cultural appropriation and stuff like that has sort of grown in leaps and bounds since then. I do think Feinberg was doing a very good job, and I also think that, I'll say again, if you take one thing from this presentation, let it be that you should read Transgender Warriors. It is, to me, maybe the most important book I've ever read, and I recommend it to basically every person that I can. I do think, realistically too, though, a lot of people, historically, if you were to explain the concept, like the contemporary concept of like, when I say I am trans, I think if you explain that to people, a lot of them would be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That is what I am. I just am not trying to dole that title out myself. I try not to talk about other cultures when I go into the various pre-colonial societies that were sort of accepting of expansive gender identities, but I do feel very comfortable talking about my own culture. I am a mixed race Korean person. The mixed race part is sort of another liminal identity that I occupy, but I am Korean. And while I wasn't really allowed to be Korean growing up, I wasn't really allowed to partake in the culture. As an adult, I have done my best to connect to a culture that is my own, to a culture that feels like me. And especially as an adult interested in magic, I've sort of looked into a lot of Korean magical practice and folk magic. Specifically, I've looked into the Mudang, which is a sort of shamanistic role in Korea. It is a person who wards away evil spirits. It is a role that you must be sort of selected by higher powers. You experience sort of a supernatural spirit sickness, and if you survive that sickness, then another Mudang sort of takes you under her wing and vets and initiates you in the role. I'm going to be quoting from Pauline Park, who is a queer writer and activist here. Park says, the Mudang was the priest-like figure in Altaic shamanism. In that culture, the oldest level of Korean society, which predates the introduction of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism into the peninsula by the Chinese, the Mudang was always a woman, but not necessarily female. Park goes on to say, a significant number of Mudang were male, and some of these Baksu Mudang, or male Mudang, may have lived as women, as well as performing the sacred rites and rituals of the Mudang spiritual tradition. Now, my understanding is that there isn't enough sort of like hard historical proof as to whether Baksu Mudang lived as women sort of in their day-to-day lives, or if it was just during the Mudang sort of practice. But I don't actually think that matters as much, because if you look at it, even this practice of magic, this part of society that is sort of an honored and venerated part, existing as a spiritual healer, someone who would ward away spiritual illness, who would ward away negative spirits, existing as that in that moment involved, for Baksu Mudang at the very least, these sort of transition through gender identity and expression, through putting on the outfit and the expression of a female role. I'm going to put a link to Pauline's work in the description of this video. It's really interesting. Pauline talks a lot about other sort of queer and trans identities as they existed through multiple Asian cultures. But it isn't just ancient Korea. Before the wicked hand of Western imperialism gripped so much of the world by the throat, many cultures accepted and celebrated gender identities and expression outside of what we imagine that binary to be. In many of these cultures, these identities were not just accepted. We were treated as mystical and magical. We were seen as occupying sort of multiple spaces, right? We were seen as occupying sort of a physical world and a magical world. We were seen as occupying sort of multiple worlds at a time. And I think that really gets towards what I'm saying about liminality. One of the things that inspired me with my show is to think about what it meant to have an identity that is sort of permanently liminal or permanently in flux. This manner of thinking, I think, sort of makes sense with a popular theory in contemporary paranormal space, which is centered around the ideal or the idea of liminality. I know liminal has sort of become a buzzword, right? There's a lot of like YouTube videos that are just weird CGI hallways that are like liminal rooms or back rooms or whatever. But I think there's a reason people are sort of so fixated on it. And this is why I named my show Liminal. This is not, by the way, just sort of a roundabout plug for the show. But if you do want to check out the show, youtube.com/@teamliminal and Linktree is like linktr.ee/liminaltv. That wink, I wrote it. That's in my script. I did write the wink emoji. That's in the presentation. The concept of liminality comes up a lot these days, specifically in the paranormal. People are really fixated on this idea of places that are permanently in flux, whether they are borders or bridges or hospitals, hotels, places that sort of have a constant influx and outflux of people and energy. Some people think that the reason these spaces sort of attract paranormal experience, like strange and occult sort of energies, is that a great many people are focused on them as doorways, as gateways, and that with that many people focusing on something, and this sort of gets to egregore theory, right? This idea that we can affect things just through thinking about them. That because people focus on these places with liminality in mind, or these liminal spaces with sort of travel and entrance in mind, that they become, portals to other sort of methods of existing. I don't hate that theory. I actually think it's very cool. But I think there's more to it too. I think that like attracts like. I think that the reason that these spaces, these sort of intrinsically liminal spaces, attract the strange is that I believe that the strange is sort of inherently liminal. The strange sort of occupies a very sort of definitionally liminal space. And I'll explain that. This is the part where we sort of veer into this is just Dash's thoughts. These are just the things that I think. I told you I was going to get a little bit rambly. I don't think that you would be tuning into this and watching this if you weren't at least kind of open to the idea that the world is more magical than, we have been led to believe. That the skies might not be devoid of unidentified shapes and travelers. The woods might not be free of various spirits and beings. I think that a lot of people in the paranormal space are very fixated on finding hard material proof. Like a photograph of the Loch Ness Monster, or a piece of Bigfoot's hair, or some sort of measuring of spectral identity. I want to gently push back on that, at least in terms of my own approach. I think that some things in the strange are, by definition, immeasurable and unknowable. And I actually kind of like it like that. I said earlier in this presentation that I would encourage you to update your concept of gender to existing outside of simple binary poles. And I would like to ask you to do the same thing with your concept of the strange. But rather than male and female, I would ask you to think about the strange with regard to real and not real. And I want you to think about all the interesting space that sort of is bled between those two things and what they can occupy. There's some examples that sort of color my thinking there. I have a friend who is going to hate that I'm saying this. It's fine. I'm not mentioning them by name. We were talking about how queer and trans people experience magic. And I was asking them what their experiences have been. And they got very embarrassed. And they were like, I don't even want to talk about it. And I was like, you don't have to. And they're like, no, I will. While they were bartending, they met a man, a large man with a big white beard, who produced a toy as if from nowhere, and then jovially just sort of vanished. What is real? You know, how do we define reality? Another example, someone was talking to me in the chat of a stream that I was doing, and they were asking me, they let me know that they had a friend who had passed at some point, and they were holding a vigil with some friends. And in the midst of this vigil, when everyone was sort of feeling a lot of strong emotion, a salt shaker flew off a shelf, which like flew across the room. And they were like, do you think that that was a manifestation of the friend and their spirit reaching out from beyond to hurl the salt shaker? Salt obviously being something that is associated with ghosts and ghostly presences, you know, rings of salt and so on. Or do I think that this was sort of a poltergeist style manifestation of the grief in the room, all these people thinking about this person? And I guess I think that the question matters of what are we dealing with. The question of what happened matters, but I don't think the answer matters. And that's what I'm getting at in terms of strangeness occupying a permanently liminal space. Because I don't think that you can have an answer as to which of those things happened. And I ultimately don't think that it matters, right? Is it any more magical that your friend would reach out from, you know, beyond the grave to throw the salt shaker across the room? Is that more magical intrinsically than the version of your friend who exists in your memories and your heart and your sort of your care and your emotion, that version who is still your friend reaching out from within you to grab a salt shaker and throw it? I don't think that even emotionally speaking, either one is any more less meaningful or more meaningful. It's still magic, right? It's still something that if you tell someone, so many people in the world are going to be like, nah, that didn't happen. It must have fallen, or there was some other explanation or some other reason. And so I think that strange things sort of naturally occupy this permanently liminal space between reality and unreality, right? And that's good. I would encourage you to think of that as good. I understand that a lot of us want to prove that we're not wasting our time, you know, out in the woods talking to whoever or whatever. But I think that that is, that's the meaningful part. And the way that that connects sort of for me specifically goes back to queer culture. I mentioned that I'm a non-binary person. I mentioned that the closest I've been able to articulate my gender as I experience it is in this undefinable and maybe imperceptible constellation of fairy things. It's undefinable, it's imperceptible. I have a hard time explaining it. But as I experience it, as I feel it inside of me, it is very, very real, right? So when I say that the paranormal is a queer space, again, I'm talking about likes attracting each other. In amongst trans people, we have a thing called T4T. It's trans for trans. I have it tattooed on my body. It refers to relationships between multiple trans people. It's this idea that when two trans people love one another, there's something uniquely magical and beautiful about that relationship, about that experience. And it comes from a safety. There is safety in being with another trans person. There's safety, there's comfort in not having to explain the sort of the idiosyncrasies of your life and your existence and how you explain or how you experience things. And even if the experience is not exactly the same between those two trans people, there is sort of an acceptance, right? If someone explains the way that they perceive their own gender, the way they experience gender. It was a lot easier for me, the person with fairy stuff gender, to be like, yeah, totally. I'm willing to accept that. And my argument is that this is part of the reason the strange calls to us and we call to it. Strange, S for S, I guess, strange for strange, or L for L, liminal for liminal. I think that we are drawn to something that experiences existing sort of similarly to the way that we experience existing. I think that something is drawn to us. There are so many things that people have experienced within the strange. There are so many people who have said, I've experienced this, I've met beings that I cannot describe or cannot convince you exist. And there are so many people to be like, no, you didn't. That's a mistake. You something else happened. There's a logical explanation or whatever. But people also do that for gender. People are so quick to dismiss a lived experience that they do not have and they have not had themselves. I think that we are connected to the magical and the strange intrinsically, and I think that it is connected to us. And I've tried to lay out some of the historical precedent for this theory in pre-colonial societies, but even colonial societies. Again, I'll encourage you to read Transgender Warriors by Leslie Feinberg. Specifically, though, check out the part about Joan of Arc and Joan's experience sitting under a fairy tree, being told by voices that the most important thing, the thing that Joan had to do, was to exist in a way that subverted and transgressed gender expression norms of that time. I want to close out this presentation with a clip from the pilot episode of my show Liminal. This is from the second half of the episode, and it is a portion where we interview a lot of queer and trans magic practitioners from the Nashville area of Tennessee, just sort of about their experience and about how they exist in magic and transness and queerness, and just sort of, yeah, what that experience is like. But I also want to leave you with a takeaway. The takeaway is to get out there and experience the strange. Get out there and talk to magical things that you cannot see. Talk to them until maybe you can see them. And the takeaway sort of involves you being respectful of those things in a way that acknowledges that perhaps they exist in a very cool, weird bleed space between real and not real. If you are a if you're a cisgender heterosexual person, I am not encouraging you to find like a token queer trans person for your paranormal investigation team. I am encouraging you, though, if you look around the group of people you would invite to paranormal investigate with you, or do anything cool and fun, and all those people are also cishet, I would encourage you to think about what it is that made it so that the people you think about in joining you for cool and fun things also share these characteristics with you. I would especially encourage you to think about that if you and they are all white also. I think that's a whole other presentation that maybe I'll make next year, but I would encourage you to think about it. Now, if you are queer and trans and you're watching this, I absolutely encourage you to get out there and find some people you like to hang out with, find some people you like to do fun things with, and go exploring. See what you can find. Be respectful and be open. And if you do find something fun and weird, email me about it. All of my socials are, or they should be on this presentation, and I would be very excited to hear about what you encounter, and I would love to talk to you about it. Following this portion, I'm going to put in the interview portion of our pilot. Thank you so much for watching my presentation. I hope that I was able to get you thinking about strange things in a way that maybe you would not have thought about them before. Yeah, I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you taking a second. And may Palestine be free in our lifetime.
Tennessee's complicated. I know everything's complicated, but Tennessee is just very weird. Put it this way, when I was in college, when I talk to other freshmen, depending on what part of the country they came from or what part of Tennessee they came from, they would say, this is the most conservative place I have ever lived, or this is the most leftist place I have ever lived. There's no in between.
It's the first time I've ever lived in a place where really intense evangelical right-wing views were more mainstream.
Luckily, my parents growing up were very real with me about the world. So they're like, it's going to be hard for you because you're not a man, you're not white, you're not this, you're not that. So I've always had a very practical view of those things.
I mean, again, not like people haven't called me fag on the street before, but it feels a little scarier here because I feel like it is supported very much by the culture and by the government.
Nashville has a larger spiritual community than most people would think.
Right.
And what I have witnessed is more people coming together, and they're coming out more and being a little more vocal about who they are and what they want.
The reason I kind of broke away from the church, like a lot of gay trans people, was because of being gay and being trans and just kind of like homophobia, transphobia.
You know, if it's not going to be acceptable, then it's sort of like being pushed out of the church and a certain religion. So
it's always like, are they going to like the part of me that is gay? Are they going to like the part of me that is this, that is that?
I really struggled as a young person to even want to have anything to do with anything that looked like faith at all. And I've always had a sort of like internal bristling towards group joining and like believing in stuff, you know, like, oh, I'm gonna like join this belief system. And, you know, at some point in my life, particularly in my 30s, after I started to be dealing with like chronic illness and stuff, really had to like reinvent what faith means and divorce it from like the Catholic Church, for example. You know, this is like my lineage.
And then, but that evolved over time. I mean, now my path is more American folk magic, a little bit hoodoo oriented. So it took me back to the Bible.
I am bad at religion. And also, again, because there's a lot of complicated politics around immigrant identity from countries like Myanmar, where they came from, you know, like violent diaspora and stuff like that, and around assimilation to whiteness in America and assimilation to survive. And so we were sort of told growing up, like, I mean, we would do Burmese things, but we were told we needed to be like, you know, quote unquote real Americans. So we weren't taught the language. I wasn't really taught the prayers, but we were still expected to do certain things, like still expected to not eat pork, expected to observe certain behaviors, certain kinds of filial piety, stuff like that. And honestly, like, a lot of it was sort of not good. And I kind of grew up bucking that a lot.
I'm trying to learn to bring them together because I obviously still have a very strong connection to God, but just trying to figure out how I can bring my craft and him together, because I was taught for so long that magic is of the devil and it's bad, so it's not supposed to do with God.
Accepting myself and not like seeing who I am as like sin has just kind of like opened my eyes to like what is not sin that is part of the world and what is just like humanness. And it has made me kind of like appreciate the world and open up more, if that makes sense.
A low vibe, like negative expression of faith is certainly like giving over your power to authority without questioning. But an internal experience of faith is really about like having wonder and reverence for the incredible enormity of the universe and all of nature and the world, and like not being so narcissistic to think that you know everything all the time.
We call ourselves Episcopagan.
It's just like this general, I don't even want to say apathy, just non-existent awareness that that could even be a possibility. And I think that speaks to a lot of queer experience in the South, but also specifically queer spiritual experience and magical experience.
Sometime in the queer community, we don't feel accepted in society, and we don't fit into these rules and these norms. And in magic, I don't have to fit into those either. So, you know, that is a place I can be myself and do things my way and experience spirit and energy and magic in my own way. And I don't have to follow anyone's rules. So
I don't think I ever think about it, except for maybe a positive of having a balance of masculine and feminine energy.
Sure.
Other than that, I've really never thought about how it affects it.
I think it affects me more, you know. It's like when I'm working at my altar myself, doing my own magic and whatever, you know, I got my gay on. You know, that's me right there.
Yeah.
So.
And I was sitting by a river one day and I just heard a voice very clearly, and that wasn't the first time I've heard a voice. That was like, why have you been putting this off your whole life? Like, you know you're a witch, you know you're supposed to be looking into these things, bettering yourself, looking deeper, and then from there, here I am.
I think like all trans people are inherently like master manifestors, even if they have no idea about that or a relationship to it, because at least in my sort of definition or view of manifestation, it starts with a felt experience. It starts with emotion and being connected to a certain energy. And as far as my understanding of manifestation goes, that's step one, you know? So like for trans people, we are people who have the sort of like courage and inner connection to ourselves enough to embody felt states and emotion states that we're not supposed to, and sort of like buck that, and then also bring that into being.
All right, guys. A huge thank you to both Dash and Heather. That was awesome. That was so awesome. Beautiful. Can't thank you guys enough for those wonderful presentations to open up Anomacon Day 2. All right. The chat is going nuts. Thank you so much, guys. I love you guys. You guys are so awesome in the chat. So supportive. Such a good community. Let's keep it that way. All right. If you would like to help the show, you can do it in many different ways. We'll have links and banners scrolling all day long, QR codes, you name it. We got it. Help support Anomacon, our speakers, and the wonderful organizations that you see in the show notes as well. Next up, we have two more amazing speakers for you. And we are going to start with Katie Webb. Katie Webb is a witch, a paranormal investigator, and a divination enthusiast. You might recognize her from her work on the Haunt Me web series, where her distinct method of investigating the unexplained by way of witchcraft and divination quickly made her a standout figure in the ghost hunting community. As a tarot professional, Webb is regularly reading cards for people at horror, paranormal, and comic conventions around the country. She is a tarot lecturer and teacher, offering information and new perspectives to beginners and advanced readers alike. And then following Katie, guys, we have the one and only Allan Greenfield. Allan Greenfield is a senior veteran UFO investigator and purveyor of high weirdness. Allan is the author of a number of books, including The Complete Secret Cipher of the UFOnauts and Secrets of the Real Black Lodge Revealed. He is a frequent guest on many radio and television programs, as well as numerous podcasts. And I should mention as well, guys, that joining Allan Greenfield tonight is going to be AP Strange, who actually is one of our speakers last year at Anomacon. So I'm really looking forward to that. But first, we have Katie Webb. So let's get right into those talks for you, and we will talk on the other side and keep things going here at Anomacon Day 2. Enjoy.
We have credible sightings now in the United States, Canada, England, Hungary, Finland, Sweden, Guam, and Japan. Not to mention unconfirmed reports elsewhere. No sound, extreme maneuverability, high rate of climb, hypersonic velocity, no apparent means of propulsion, no heat signatures of any kind. and shaped like discs. Flying saucers.
Hello, my name is Katie Webb. I am a paranormal investigator, experiencer, witch, all sorts of things on the internet, tarot reader. I teach tarot classes. I was on the web series Haunt Me for six seasons. And you know, I am out here. I've been on the Bigfoot Collectors Club podcast and other things that you can find in my link tree. Today we're going to talk about unlocking your inner alchemist, essentially, and creating relationships with like ghosts and cryptids at home. So I'm not here to discount like ghost hunting. I am here to provide alternatives for people that live far away from some of the more like famous places that let you investigate, far away from conventions, or just like anybody that wants. I mean, you can be a regular ghost hunter and still do these things. You can have experiences and relationships in your own home. So let's get into it. I actually wrote down my presentation because I have so much I want to cover. So normally I would just kind of whoop at you, but I have a lot of sources that I'm citing today. So we're going to be really professional. So when we think of supernatural phenomena like ghosts and cryptids and all those things, we think of very specific things. I am under the impression that things are a little bit different than we categorize. So I'm going to use the word ghosts a lot. You can feel free to include, I don't know what that's doing. You can feel free to include your own idea of like cryptids and aliens, just like under that term. I'm going to use the term ghost as like an umbrella term. So I'm not talking about people that are here that we're seeing and potentially talking with through EVPs and things like that. I'm just talking about like a supernatural phenomena that is giving us some type of intelligence, and it is giving us some type of experience. But I feel like that's usually what I do. I like the term ghost. I don't necessarily think it refers to like a person or whatever. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. So when we talk about like ghosts and things like that, a lot of us are out here trying to collect evidence that these things exist, right? Like that is the goal of a lot of paranormal television. And that is the goal of going to specific locations that we like know are haunted, right? Like we are hoping to have a specific experience that we have cataloged in our mind that is validation for our beliefs, right? Let's get into the word belief a little bit, because people's beliefs have become wild and they are now making our laws. They're now doing all kinds of wild things. But let's talk about more fun beliefs like paranormal stuff. Beliefs that don't hurt other people. Let's see. So what is belief? What even is it? The dictionary says that it is something someone accepts as true. As simple as that. No one needs to believe what you believe, and no one needs to believe your experiences in order for them to be true for you. Ghosts are so rarely physical manifestations that our belief is instrumental. And depending on what level of that you have, kind of what I was saying, mine is a little bit different than maybe some of yours, and that's literally fine. We can still vibe and we can still have a good time. But like, you know, our belief is instrumental. And I just want to bring out this book here really quick. This is a book called When Prophecies Fail. So these are all different ideas that have, and religions that have essentially failed. And it talks about how people move on from that. If they move on from that, all of those types of things. So like, I reference this all of the time because to me, this was really important. So there was this Flat Earth documentary on Netflix, and it was all about proving that the Earth is round to flat earthers. So they went and they found a group of flat earthers who hang out and believe the Earth is flat, and they are buds and they are just having like the best time together, right? So the documentary and this group undergoes this experiment believing that it's going to prove that the Earth is flat. And of course it proves that the Earth is round, because of course. But however, the end of that documentary, they're talking about, what are you going to do now that you know that the Earth is round? And they all say they're just going to continue to believe it's flat, because being in this group was the best camaraderie they have seen in a long time. And so it's less about belief and more about friendship for them, you know what I mean? And friendship under a common, like, weird thing that they all thought at one point in time. And we have that too, right? Like, you see all of us like meeting at conventions and being able to hang out because us like weirdos are spread out across the country who believe in ghosts and who are actively searching and trying to understand and have relationships with them, and, you know, experimenting with these other realms and energies and things like that. Like, we are pretty weird for that in our society. And so it's nice to get together and do these things. So all of that is to say, like, please keep doing these things, but that belief in those ghosts does not have to just be a social thing. Like, it can happen for you at home. And so let's continue. I went on to talk about ways people try to test their beliefs. Let's talk about some of the ghost systems in place to validate our energies really quick, you know? One of them is like a K2 meter. We don't have a lot of actual science that says that K2 meters are definitely detecting spirits. And in my experience, a lot of spirits that I vibe with in a haunted space don't actually show up on K2s. Sometimes they do, but not all the time. So I feel like, you know, those aren't always reliable, but it is fun to see them light up. I use them too. There's my cute little K2 meter. Let's see. In my personal experience, I wrote a K2 only lights up 2 out of 5 ghosts. Yeah, that's pretty accurate, I'd say, that I wrote that down. So other ways that we test our belief is with the Estes method or Ouija boards. Both of these methods work, but they both do another thing as well, which is really interesting and can play a really instrumental role in our interactions with spirits, in our home and in our personal growth. So, I wrote, our unconscious mind will shine forward in the Estes method if the people on the other end give over control to the person that is under. So what I mean by that, I was fortunate enough to be trained by Carl and Connor on how to do the Estes method. There's actually an episode on Haunt Me where they teach us how to do this. Roll the clip.
Maybe learn how to do the Estes method in me and Carol's area, where we get a blip.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
So we want to try the traditional Estes method first, just to make sure that basically there's spirits here who are willing to talk through the method before we start to amplify it. Carl's going to be listening to the feed. What I recommend to people when they're listening is that they sort of try to report everything they hear. Yep. Even if it's small, little noises, everything. He essentially needs to enter into a state of relaxation. We'll have somebody playing a spirit box. They're going to have soundproof headphones on. They're going to be wearing a blindfold. They can't see anything in the room. They can't hear anything else in the room. They're purely focused on that feed and basically being a megaphone for the spirits as they allow their voices to come through. All right, so Carl is listening to a device right now that essentially enables him to potentially hear your voice. He cannot hear us right now, but I think you might be able to talk to him. I'm talking to any spirits that are here right now, anybody that we can't see right now. We're not ignoring you. We'd really enjoy hearing from you, but we want to make it
killer body
we want to make it very clear that it is you coming through. So no matter who I'm speaking with, could one spirit please step forward and make the next word out of Carl's mouth?
What?
Could somebody please make the next word out of Carl's mouth?
Carl.
Food. Some type of food.
What time of year does the mill look the most beautiful?
Damn it. I can tell.
Wonder if
You
they're not talking to us.
in love?
There's like they're talking
Road?
to each other.
We just stepped into a soap opera.
Wouldn't be the first time.
It's interesting because when you're doing the Estes method, if they're talking to each other,
Sam? I'm not sure on that one.
Sweet.
Thanks.
this just turned green, double green.
Can you move it around a little bit?
So you can see it?
No, I just kind of, just to, I don't know.
Like up and
Yeah,
stuff,
just to like get a feel for.
So I think that is like a really great showcase of how fast you can lose track of the Estes method when you're supposed to be listening for food, right? Because you are so hopeful of that evidence that you are throwing out like the science part of it. But that isn't to say that that is wrong, but it's also like if you are using this to get evidence, it is really important to stick to those guns and wait for that food and continue on watching the episode because we do. It's really important to notice that they talk about you as the questioner are leading the conversation. So the person under is the person, when I say under, I mean the person blindfolded and with the headphones on and listening to the spirit box. That person is saying everything that they think could potentially be a word. So what they're saying isn't always important. They are just the conduit, right? So when you are on the other end and you are asking the questions, you do things to try to validate the fact that that spirit is in the room with you, right? You try to ask like, what am I wearing? Do I have a hat on? Those kinds of questions. And sometimes the person under will start to pick up things like, I was traumatized here, and they'll start saying different full sentences like that that do not answer your question, but that could potentially be a spirit in the room. And so in this moment, it's a little hard to know what to do because you do not necessarily want to stifle that person's potential connection to that spirit. However, if that spirit is in the room and is a conscious spirit that we are trying to interact with, it is important to go back and be like, that is a really interesting thing. I would like to get back to that, but I just want to know that we are in the same room together. Can you tell me what I'm wearing, And they may not give you a straightforward answer if the word clothing comes up or red and you're wearing red. I mean, I would accept some of those things. They're not always going to be a straightforward answer. However, very often when someone is under in the Estes method and is just going and going and going and going, they are saying a lot of what's actually in their subconscious. They are mining their subconscious. And it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the paranormal investigation. That is not to say it's not interesting. That is not to say it's not interesting, but it is not a spirit in the room. So we have to kind of check ourselves with these things, right? We have to, at this point, kind of understand who we are, what we are going through, and how that is coming forward. Ouija boards are the same thing. So Ouija boards, our unconscious mind can sometimes move the planchette, right? Or the cup, whatever you're using. And it's really important in these instances to note that that could potentially be happening. So there's an instance in Haunt Me where we were using a Ouija board together and the letters UTI is what we got. And sure, that happens to be something you get, you know, when you wear a wet bathing suit for too long or something like that. But however, it's a little garbagey. It's a little hot nonsense. You know what I mean? And so to me, in those moments, it is highly likely and very potential that more than one of our subconscious minds were moving that planchette and we got hot garbage. And with that being said, I would actually like to read an excerpt from the book Experimental Magic. At the start of the seance, each one present sits in a circle round the table and places one finger of either hand lightly on the bottom of the glass, preferably at the edge. They're obviously using a cup. After that, the only further ingredient needed is patience. On our first attempt, it took 20 minutes before the glass began to move, but move it did. Joanna, who was too accustomed to these things to feel embarrassment, asked the traditional question, "Is anybody there?" The glass shuddered slightly, then with growing speed began to circle the letters. Eventually it returned to the center and waited. We asked our questions, many of them asinine to a degree, and the glass spelt it out afterwards. Answers. Afterward, Joanna confessed she never felt entirely happy about the glass moving. Such physical phenomena tended to block out the spiritual truths of her religion. Since that evening, I have used this crude form of Ouija more times than I can count. Today, I don't feel entirely happy about it either, although for different reasons from those which troubled Joanna. The first question to be asked is why the glass moves. And the first answer is the obvious one, because it is pushed. Obvious or not, the objection is virtually impossible to overcome. A joker, providing he acts with subtlety, simply cannot be detected. The only real safeguard is to know your friends and to make sure they are willing to gauge in the experiment without prejudice. Assuming any conscious fraud is absent, the possibility of unconscious influence arises. For years, I was convinced this must be the explanation. I was then reluctant to accept the possibility of spirit intervention. But a psychiatrist disabused me. How many people attend these seances? 5 or 6, I say. Then you would have 5 or 6 unconscious minds influencing the direction of the glass. The result would be garble. But it wasn't garble, was it? It was not. So they go on to explain many different Ouija sessions, what worked, what didn't work. This is a very interesting book, especially if you are struggling with belief. Okay, so sometimes our need for proof can cloud our experiences, especially like our genuine, authentic relationships with other realms and things like that. So I'm gonna tell you a story. Okay, so I wrote, my aunt always says that our grandfather, her dad, shows up in the form of a red robin. And obviously, like, that could be for her, whatever. I always thought that was really sweet. And one day I am listening to a What's Up Weirdo. If you have not listened to that podcast, it's really wonderful, especially if you're interested in horror movies and paranormal content. It is with Jessica Napick and John Tenney. What's Up Weirdo does EVP episodes, and for their form of like a cheeky, cute EVP, people send in stories. They call their hotline and send in stories. And so this one woman was talking about a similar situation where a spirit in her life shows up as this. And I got thinking about my grandfather and how my aunt says that he shows up as a red robin. And the What's Up Weirdo moment, it cuts to Jessica talking about a similar situation for her. And in that moment, when she's talking about how she has like a similar thing, and I'm thinking about my grandfather, I'm driving down the road and a red robin flies in front of my car. And like, wow, heard. You know what I mean? To me, that was validation. Like, maybe my grandfather does show up as a red robin. And what do you take from that? For me, I take from that I am being watched over, that my family is with me, that my ancestors care, even beyond that I have a spiritual guide. Another interesting moment, Jessica and I were at the Conjuring house together, and we were there during the day, and we were there for a short period of time, so we didn't get to experience a lot of the ghosts that are in the Conjuring house. However, the real Conjuring house, it's not the house that they filmed the movie in. I say the Conjuring house because you know the story the minute I say the name of the movie, but the real farmhouse is where we were, and we were up in the top floor. We were with a guide, and he was kind of telling us what was going on, and he was talking about a battle that happened on the yard and how people see soldiers out there. And so I look out there, and who is out there sitting in the yard is a little red robin. You know, and that is for nobody but me. So I think sometimes instances that don't seem supernatural, like the red robin showing up in different times, like at paranormal locations, when, you know, it's being talked about or when I'm thinking about it, those to me are paranormal experiences, because they go beyond our reality. It is potentially an unexplainable energy showing itself to us in a physical form that we can see, right? So I think sometimes, like, this need for validation, especially in the forms that we're taught via paranormal shows like K2 and spirit boxes and things like that, takes away from what having paranormal experiences does for us as human beings who are actually made of stardust and who are actual magic. We aren't just workers meant to make money, you know what I mean? We're very, like, special. And so one of the principles, the deepest principles in magic, is to know thyself. And while that goes very deep in very many facets, it is also really important to know and appreciate all the things that are happening to you. Let's see. For me, ghost hunting, being a witch, practicing magic is just that. I have learned things about myself that I never would have by engaging in esoteric practices. This is true. So I believe that cryptids are a type of ghost, that Bigfoot is a type of fairy. I believe there is a type of Bigfoot that is a full-blown UFO flying alien. It hurts you none for me to believe these things. It hurts me none to believe these things, which is something John Tenney says a lot. So if you've never seen one of his speeches, it will open your mind, and it will validate all of the little things that you were hoping were paranormal. But I get to live my little magical life and having my little magical fun. And so I just hope that for everybody, you know what I mean? With that being said, if you are interested in thinking more about Bigfoot as a fairy, I implore you to listen to my Bigfoot Collectors Club podcast, because we talk about some of the stories that I have experienced that kind of made me feel that way. Also, Josh Cutchin and Timothy Renner write these books, Where the Footprints End, and it is a lot of folklore on different types of Bigfoot. So if you feel like, you know, these are things that you are interested in and you haven't read these books yet, I definitely would read those books. I would also pick up a book by Gordon White. I don't own this book, but it is all about UFO flying Bigfoot. And in this moment, I'm going to quickly tell you another story that I have never told on any podcast or anything like that, because it involves a deep amount of belief. I went on a paranormal road trip with the Haunt Me crew. We met up with Greg and Dana Newkirk in Pennsylvania, and they took us to Barclay Cemetery, which is where I had my very first Bigfoot Fae experience. Dana and I were kind of like fairy led into the woods, and we ended up finding like a Bigfoot creature. So that was my first instinct of like feeling like Bigfoot was very like Fae. And then after we went to Barclay, we went to Hinsdale House and we had really wild experiences there. And then we went home. And the next day I did not have to work, and it was a Wednesday. And every Wednesday I went to a public meditation. And so I get to this public meditation and I travel. I go through what looked like a visual like wormhole. Like it was like purple. And I end up on this planet, and all I could think of was Super Mario Brothers 2, old NES. I'm 41. We're going old. We're going way back. And when you go to that giant world and all of the things are really big, that's what it was like. I was on this planet where trees were really big, like leaves were like the size of me. And these creatures were walking beside me, and they were fully hairy and they were huge. And I felt like I was on a Bigfoot planet. And so I've never gone back. I went there in a meditation. I've never visited again. I didn't speak to anybody. I don't have any like cool info to say about it. However, it kind of, for me, validates a few different things. One of the things when I was asking Bigfoot questions, I was asking if, you know, they'd been to like Andromeda and the Pleiades and different star clusters and different outer space places, and they were all saying yes. And then Gordon White has that whole book about Bigfoot being a space pilot. And then this other time I was in Kentucky, and my friend Lisa Dickens and I saw Bigfoot in a white suit. He looked like he was in a spacesuit. And I talk about that on the Bigfoot Collectors Pod in more detail. But, you know, you don't have to believe that at all. You can be like, this girl is wild. This girl is crazy. and again, it like doesn't matter, because it doesn't hurt anybody to do these things. You know what I mean? So I just like, I'm gonna stop saying that over and over and over again, but I'm really hoping that it like sinks in that having ghost experiences is a lot lighter and a lot less serious than some people make it out to be. And you don't have to be so worried about doing things wrong and believing the wrong thing. If you aren't hurting other people, then go about your business. If you are not hurting yourself, go about your business. Okay, so let's continue on. Now, I know ghost hunting isn't always an accessible option for people, so let's get into how you can have this whimsical, fun life at home. Okay. Talking about my Bigfoot fairy story. Okay, let's talk about your space. Okay, so one of the very first things I do in any space that I move into is I set up an altar. And that's what I do at the very first thing when I ghost hunt as well. I set up an altar. To set up an altar, I think about my intentions. So with paranormal investigation, my intentions are always communication, safety, you know, happiness, peace, all of those wonderful vibes that make somebody want to kind of hang out with you. You know what I mean? That make you kind of fun and happy and exciting. So I do a lot of crystals. I'll do a lot of like, this is pink calcite. You can do like rose quartz. You can use just like regular quartz. I like a good like amethyst to kind of like connect in like a dream world. This is like a chevron amethyst. And I'll throw like some smoky quartz around on there, you know. It can't hurt to just like keep a protective vibe, but I'll do some labradorite, different things that like will like, and you know, help me get into an ethereal state of mind. And if I am in a space that allows incense, I will create an incense, you know, mashup as well. So anyway, let's go look at my altar. So I don't always like to show my altar because it's very personal, but this is for you guys, just to give you some like ideas, potentially, whatever, you know what I mean? So it's on top of a dresser. The mirror is really important for magic. You need to see yourself, and your like magic needs to be projected outwards. So I have pictures of my Nana, my kid. So I have two altars going on here right now. I have a working altar, which is where I do magic spells. And then back here is where I have my ancestor altar. It looks like they need more water, my bad. And then this is my altar to Naga Kanya. She also needs water. Wow, I'm doing a really bad job. This was one of those stones, the agates I was talking about that looked like a dragon's egg that I used to have on my dragon. But see, I have like sigils and money and my athame, which is a switchblade. This is a spray bottle of Florida water, but I keep it on my altar to keep it charged. I have sigils underneath it. This is my grandfather that shows up as the Red Robin that I was talking about. And then I have different things. So this is from one of my friends, Jana, from her yard. She brought to me, bringing in some friendship into my altar. These are the Paris catacombs given to me by Ryan and Amy from Full Dark Paranormal, if you know about them. I keep a giant chunk of fluorite. But this is a working spell I have going, and it's none of your business. That's about. But for more friendship, I keep my John Tenney candle that I've burned on here. Even though I've burned through it, I still keep it because he made it. This is some Four Thieves potion that I made for protection, and so I keep that here. And yeah, you can see all of my crystals and my current spell that's going. Now, if you don't have the capacity to have an altar at your house, say you live with people that really wouldn't appreciate that, you can do something cute like this. This is a little portable altar that Bex made me from when she was in Liminal Earth. And there's all these, it came with these tiny little jars of red cedar and St. John's wort. It had mugwort. Mugwort is also really great for spirit communication. If you are in a space where you cannot burn these, you can keep them together. If you were in a moment, like let's say you're in your car or you're in the woods or somewhere and you've got your little altar and it's got some crystals in it and it's got your little stuff, I would uncap. And then I would try to talk to whoever I'm trying to talk to, whether it's your ancestors or another spirit you'd like to bring in. I actually have graveyard dirt that I keep at my home from a haunted graveyard that I just like fell in love with in my old neighborhood, so that I always have it with me, and I would put that in my little altar if I needed to take it with me. So a portable altar can be really wonderful depending on the space that you have. And then another thing, before I would have that seance or before I would have that moment where I am talking physically to another being, I would give an offering. So every day I tend to my different altars. They don't all need an offering every single day. I would say about once a week I give them all water, all glass of water. You know, you got to stay hydrated even when you're a spirit. And I have usually like a little dish where I'll put coffee, or if I know a spirit would prefer something else. There was a minute there where I was conversing with lots of like spirit dogs, and so I would leave like dog food on my altar. It depends. It depends what spirits I'm communicating with, but those are like the weekly, like regular offerings I leave. But if I'm doing a seance and I want someone to come talk to me right now, I use apples. Apples are the fruit of the dead. Google it. It is a thing. Apples have a connection to other worlds, and so slicing open an apple and giving that as an offering is a really wonderful, you know, gesture, and a really easy offering to bury. It doesn't often upset, you know, the natural surroundings, and it's best to bury your offerings after. So, you know, we got to think in terms of like, you know, sustainability and the creatures outside, like the squirrels and such like that might eat it, you know. So and refreshing your offerings on the regular. Now let's talk about your vibe. Let's talk about things you can do to trust yourself more, or ways you can have more experiences within. For me, Reiki is huge. However, the person you get Reiki from is really important. So currently, I do not have a trustworthy person to do Reiki on me in physical form. There's plenty of friends in our weirdo community that can do it via the internet, but one-on-one is next level and the best. I can't even tell you how much Reiki opened me up to other realms, to other experiences, to being better at meditation. Meditation is instrumental, these types of things. Now, meditation and Reiki are not for everybody. Let's keep talking. Here's what I wrote. Let me read what I wrote. Skeptics have plenty of experiences, but fun, happy people have way more. That isn't to say if you have depression, you won't have paranormal experiences. Even Thor's hammer came back to him when he was depressed. It's true. I don't mean you can't be chemically imbalanced. I mean, you can't have hate in your heart. When I say fun, happy people. Raising your vibe to your favorite song, wearing your favorite outfit, carrying your favorite trinkets are always good choices to raise your vibe. The things that make you feel best about yourself make you feel best to ghosts and other things, like undoubtedly. I'm a DJ also, and I love it. It raises my vibe so much to mix songs together. It's like my favorite thing, and I can do it on my iPad. So on the way to investigations, I used to DJ because that really helped me out. If you saw my talk for Boo Fest, we do a seance, and before we do a seance, we dance to Hot to Go because hello, everybody loves that song. That song is amazing. If you are not on the Chapel Roan train, it is time to get on it, baby, because that song is going to raise your vibe, especially if you do the little dance, you know. HOTTOGO. So having an altar where you put your ancestors' pictures on it, or where I used to connect with, this is going to be a little really next level silly if we haven't gotten there already. But I used to connect with like dragon energy, and I know that that's like made up in a sense, you know what I mean? But that was always a thing that I just like loved. And so on my dragon's altar, I would do the graveyard dirt from a cemetery. I would do ambers and carnelians and very like red stones, and I would do like lots of like hematite, like the bubbly looking like hematite that looks like it could be like dragon scales and dragon skin. And I would do like agates that were like shaped like eggs that looked like dragon's eggs. Like I haven't set it up in my new house, but at one point I had this altar that was for like dragon energy, to embrace that, to like be the go-getter, you know, that I like want to be. And it's like those types of things that really like bring on all of these paranormal investigations. It is the regularity, it is the trying, it is the putting yourself out there, and then it is the understanding that not just a K2 blip is a paranormal experience, right? So for some people, and for witches back in the day, they used to use different substances to kind of get them like in the mood to kind of like be a part of another realm. Witches back in the day used flying ointments a lot. Let me see here. I have a quote. Did I not save the page? Wait, I picked up the wrong book. Okay. Typically, witch drugs of the early medieval period contained substances like datura, henbane, and mandrake. Substances so potent that the safest way to take them was topically, as they could easily prove fatal if ingested too strong. Let's see. Okay, so These different plants were reputed to have been used by witches to induce visions, sensations of flyings in rituals. So you can get flying ointments nowadays, and they are made with the same thing, and you do put them on topically. So you would put them behind your ears, on your wrists, at the balls of your feet, where the membrane on your skin is thinner. If you would like to get into this type of thing, I highly recommend getting into Daniel Schulke. This is a book that he's written. He is the Poisoner's Apothecary. The Poisoner's Apothecary is where I got my flying ointments. For me, I don't know if it's all the Reiki or if it just comes naturally, but I feel like I'm already kind of out there. The flying ointments made me feel nauseous. So heads up. But, you know, that is something that witches used to do. That is something that you can try. Witches are still making flying ointments. Again, the Poisoner's Apothecary is where I got mine. They know so much about poisons, and they are a cool queer witch, so highly recommend. You can get into other books to teach yourself about different poisons, and at that point I would also want you to just like know a little bit about cannabis. Cannabis was often used to quell that nausea. That's what helped me out as well. Like a cannabis tincture is nice. You can even put the topical back on. If you don't want any THC involved, you can just use CBD to help that out as well. Liber 420 is all about how occultists used to use cannabis back in the day. Cannabis was not used to like blend yourself into other worlds. It kind of dulls your senses. So it has you, for me personally, I don't smoke like before I do an investigation or anything like that, because it does actually kind of dull my senses to those kinds of things. And if smoked before bed, a lot of people find they don't dream. So it does kind of like dull us, but in that way, it also adds to a lot of psychic protection, and it adds to a lot of, safety and help. So it will help with the nausea, and it will help with any type of like you're out there too much, unless you know you smoke the kind that gives you anxiety. We can get into that on a whole other thing. I am a really big cannabis advocate, but I do think that it is really important to know when and when not to use. You know what I mean? Now, other people have used different things to open their minds. There's this whole book called How to Change Your Mind. It is all about psychedelics. Psychedelics are a way to fix and open your mind. I have felt stuck before. There have been times where I have felt like I can't bring myself to do my favorite things. I'm not having paranormal experiences and things like that. And I personally have no issues with psilocybin, and so I do something like that. This book is about DMT and psilocybin. If you are interested, that is, we're not going to really get too deep into that, because I know that is absolutely not for everybody. It's absolutely like not super legal. However, if you are open to it and you need to facilitate some type of change in your mind, you may want to talk to somebody in Colorado that knows more. You may want to reach out to me that knows more about psychedelics, because there is a place for them in opening your mind and entering into other worlds. Having a paranormal experience while on substances doesn't necessarily negate what you're experiencing. Getting on the same vibe as a ghost is the whole thing. So let's talk about that a little bit. Our basic level of biology talks about all the vibrating atoms and molecules are doing, right? So when we say like on being on the same vibing, but I literally mean like vibing. So like I have been on paranormal investigations with other mediums, and they connect with ghosts that I cannot see, and I connect with ghosts that they cannot see, and sometimes we meet and sometimes we can experience the same thing, but we are on different vibes. And I think that I am not the only paranormal investigator to talk about how we are our own tuning fork, and we are tuned to some other vibrations and dimensions, and when we go on paranormal investigations, that kind of really makes itself known, and we vibe with certain ghosts and whatever who is on the same vibe, right? So that's why I bring in different like crystals and things like that. Look at this honking one, my green calcite, because these have a vibration. When you go to a crystal store and they've got those little cards that are like, it is good for this, that is because that's the vibration that crystal is on, right? So we bring in crystals to help facilitate a new vibration. We bring in food for the same reason, apples and things like that. We are creating a vibe that says, I am here, I am safe, you can talk to me. That is our alchemical charge. Like, we are taking control of the environment, and we are trying to create an atmosphere that allows what other things are on that vibe to talk to us, if that makes sense. Which is why I even bring this up, because these types of things change our vibe entirely. And so if we are struggling and we are at our wits' end and we are just desperate for a change mentality, it is not necessarily a wrong choice. You just have to feel good about it. You know what I mean? I can't make you do, I'm not trying to sell you anything. Okay, I'm not trying to sell you anything. Okay, let's continue on. Let's talk about creating a ritual, because that is us creating the vibe to talk to another being, right? And, you know, it is important to choose the right day, the right time of year. Beltane and Halloween are at those same poles of thinness, if you will, in the veils, thinness. So maybe if you have been struggling with having a paranormal experience, doing your ritual at like Beltane or at Halloween time of year would help you out a little bit. Time of day, we often choose nighttime because it's quiet. If you can't safely be somewhere at night, you don't have to feel like you will not have a paranormal experience. It is just going to take a little bit more like focus and concentration, because there is so much going on. There will be birds, there will be, you know, animals running around, there potentially could be people, cars driving by. Like, the reason we choose night is because it is easier to sync our senses into another dimension, because there isn't a ton going on. I mean, even just the brightness of the sun can take you out, you know what I mean? So that is typically why night is the better time, because our senses, we can kind of let them meld in. Like, I do that because like your aura should melt into the other dimensions around you. If that makes sense. Okay, now we talked about Poisoner's Apothecary. Go check him out. Check out these books. I think I've given you all my reference books. Be careful in abandoned spaces. People could be in there. Hey, housing is expensive as ever, and so there are more people without homes than ever. So be super, super careful if you're going into abandoned spaces to look for ghosts, because people are also at their wits' end. Everything is expensive. People are actively struggling to survive, and that will make people a little more violent than normal, a little more like unhinged. So please be super careful when you're going out. That's another reason why I thought this was so important. So let's talk about doing like a little ritual at your house. I did one for Boo Fest. what I did was I created a space on a kitchen table. I cleared off the kitchen table. I washed it. I gave it a new life. You know what I mean? Then I lined it with candles. I put some blue crystals out there because blue is the throat chakra, and so I kind of like to use blue for communication, but I also like to use purple for crown to kind of like get kind of out there. I had graveyard dirt, I had candles I had made for communication, and we raised our vibe by dancing first, and then we pulled some tarot cards. If you have watched Haunt Me, if you watched my talk at Boo Fest, if you follow me on social media, I share different like experience I've had where spirits will touch the tarot cards themselves. And so I like to lay them out at first just in case that wants to happen. And then if a few minutes go by and that doesn't happen, I try to feel like maybe what tarot cards want to be pulled, and I pull and we start talking. That is a really great way to do it. You can use a Ouija board. You can do the Estes method if you're with other people. You can do the Estes method if you're by yourself. You can just put on the gear and record yourself with your phone, you know, right then and there, and just see what happens. So there are all sorts of ways that you can try to have paranormal experiences in your home, and that is not less valid than going to a haunted place. It's just as valid. It doesn't matter if people don't believe you. It is all about you. Your paranormal experiences help you grow as a person, and you're supposed to take away certain things from these experiences. I promise you that. I promise you that. Let's see. So here, I was talking about different vibes. It's all about accepting your vibe or changing it. I've said this before, and I'll say it a million times. If you saw my talk at Anomacon, this was what it was all about. Or if you went and saw me on Coffee and Cauldrons, where I was teaching you how to read tarot cards for ghosts, it is all about knowing that you are the magic. It is you. Would ghosts even exist if it weren't for humans? I'm gonna leave you with that question. And with the notion that you, baby, you are the magic. I'm not more special than you. You can do it too. You just have to find the ways that work for you. So I hope I've given you like some new insights, some new ideas, some new experiments that you want to try. If I didn't answer a question that you had, you can find me on social media. I would love to answer your questions. I am not on socials very much, so please don't be offended if it even goes like a month without hearing from me. Like literally, I post stuff, but I don't scroll. But I would love to hear your questions. I would love to hear your stories. And join my Patreon. We do all kinds of fun stuff together, and we do a lot of self-help stuff too. We work through self-help booklets because sometimes you have to remove your blockages to feel your power. So feel your power, treat yourself right, eat good food, get as much exercise as you are willing to get, and drink all kinds of water, and go howl at the full moon.
Remote viewing. For decades, this once secret practice was shrouded in mystery, debated by scientists and psychics alike. From the Cold War to modern-day experiments, evidence is growing that there's something more, something measurable at play. And now, with applied psi, the power of remote viewing is at your fingertips. Whether you're new to remote viewing or a seasoned practitioner, the Applied Psi platform makes it easy to participate and create remote viewing sessions. Start by registering an account and dive into an active remote viewing session. Choose from ongoing sessions or create your own predictions with just a few clicks. Creating a new prediction is as easy as selecting a prediction category and time. Your task is simple. Clear your mind, remote view, and submit your results. Our system pairs remote viewers with experienced judges, with feedback helping you to refine your skills and contribute to an accurate prediction of future events. You can participate in a leaderboard to see where you rank among the top remote viewers. So join the future of remote viewing today. Sign up with the code Anomacon24 to gain public beta access and be among the first to explore the possibilities. Sign up now at appliedsci.com. That's appliedpsi.com and use the promo code Anomacon24. Applied Sci, where perception meets prediction.
All these years with no fears, but you never know, and you never know. And so sure and secure, but you never know, and you never know, and you never know, and you never know, and you never know. You got it so bad you can't let it go. You got it all wrong, but you'll never know. You'll never find out when you think you know. You got it all wrong. And you never know when you find yourself alone that I don't mind will take its toll. These thoughts grab hold, they won't let go. And we live it to 1,000 thoughts with just one. You're scared to death, you'll bleed out soon. They stab you, twist, they pull, but the night is not there. Oh, no, no, the night is not there. You got it so bad, you can't let it go. You got it all wrong, but you never know. You never find out when you think you know. You got it all wrong. Oh, the night is not there. No, no, the night is not there. Love is deceiving when you can't reach her. Learning is even when pain's your teacher. Love is deceiving when you can't reach her. Learning is even when pain's your teacher. I can build you up, I can tear you down. The choice never changes it all. I can build you up, I can tear you down. The choice never changes it all. The choice never changes it all. No, no. The choice never changes. You got it so bad you can't let it go. You got it all wrong, but you never know. You never find out when you think you know. You got it all wrong. The night is not there. No, no, the night is not there.
This is AP Strange, and I am here to present a presentation by the one and only Allan Greenfield, Dr. Allan Greenfield, UFO researcher, part of the teen ufologist movement in the 1960s, no longer a teen, and he is here to talk about occult lodges.
I'm no longer a teen.
Is Dave Halpern a teen? Is Rick Halpern a teen? Is Gene Steinberg a teen? He was never a teen, even when he was a teen. That's neither here nor there. I'll shut up now.
And we are coming to you with a presentation. That was Alan's big intro here. And through much difficulty, we must tell you, we're going to begin this little chat with how the Black Lodge interrupted our prior conversation and destroyed the recording. Because I guess we were touching on subjects that they don't want you to know.
Even the term the Black Lodge. Suddenly, every time we said something really interesting, we got these clicks and feedback. My computer died. It's still dead. I'm using my phone from here in orbit where I'm relatively safe. Not around the Earth. It's around Uranus. Don't laugh. I'm not going to call. It's not right around Uranus.
Well, while you're running rings around Uranus, we might as well get this thing going. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty strange. I mean, I'm gonna try to clip some clips from it and see if we can include it in this. But I mean, we were hearing clicking noises.
If you can, please do, because it was excellent material. But we really got defeated on that. Not only that, but when you played it back, if I understand correctly, it was unusable as a whole thing because you were hearing me talk from two different places and you saying two different things. Pleiadians are coming through.
It was some real Twin Peaks stuff. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. That's very well put. Yeah.
But it was Twin.
And
It
in
was
all
Twin
seriousness,
Greenfields.
it was scary. It was right up there with the knock on the door. Hi, we're the Men in Black. Here's our credentials. Oh, yeah. Okay. You can't talk about this stuff anymore. Oh, okay. I won't do that. You want to see one of my katanas? How about my vintage Browning picked up by my uncle in World War II? But that's another story. Oh, it's cocked and locked. What does that mean? Oh, now it's 2 Men in Black. Oh, it's only one. Oh, no, don't bleed on our carpets in the hall. This place is subsidized.
And that's how Alan got kicked out of his last apartment.
No, but you're accurate in spirit there. That just makes me look bald. I'm not bald. I have hair. Some of my teeth.
Well, yeah, I mean, if I can't fit the clip in, just to describe it, I mean, aside from overlapping voices, two Allens, possible intervention from Terry R. Wrist, and the clicking noises was the weirdest part to me because it just evoked it had the vibe of a phone being tapped, which is kind of absurd because we're talking digitally via the internet. The more spookier.
Is a magical.
Is that what that is? Or are we being tapped?
Either both are.
The phone. The line is being tapped here.
There are clicks on my phone that are making me pause more than I need to. I'm not having senior moments.
Yeah, I
By the way, are you
don't know what
hearing
that is.
clicking
That's
from
very
your
strange.
phone?
I've never heard that before.
Well, go ahead. I will answer any questions.
Well, there are clicks on my phone that are making me pause more
Oh, hey,
than I
there's
need
another
to. I'm
Alan
not
here.
having
I think
senior
that might be
moments.
part of the problem.
But
Yeah, it might be Terry R. Wrist.
No!
So you wouldn't expect to hear the clicking sounds associated with phone taps in the 60s, but there you have it. So,
and I don't know now whether that would happen at all, but I'm reading a novel, James Elroy, called The Cold 6000. don't read it if you don't have a very strong stomach. But anyway, it's about bugging in the 1960s. And it refers to the fact that, if you use a scrambler, there are clicks. If you are bugging a phone, there are clicks. And I could be reading anything. I mean, this is not typical reading fare for me. So we'll call that a synchronicity because we were getting basically what I was reading in a novel. And I expect that if it were a Philip K. Dick novel, because he talks about that in his novels.
Yeah, that's true.
I had a weird experience once when I think I was traveling with my parents back in the Stone Age, and there were dinosaurs outside. But we were in a motel, and I was reading the last of The Man in the High Castle, one of my favorites and a favorite in science fiction circles. And I got to the last page where it's talking about, I think his name was Mr. Tagomi, having an alternate reality experience where he goes into our world. And I knew from the scuttlebutt in science fiction circles that Phil Dick had used I Ching to write the book. And as I thought that and came to the last page where basically the guy was in a different reality, our reality more or less, I got this weird sensation. Am I closing the book having finished it? Or is it closing me? And I know I can't convey all the weirdness of that, but it felt mighty weird. I hesitated to close the book. I've reread it several times, and it hasn't redone that, but it was weird because he was a weird guy.
That's for sure. I think Philip K. Dick may have played a hand in fracturing our reality, or maybe giving us a glimpse of what the real reality is.
I think that's the deal. He really saw it for what it is. I think his definition of insanity was something to do with it's what's there when everything else has been disproved. And I'm fracturing his point, but nevertheless, he was the soul of the late 20th century, I think. And I don't know, I've read every single book that he wrote, which is a rare thing for me to do, and most of his short stories, and even some of his nonfiction, where he has his own encounters with the men in black. Really?
Yeah, I've heard about that. So, speaking of Men in Black, at the risk of incurring their wrath again, that plays heavily into your book on the Black Lodge, the secrets of the real Black Lodge revealed.
Revealed.
That you co-wrote with
available from all better booksellers.
Now, see,
I'm
that
not
was
plugging
weird.
it. I'm simply mentioning it.
That was weird because it was incredibly difficult to buy off of Amazon before. You had to trick Amazon into showing you the listing for the longest time. And
Not only that, my printer, well, not my printer, my publisher uses an outside printer for books that he thinks are going to do well. And the printer that he uses ordinarily is very good at what they do. Well, I gave up trying to count the number of typos that wound up in the final version. Well, not the final version, we'll probably have another version of Secrets of the Real Black Lodge. Because there are a bunch of them. And, the publisher had professional proofreaders, and because I have trouble spelling my own name. It's A-L-A-N, right? No, A-L-L-E-N. But, there was interference with that. And then when it went up on, I don't know about other sites, but I got a number of people who said, well, I can't find it on Amazon. And I knew it was there. And it popped up and down and up and down. And I think that's solved now, not by me. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, what it ended up being, what I realized was if you looked on the app, it would not appear. You couldn't make it appear. But then if you did like a Google search, you could get it on the browser, and you would have to sign in to Amazon from the browser, but you couldn't get it on the app. So I think there are Black Lodge members working for Amazon, probably busting strikes.
Oh, if I were a discarnate being working for the ultimate destruction of humanity, I would certainly have paid agents at Amazon, by far the largest bookseller and distributor in the world, I imagine. And I would also have somebody or some bodies on Wikipedia, because any of us that have read Orwell know that he who controls the past controls the future. Oh, it's a very Jewish nose. I don't know.
Oh boy. Yeah, so we're diving right into
the Mossad is at my door now. That's okay. I like them. Okay. Just don't. Never mind. Never mind.
Yeah. So yeah, we kind of dove right into the deep end with this, as opposed to our first time around where we eased into it and then got snuck up on. So I think we're in the clear at this point if we haven't already been. Yeah, don't start with that again.
No. If mocking it is one of the things that I recommend to people with any negative occult theme. Of course, that doesn't work on bullets or anything, but basically in occult circles, they love fear, the demons. They love fear, and they absolutely hate humor. So I prescribe humor for my distressed students, of whom there are many.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think you had told me once, probably the first time we emailed, I asked you about the role of humor in the occult, and you said after any major occult operation, you should take a break and watch a bunch of Looney Tunes cartoons or a Mel Brooks movie. So, and I find that to be solid advice.
Absolutely, and that is among, are among. That are among, no, that doesn't sound right. Oh, what the hell. It's been a long time since I've been in school, folks. Centuries and centuries. They were teaching in Middle English back then.
But I thought you were a teen ufologist.
I was, but that was later. No, it wasn't. I'm lying through my teeth.
Yeah. You were so much older then. You're younger than that now.
Copyright Robert Zimmerman, Minnesota, 1964.
Yeah, forget the MIB. The record company's going to come after us, and shut us down. So,
well, they're not going to get to me here in Switzerland. So what am I worried about?
Yeah. The Trollenberg.
And you're there in Moldova, so
yeah. So last time we did this very same interview, this is the alternate reality version of it. I asked you to kind of define what an occult lodge is, but I think this time I'm going to switch it up since spontaneity is the name of the game. And we can take that apart and define what you would consider to be a cult and what you mean by the word lodge. Because the Black Lodge, as you define it in the book, is a little bit different than your standard like Freemasonry building where gentlemen meet once every full moon or whatever.
Well, there is that. I think the word occult simply means hidden. I mean, it's, in various, it's used in astronomy for a planet occulting or the moon occulting a particular star or planet. But it means hidden. Curiously, so does the word Kabbalah, which also means hidden. But I think that it refers to, in practice, it refers to the secrecy which I discourage involved in paranormal intentional process, which is what the occult really is, or certainly what magic really is. It's a process that happens all the time, but with the intent to make it happen. And that is essentially the bare bones of the entire occult universe. That and the results of various efforts to say, I've been working with the Enochian system for the first time in years. And that's certainly the output of that and of trans-channeling and of oracles is in order to tap into the wisdom of what the Theosophists used to call the Great White Brotherhood. I try to avoid that term because it sounds like a meeting of the Klan in Mississippi.
Right.
Yeah. Not really. While there is some overlap in the early days of the Theosophical Society, I don't think that that's an appropriate term. But secret chiefs is the term that I favor because of the magical communities I came up in, or the hidden masters, or just the masters, which is to say discarnate beings who used to be human, as opposed to something that was never human. And they have ascended, and instead of going, well, the Eastern term is bodhisattva, a person who has reached a point that they're capable of Buddhahood, but who assume a responsibility to bring all other sentient beings to Buddhahood before they enter into nirvana, whatever, nirvana. And I think that the same thing applies in Western practices, but we don't have in English anyway, a linguistic equivalent of the Sanskrit or Pali material that so well captures the notions that we use in Western magic. When we say angel or demon, we generally mean angel or demon. But of course, those are manifestations of something very different and probably having a lot to do with alternate realities or other dimensions, also known in current quantum physics as brains, not the kind of brains that you find in Return of the Living Dead. Brains. But branes, as in membranes.
Right.
And there may be any number of those, which shall break to the contrary. But there may be an infinite number, in which case, if they interpenetrate our own reality, it explains much of the now you see it, now you don't aspect of everything from Bigfoot to flying saucers.
Well, that was a great answer to that. Because
stop you right there at Area 51.
Yep. All right. So as far as the lodge aspect goes to it, so I mean, the way I'm conceiving of it is that lodge can have more than one meeting here, where it can be kind of literally an assembly or a group of magic practitioners or people that are converged for a purpose, or there could be a more metaphysical meaning to the word lodge as you use it, particularly for the Black Lodge, meaning more of a current of magical working. Would you agree with that, or am
Yeah,
I misinterpreting?
No, you're getting it right. Although I will say this: the magical, quote unquote, lodges that are corporeal and made up of ordinary Joes and Janes profess to be an entrance into those higher realms that I was just describing. They all do that in one form or another, from the Theosophist to the Golden Dawn to the OTO to the AA to the OTA. Only the people who try to put this in paranormal terms, like not a lot, the academic parapsychologists and who are not working with a magical lodge, they're working with scientific equipment and talented people to try to assess what, if anything, is actually happening. Curiously, the first organization that I know of to use that sort of thing, they were into UFOs before there were UFOs, was a Borderland Sciences Research Associates, used to be named. It's now a foundation, but they were talking about the ether ships that were coming to Earth in 1945, which is a couple of years before, at least where public consciousness was concerned.
Right.
And they have no, they have a director, but they have no initiatory hierarchy, nor do they have initiations. And the common denominator with many, if not all of these groups, is if you join and are part of it and follow the program, you will attain a higher level. Just be sure to cross my palm with large bills. I think they are, this kind of gets into what we did in the forbidden version of this. But I think that most of them are doomed to failure in those areas and are best avoided because simply you cannot have dogma and hierarchy and expect to attain really higher states of consciousness. I mean, any initiation worth its salt can scare the bejesus out of you and fulfill the formula of mystery play initiations, which is inducing crisis in one way or another, and then resolution, which will lead one to a higher level of understanding, according to which degree or air or whatever one is, whatever one uses in a particular system. But if you have dogma and hierarchy and dire oaths, mostly derived from Freemasonry, but they're blood oaths, and if you're doing that and swearing allegiance to some leader, especially if it's an organization that has a leader for life, chances are you're getting a lot of personal static and not getting the accoutrements are there and the trappings are there, but somewhere along the development of these bodies, which I traced in one of my earlier books, which is still available, but I forget the name of it. Is that
a history? Yeah. Was that a history of magic, 1700 to 2000?
Yes, it is the history of modern magic from 1700 to 2000. because earlier than 1700, it's really hard to not get into the land of mythology. And later than 2000 would be later than I wrote the book, but it is still very useful to trace the authentic and inauthentic traditions in magic. And consistently, I find that those who have that dogmatic ideology and authoritarian power structure built around an individual or little circle of individuals, you start off with material that really is part of the authentic tradition, but you wind up swearing to oaths and also, in most cases, emptying your wallet in order to achieve enlightenment. And that is probably no different from the Eastern practice, albeit it has been popular in the West since the 1960s, and arguably earlier than that, of the guru-Sila relationship in Eastern mysticism, which is basically what the guru says is what you believe.
Right.
And it's what you believe. The displaced guru, J. Krishnamurti, spent most of his life after having freed himself of his theosophical connections, telling people it's there within yourself, just find it. And he probably wouldn't even approve of my saying it that way. But hey, he was an exception to the rule.
Well, he was groomed to be the world teacher by Ledbetter and Besant, right? As the
two very reliable people.
So I mean, no, he's an extraordinary character and had a lot of great things to say against that very idea that he was groomed and prepared to be. He was very nearly manipulated into that kind of position. So.
Oh, he was. They picked him up as a child.
Yes.
And indoctrinated him in theosophical and related doctrines, and set up an order for him to be the world teacher, much to Aleister Crowley's distress, because he also claimed to be the world teacher. But there is no world teacher. The world teacher is within each of us if we tune into it. And nobody has a monopoly on truth. And that is basically one of the basic premises that I operate under, that your approach to the truth should always be provisional, but it should never fall into dogma or listening to the guru or teacher or prelate, or, the term will vary about that. The leader's voice would be good for politically minded people to also take on. Just because the leader says it, don't make it true.
Well,
trust me, I went to school.
Well, this might be a bad time to bring up our future courses where you can follow our guruship that we're planning to offer later. So we'll not touch on that right now.
But if you get 3 box tops from Quaker Oats and send them in, we'll give you a 10% discount. But remember, at the end of our URL, put /the guys.
Yeah. And you can also sign up for our newsletter at the merch table in the back after we're done.
At the merch table in the back, I'll be glad to autograph your books. And I hope you're all here to buy books and listen to the pearls of wisdom of the many, many speakers at this historic conclave.
Yeah, actually, this would we probably should have led with that. Thank you, Mr. Sprague, and all the other wonderful presenters, and all of you for
Shout
tuning in.
out to Mr. Sprague. Thank you for inviting me and not inviting AP this year so that, I can get him to cue me and reduce that great mind of his to being Ed McMahon.
You are correct,
I'm sorry. Right. Yes.
We're making all the references that the kids will love. This is very Gen Z oriented, All the kids are talking the Johnny Carson show these days. So
well, to all the Gen Zers out there, I should say, there is no disclosure because there's nothing to disclose except what independent researchers like us have come to, because the truth is the government, for the same reason I think that the lodges of magic, to use Renee Watt's disparaging term, get fouled up, which is power corrupts, as Lord Acton said. He said further, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And he was referring, I think, specifically to the established church in England. And I think it applies, however, to all kinds of institutions. Those that have some answerability to their constituency are better than those that are ad vitam for life. But still, there tends to be, in all systems, a hierarchy that is not subject to question. And the thing is, you need to explore, and you also need to have, in the words of my late friend Robert Anton, who always called me the UFO guy for some reason, you have to have a cast iron bullshit detector. And I said, bullshit, this could be.
I believe so. That should be fine. Yeah.
Well, I know the secrets, and you don't.
Yeah.
And if you believe that, you've missed my point altogether.
Right.
Beckley and Gray Barker are the two bad boys of ufology. I also think they were among those that were closest to dangerously close to the truth.
Yeah. Well, they were both kind of trickster figures. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, well, the tricksters are essential to any real initiation, which brings us back to your question. Great segue. If you want to not be a solo practitioner, I mean, you can read, and in the previous forbidden version of this, I talked about, what you should do if you're going to practice magic. You should start out with some form of meditation. My preference is the jhana, or as it's called in China, or was called in China, Chan, and in Japan, is still called Zen. It's a sitting meditation, and it centers you, which is very important. Somewhere along the magical path, you will feel, in the original sense of the term, panic. And meditation calms your mind and allows you to go on to the second level, which is protective magic. Read the Unfortunate's book, The Psychic Self-Defense. Learn. I'm not big on learning things by heart, but learn the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, perfectly not flawlessly, and practice doing it under duress because you're gonna need it. And just in case, you should also familiarize yourself with some classical exorcisms, which you can find in a lot of magical memoirs, and also in the Missal Roman, the Roman Catholic Missal. So they have a lot of experience with dealing with angels and demons. So I would recommend that as one form because it's a lot easier. I have told students for decades, it's a lot easier to invoke than to vanish. So we're vanishing first. Because once you have attained to some higher ether or have Congress in one form or another with some being, getting rid of them afterwards is a lot harder than bringing them in. The techniques for bringing them in are well known. So are those the magicians of banishing them. But let's just say most people don't take that as seriously until they're in deep trouble. So learn that, and then if you need to read everything, good, bad, and otherwise, about occultism and magic. Certainly watch all the episodes of the Hellier series. People who deal research correctly, which is their witness, ghost hunters, all the other bullshit shows. And then, if you're of a mind to, and this is the only self-serving part of this for me, although it's free for nothing, you might want to join if you have Facebook access, which I have off and on, depending on who you're monitoring, to the Worldwide Free Illuminist group on Facebook, and basically say, I'm kind of new to this stuff, but I've been studying. I would like to be in touch with a free Illuminist local person or group, or alternately maybe form one of my own. And that is a great plug-in because there are thousands of people that have taken that path. Other than that, I'm not sure how you would go about it if you live in a big psychic center like New York or LA. Just try to avoid getting involved in the organizations. The first thing they talk about are the fees, and second thing are the first time you are obliged to take an oath. Go ahead and take it so you don't, cause problems, but get the hell out of it and undo it. Because if you were lured into something, the fact is you are not bound by it. It is judgment runs both ways, as I was once taught to say.
Yeah. Well,
does that answer your question?
I think it does. We could get into. Well, I'll pose it as a question to you. How would you define free Illuminism as opposed to other lodges? It's just you've been a proponent of this as a more inclusive and I guess less dodgy version of occult groups and working, right? So free Illuminism as distinguished from
decentralist.
Right. So anarcho
It's sort of modeled on syndicalist ideas, which are think globally, act locally. But I kind of tried to capsulize what I think it should be, but others are free to make it something entirely different. I was an early experimenter in that area, but I wasn't the first. And where to go with that. There are three general principles involved that I have mentioned, and I believe that they're in the introductory material on the Worldwide Freedom site, which is, let me reduce it, no dogma. If it has a dogma, if it has a fixed belief system that you must believe in to be involved, walk away from it. It's not free illuminism. With the exception of things like directly paying expenses, like if you have a party, somebody's got to buy the party tickets. There should be no fees involved, and if you don't, if you're unable to afford it, you certainly shouldn't be excluded for financial reasons. Local bodies are free to do what they want to do, and once they're chartered, and they can be chartered by any local body, including mine, they are not subject to the parent lodge's authority because they're autonomous once they're chartered. So, and if they're chartered and there's a fee involved for chartering it, go away. It's not free illuminism. And if you avoid the dogma and authoritarian structure, which would be somebody that's elected for life or appointed for life, who just basically claims that the Pleiadians have made him chief spokesperson on Earth, and walk away from it. That's not free illuminism. So it's easier to define what isn't free illuminism than what is, because the intention is for the local person and or group is self-defining. So why have an association at all? And the only answer I can give is the only excuse I believe that there is for having organization, which is if you get into something as, I almost said spellbinding, that's a double entendre, as spooky, as the occult, you best have a support group. And what free illuminism does is it provides a worldwide free communion of people that are on the same kind of path that you're on. And without dictating to you, they're there for your commiseration. And occasionally, if you go off the deep end saying, hey, just because Carlos said Don Juan said it, doesn't mean that it's necessarily something that you need to believe yourself. That's it.
Yeah.
Techniques are going to be learned from trial and error and from people who seem to be something, on the ball about it. But you always have to go provisional, because magic is a gradual unfolding. And if you try to say it's done this way and not that way, you wind up being boring, but you also wind up not being very enlightened. And also, it tends to be not very tolerant of any way that's different than your own.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Well, it's derived from personal experience, among other things.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, this is some stuff that you've written about in one of your other books. We'll plug one of your other ones, The Grail Within. You you get into some of that kind of manipulation, and I mean, it's mostly a book about sex magic, but also things to look out for in that regard.
Well, there are a lot of books about sex magic, in quotes, but most of them, if not all of them, with the possible exception of Lewis Culling's long ago book, which I think was called Sexual Magic, they don't deal with their own experiences. And in my experience, there is a great deal of exploitation, often of women, it's also of men, where sexual magic is concerned. It's a magnet for all kinds of authoritarian people that are basically better served by a swingers club than by any form of magic. But if you apply the principles that I mentioned earlier, meditation, followed by psychic self-defense, followed by reading everything you can on the subject, and then get involved, which will take you a couple of years. But if you're sincere about this stuff, the fact is it's going to take you, it's a lifetime and maybe many lifetimes of quest. You need to be aware that there are vipers in the woods, especially when it comes to sexual magic. So be wary of that. I have seen it, I have experienced it, I know it can be very unpleasant and considerably illegal. So I wrote a book that was basically the first half of it talks about the theoretical stuff and says what you just said, basically. Beware, beware. And it means it. The second half is largely about my own experiences, a very awkward thing to write about, but I felt like nobody talks about their own experiences in the book. People talk about it to their immediate colleagues, but they don't relay not only what they are, but how to do them. So I just gave them a bit of that, and The Grail Within is probably, again, with the exception maybe of Lewis Culling's long ago book, probably the only book that really discusses what to expect at a personal level with this stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, that gets back to what we were talking about earlier, where the personal experience, the experiential end of it, and I mean, that's the real initiatory thing. That's the whole journey. Is the story that you begin when you embark on that journey towards enlightenment, I guess, but for lack of a better term. But
no, I think that's a good term. I mean,
right.
You don't want to say nirvana because that term is widely misunderstood in the West. And the ultimate danger there is becoming power obsessed. And that's where the Black Lodge comes in. A lot of people think the Black Lodge is, I don't know, in some building in Manhattan. You go there and there's a brass plate on the door saying Black Lodge.
Right.
A smaller plaque that says Amber, which may be familiar.
Yeah.
Fans of demonology. But the fact is that the Black Lodge is actually the, how shall I put it, former human beings who have attained a very high level of initiation, but have chosen, unlike those people who are the secret chiefs of the Third Order, or the former term was Great White Brotherhood, or the Masters, or the Theosophical Masters, or some people choose to project off of them. Planets and other solar systems. There are human beings that have attained, and in the case of the secret chiefs, they want a humanity in attaining And the Black Lodge is dedicated to just the opposite. Not attaining false leads, false flags, and ultimately the destruction of the human race, which they don't care being incorporeal and immortal, but they don't like having competition. So
Yeah.
there is that war on a level that is not the ultimate level, but it is certainly the higher level that one sees in occultism and magic. And shows up on occasion, notably with John Dee and Kelly and their successors in the more modern occult groups.
Yeah, I mean, I see it in part as being encouraging people with talents and knowledge in occultism towards their baser instincts, kind of encouraging that kind of selfish drive in people. Would you say that's an aspect or like a tactic of the Black Lodge?
Oh yeah, I think somebody must have whispered in Goebbels' ear or something.
Right.
Triumph of the will. Beware of that word. It has many meanings, but one is my way or the highway. And that is just not forgive me, not kosher.
Yeah. Well, I can't argue with you on that one. All right, so we're nearing an hour here, so I figure we could wrap this up and end on a high note. I think we covered quite a lot of things this time around, and hopefully the recording isn't as botched as the first one.
If it is, we're not speaking. Agreed?
Yeah, we'll do it live. Screw it, we'll do it live.
Yeah. That's going to be interesting. As we look out on this empty room, deflecting our sound back to us, we're reminded of other places that we have gone where there was nobody who gave a damn about what we had to say. And rightly so, as we are. And then I could launch into my famous talk on the four magicians in the tarot.
The four magicians?
Which is a separate talk altogether.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, we'll have to save that for next time, I think. We don't have time to get into that one. So,
Well, maybe we'll do it on a podcast sometime in the near future.
Sounds like a plan. Any final thoughts on everything that we've said today, whenever this airs?
I hope that this is useful to those who are aspiring magicians and inspirational to those who are journeymen, intermediate magi. If one is an advanced practitioner, I hope they won't find everything that we've had to say lame or antagonistic. It's not meant to be, I don't think. I hope they don't get thrown into a tizzy because we both agree that humor is very important to the work in order to avoid being one of the many people who are quite crazy involved in this stuff. Some of them started out as being, okay people and wound up falling victim to their own egos. And that serves the purposes of the Black Lodge. It does not serve the purposes of the super chiefs or any sincere practitioner of the magic. Yeah. And if you would care to buy any of my books, they are Secrets of the Real Black Body Revealed. Its predecessors, the Complete Secret Cipher of the Euphonauts, are readily available on Amazon and Barnes and Noble, and I like to say wherever fine books are sold.
Good stuff. And also at the merch table in the back where you can get a selfie with Allan Greenfield.
Yes, at the merch table in the back, and that's certainly we'll be glad to autograph it. That's really what we do. It's the only time we get to show Gen Z people what cursive writing looks like.
All right. Well, thank you for allowing me to interview you, Alan, for your presentation. And we'll
Thank
sign
you.
up here.
This went very polished. I'm sure it's going to upset the guys, but I haven't heard a lot of clicks.
All right, guys. What did you think of that? Click, clickety click. Amazing. Amazing. Surreal to have Allan Greenfield give a presentation. Special thanks to AP Strange as well for taking part in that. All right, let's move on, guys, to our next two. But before we do that, did want to read this. Dope Nose says, heartfelt thank you for this 2-day event. The work and prep is plainly evident, and you releasing it live and for free is a shining example of how the community should be. So true. This community is just amazing when we allow it to be. And I do want to say, this is a labor of love. It really is, by both myself, Suzanne, and all of our incredible speakers. I'm not planning on making money at this event. Our speakers went into this knowing they might not make any money either. We all just wanted to do this to have fun and talk about the anomalous. So make of that what you will. And thank you, Dope Nose. I truly do appreciate that. I want to thank all of our super chatters and super stickers as well. All of these donations, guys, are going to go to charity. You can read about them in the show notes below. They're all having to do with organ donation, which is in memory of my mother, Sue Sprague, who was an organ recipient. And the other 50% of donations will go to compensate our speakers. So if you do want to help them out, throw them a couple bones, please feel free. We'll have links, banners, all of that stuff up for you. QR codes as well. So yeah, thank you to all of you for that. And thank you to our speakers. Speaking of speakers, wow. Good transition, Ryan. Let's get to our next two. You guys want to talk about elves? How about video games? How about aliens, elves, and video games? Let's do it. I'm so in for this. So, next up, we have got Preston Dennett joining us. Preston began investigating UFOs and the paranormal in 1986 when he discovered that his family, friends, and coworkers were having dramatic, unexplained encounters. Since then, he's interviewed hundreds of witnesses and investigated a wide variety of paranormal phenomena. He is a field investigator for the Mutual UFO Network, a ghost hunter, a paranormal researcher, and the author of more than 30 books and more than 100 articles about UFOs and the paranormal. Several of his books are on Amazon and are bestsellers. And his writing has been translated into several different languages, including German, Portuguese, French, Russian, and Icelandic. He has appeared on numerous radio and television programs, and his research has been presented in the LA Times, the LA Daily News, the Dallas Morning News, and other newspapers. He's taught classes on various paranormal subjects and lectures across the United States. And next up, guys, we have our wild card of Anomacon. If you are into UFOs, you know this face well, whether you like it or not. That's right. We've got the one and only Mick West joining us as well. Mick West is an author, software developer, and UFO analyst with a long background in the video game industry, notably as the technical director of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater series. He founded Metabunk, a website dedicated to investigating UFOs, conspiracy theories, and other unusual claims through crowdsourcing and public data. Mick authored the book Escaping the Rabbit Hole: How to Debunk Conspiracy Theories Using Facts, Logic, and Respect. Additionally, using his video game engineering experience, he developed the Citrek suite of tools, which are used for the technical analysis and recreation of UFO videos, which is actually kind of going to tie into what Mick talks about in this presentation. So here we go, guys. Aliens, elves, video games, Tony Hawk? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Let's get to our next two presentations, and I hope you enjoy.
Vision Radio.
Hello everyone, my name is Preston Dennett. I call this one Elf or Alien. People of course have been seeing humanoids of all kinds for a very long time. And we're talking very tall humanoids, short humanoids, really every shape, size, and color you can imagine. And I think the most popular explanation for these humanoids is extraterrestrials. But that might not be true in every case. In fact, in these cases, I think there might very well be another explanation. These are cases involving what appear to be little people who are native to our planet. And if you examine the cultures across the world, pretty much all of them have a long history of strange supernatural creatures. Call them what you will, elves, dwarves, leprechauns, kobolds, fairies. Pretty much every location on this planet has reports of these little people. This is often thought to be mythological, but if you look into the actual reports, they're really quite compelling, and they haven't gone away. There are, in fact, many modern cases, and that's what I'd really like to talk about today. I investigated one of my own cases. That's what inspired me to take a little bit of a deeper look into this. And I was really quite surprised to find so many cases of these elves. Or perhaps ETs? I don't know. There's a little bit of bleed through in some of these cases. You can make up your own mind about them, but I can tell you, again, they do come from all over the world. Many of them are involving multiple witnesses. Some do have physical evidence. There does seem to be a direct UFO association in some of them. Certainly not all of them. But I've got 10 cases that I found particularly compelling, including one I investigated personally. And that is what I would like to cover today. So, there's quite a bit of cases. Let's just get started. And the first case I'd like to present, I call An Elf in Bronte, Finland. This is a very early case, way back in 1885, which, as it turns out, does seem to involve a landed UFO. This case actually comes from Albert Rosales and his amazing multi-volume books, Humanoids Among Us. It's a pretty interesting account. Again, this occurred in 1885 in Bronte, Finland. This is near the city of Kamito. And it involves a young woman, a mother of 3 children, who was picking berries in the forest when she came upon something that shouldn't be there. She said it resembled a kettle lock, as you can see pictured here, and it was sort of parked there on a small hill. But besides this large object stood an elf-like creature that she said was carrying something that resembled an axe on his shoulder. Now this quite frightened her, and she returned to her village, and after a couple of hours she went back to the location, this time with other villagers, but the object and the elf were gone. So she told this to her grandmother, who is 71 years old, and related this story, which originally comes from researcher Mervi Virtanen of Finland. It's an amazing case. So yeah, I mean, that sounds like a classic little elf. However, given that there was apparently a landed UFO of some size, I don't know. I honestly don't know. And there's so many cases that sort of raise these very serious questions about who and what these beings are. And here's another one, which I call the Little Man of Mangop, New York. This is another really interesting case, which took place way back in 1947. It involves a gentleman by the name of Ron Quinn, who published his account in Fate magazine. And it's quite a detailed story, and I don't know, sounds like an elf to me. I love this case. August 1947 was really about, 1 month after the Roswell UFO crash. Probably just a coincidence, but at any rate, the main witness is Ron Quinn, and this took place again in Mangop Valley in New York. This is east of Monticello, and it was August of 1942 when Ron Quinn, who was 10 years old, was with his family on vacation in the country. They had spent most of the day outside, but Ron got in trouble and was told to spend an hour inside the cottage while the others remained outside to play. So he was inside when he heard a soft tapping noise on the window. And I'll just let Ron say what happened in his own words, because he describes it very well. As Ron says, "I looked in the direction of the sound and froze in fear. Standing on the outside of the window ledge was a small, oddly dressed man about 12 inches high. The little fellow did not entirely resemble the traditional elf, gnome, or leprechaun we have all seen depicted in various books and movies. After all these years, I can still describe that little man, down to the last detail, as his image is branded deep in my memory. He had an odd-looking hat, dark green in color. A short, dark gray beard covered his lower face. From beneath his hat, silky, curly hair cascaded down and covered his ears, which I never saw. His light gray shirt fit somewhat tightly around his upper body, but the sleeves were quite baggy. The little guy's trousers were the same color and ended below the knee. Something resembling a black belt encircled his wide waist, but it had no buckle. He wore dark brown, soft-looking boots that ended just below the trousers. His extremely large eyes were his most striking feature, and the expression on his little face was that of pure friendship and love." So this is quite a striking thing for Ron to see, and despite this tiny man's friendly appearance, he became terrified, because even at age 10, he knew that such things were not supposed to exist. So he looked away, hoping that this was an illusion that would disappear. But of course the knocking sound came again. Ron looked back, and the man smiled and waved his hand at him. And at this point he noticed that this little man held a small walking stick, and it was he was using this little stick to tap the window. So Ron could hardly believe his eyes, but it was clear that this figure was no illusion, and as he says, "What I was looking upon was real in every sense of the word, including the movement of his body and the shadow he cast on the ledge below. Everything was there." So at this point, this little figure motioned for Ron to come closer, and after a moment, Ron gathered his courage, he knelt forward and slowly opened the window. And this little man eyed him closely, and as Ron says, he kept smiling and looking me over as if he had never been this close to a human before. As I reached out to touch this strange individual that had invaded my life, he stepped back and his head tilted from left to right as he inspected me from every angle. After smiling once more, the little guy leaped from the ledge, landing gracefully on the grass below. He ran with long leaps across the lawn, stopping momentarily to look back, then disappeared among the shadows of the trees. So Ron was amazed, and he jumped up and told his family, but to his disappointment, nobody believed him, even after he showed them a clear footprint on the grass made by this little man. He told his friends, and they teased him mercilessly. However, even today, Ron is still sticking to his story. As he says, "In all this time, that one experience remains high on my list of pleasant memories. I've told this story numerous times at parties and so on, and have received various explanations. To this day, I am certain that the little character was real and not something conceived in the mind of a young man with a, quote, very active imagination, as Mom had put it." Now, one perhaps really telling detail was mentioned by Ron, who said, quote, "The most striking feature was his extremely large eyes." This is a comment often made by people who encountered ETs, but otherwise, this does not sound like an ET. So that's the little man of Montauk, New York, and as you can see, it inspired Ron Quinn to actually write an entire book about little people. This is far more common, I think, than most people realize. It just doesn't get a whole lot of attention. But these are definitely still going on. As we see, we're going sort of chronologically through these stories. There are some very much current stories. But here's another one, which I personally investigated. I call this one My Mysterious Friend. This is actually the title that the witness gave himself to his account. And wow, what an interesting story, because he not only saw this little elf-like creature once or twice, but multiple times. This one occurred in Lakewood, Colorado in 1945, when the main witness was just a tiny little boy himself. But again, as we shall see, it affected him for the rest of his life. So it was 1945, and Galen Sharp was in his home in Lakewood, Colorado. He was only 4 years old when he first met his little elf. At least that's what he thought it was. As Galen says, he just stepped out of the bookcase that stood against the wall. He was just as tall as I, if not a little taller. His head and eyes were large, but normal looking. In my memory, he looked like I would have called an elf, had I known what an elf was then. He was not at all scary or threatening. Though he was small, he didn't look like a child, and was as solid and real as anyone. He was wearing a little short jacket and dark square-cut pants with worn leather shoes. His nose was round. He wore no cap or hat and was bald. His movements were quick and deliberate. So Galen did have siblings. He had many friends. He had great parents who were very loving and nurturing. He was a very happy child. And now, seeing this elf-like being, he was even more delighted, especially when this elf began to speak to him and share special stories with him. And in fact, as Galen says, he told me about many wondrous things. But being only 4, I couldn't understand most of the things he told me. However, he was friendly and helpful, and could really make me laugh. Now the elf did share his name with Galen. This is a name which Galen has chosen to keep private, but the elf did call Galen by his own nickname, Topper, which Galen had earned due to his very fine blonde hair, which had a tendency to kind of float around his head. So after a short little introduction, this little man just disappeared. Galen, of course, quickly ran to his mother and excitedly told her about his new friend. And after listening to what he had to say, Galen's mother just kind of smiled and said that he had, quote, an imaginary friend. So this really puzzled Galen, as he says, I didn't know what the word imaginary meant at that time, so I still considered him very real. So time moved on, and Galen wasn't really expecting another visit, but he got one. It was just a short time later when his elf friend appeared again. As before, the visit was very short. The elf appeared, kind of joked and played around with Galen for a few minutes, and then disappeared as mysteriously as he had arrived. Once again, he tried to tell his parents, but he was unable to convince them that his elf friend was real. As Galen says, my parents were not concerned, and didn't seem interested in my friend. I guess the word imaginary took all the reality out of it for them. They seemed amused, but not curious at all, and never asked about it. So this was having a huge effect on Galen, and over the next year, this elf appeared at least 3 more times. The visits were few and somewhat far between. They occurred without any warning, but it was always the same sort of thing. This little elf-like creature looked very solid and real, always wore the same strange outfit, and was always very happy and jolly. As Galen says, I really didn't see him very often. Maybe only 5 times, possibly more, but certainly not every day. He was not a constant companion. He would always show up unexpectedly, although only when I was alone and never at night. But I was always glad to see him. We would play together and talk about interesting things, joke and laugh. Once in the yard, he put a bushel basket on his head and clowned around while I laughed myself silly. So there was one curious feature that Galen did notice, was that this elf, although clearly solid, as he would often grab objects and move them around, he never actually touched Galen himself. As Galen says, he did touch and handle things, yet I can't recall him ever touching me. We mostly talked about things. I knew so little about the world that I didn't question his sudden appearances in my home. He seemed to know all about me and everything else. There was one very special visitation in which Galen's little elf friend actually brought along another elf. As Galen says, one of the most remarkable memories with him was meeting another elf like him just outside the back door of our garage. The new elf was possibly taller, a little older, and dressed much like my friend. They told me about exciting things to come. I was amazed and astounded with all they told me. I remember the time vividly, even how and where we were standing. And then came bad news. Galen's family had decided to move. Galen was not happy about it because he was afraid his elf friend wouldn't be able to follow him. So next time the elf appeared, Galen vowed to ask if the elf would follow. And sure enough, a short time later, this elf did show up again unannounced. By this time, Galen was 5 years old. And after some joking around, Galen shared the sad news. As Galen says, in his own words, I told him we were going to move to another house far away and asked him to come with us. He explained that he had to stay there and couldn't move away. I was heartbroken. I cried and I pleaded with him to come, but he was adamant. He couldn't leave that area. So Galen was devastated and they moved to another area, and of course that was the last of it. Galen never saw this elf again, but did have a profound effect on his life, and he is certain that this elf was not an imaginary friend and was absolutely real. As he says, I had no good reason for an imaginary friend. If he actually was imaginary, then I may be the only child who ever got dumped by his imaginary friend. I know it wasn't pretending or fantasizing because looking back, I had no control over it. Take for instance his refusal to come with me. I don't think we even said goodbye. My own assessment of this experience is that it really happened. However, I believe that it had a positive, healthy effect on my life. Unfortunately, I don't remember any of the stories they told me, yet since that experience, I have been a lifelong seeker of spiritual truth, and in 2012 I wrote a book that was the culmination of what I called my, quote, intuitive research. So the title of that book is What Am I? A Study of Non-Volitional Living. It was very well received and followed up with a number of other books all about spirituality and enlightenment. So Galen's early childhood visitations really had a long effect on his life, and growing up he heard about Greys and ET abductions and wondered briefly if it could have been something like that, but he immediately dismissed that because, as he says, this elf was, quote, not like the Greys we know of from abduction stories. I have no memory of anything like an abduction or examination and don't think those happened. I think back on the experience as a learning time and was always happy to see him and listen to him. So Galen doesn't know what to make of this. Was this an elf, a leprechaun, a gnome? He can only say what happened to him. As he says, this little person could be from another dimension or interdimensional, since it didn't fit the ET profile. I have always followed my sense of wonder, and all of my books are spiritual. My friend told me wonderful and amazing things, but I don't remember them. Maybe they were spiritual things, and it has been coming out in my books. Maybe someday I will learn about the reality of my old friend, whether elf or angel, or just who and what he was or is. I have never heard of this happening to anyone else quite this way, and I wonder if anyone hearing this might have had a similar experience and can shed some light on who or what was this wonderful, mysterious visitor of my childhood. So Galen did have a number of really spiritual and paranormal experiences, and at least 4 UFO sightings, which you can read about in my book, Humanoids in High Strangeness. I have to leave a little bit of a teaser for you guys, but yeah, what an amazing account that is. So yeah, that case I did publish in my latest book, Humanoids in High Strangeness, and it is definitely high strangeness. In fact, that's why Galen contacted me. He wanted to know if I had ever heard of or received a report like his. And again, that's what prompted me to sort of take a deeper look into cases like these. And I was surprised to find quite a few. So this, really makes me wonder about some of these reports of elves and fairies and gnomes. And here's another one that I found in Whitley Strieber's book, The Communion Letters, which seems to involve probably an alien. I don't know. I call this one The Alien Elf of San Gabriel, California. And again, the witness in this case was a little boy from San Gabriel, California, who had a very unusual encounter with a little person. It was Christmas morning of 1957 when a 7-year-old child from San Gabriel, California had an experience what he thought first was an elf. As he wrote in a letter to Whitley Strieber, quote, "It must have been between 2 or 3 a.m. and I was lying in bed in my bedroom. I remember I awakened rather suddenly and was quite unable to move, seemingly frozen in bed." The witness, who is anonymous, although he was unable to move, could see out the bedroom, across the living room, and onto the front porch, and that's when things became strange, because as he says, on the porch, seemingly peering into the living room, was a smallish creature I remember thinking to be one of Santa's elves. I was naturally excited and wanted to get up to meet or see this elf much closer. I remember being wide awake and desperately wanting to get up, but patently unable to accomplish this seemingly simple task. He seemed to be about 3 or 4 feet tall and was cream in color. I saw more of a 3/4 profile and could not make much of any other distinguishing features. I was not that fearful, just excited and burning with curiosity. My frustration was building with my seeming inability to rise from bed. I then had a firm sense of, it's okay now, just go back to sleep. It had a parental tone to it, loving yet directive. However, not either of my parents' voices. So the witness fell back asleep. However, this experience was not forgotten because, as he says, on Christmas morning, as my sister was going nuts, I was relatively disinterested in all the stuff around the tree. Instead, I was determined to go out onto the front porch and check for evidence of what I knew was there. Unfortunately, there was no evidence. Nevertheless, the witness still remembers that, quote, my parents were rather dumbfounded at my spurning Christmas presents in favor of running outside. Now later, this witness would have further UFO experiences, which seems to confirm the validity of this Christmas Day visitation and really point to the ET interpretation. I wish I had more information on this case, because I suspect he probably did have later encounters with ETs, which would point to this being a fairly standard extraterrestrial encounter. Hard to say without more information, but it definitely fits in with this compilation of strange little people. And here's another one which is exceedingly strange. I call this one the Fairy Elf of Appleby, Texas. And this involves what looks like a fairy or an elf, in that it is wearing the kind of clothes we see reported in these cases, but has wings. So, I mean, make of it what you will. It appears to be an absolutely serious report. This is not so much a little person, as it is described being quite tall, but it's also fairly recent. We're talking 1976. Another indication that this is still going on all over the world. It was a cold winter morning around 6 a.m. in October of 1976, and the witness lived on 30 acres of forest and hills alone in Appleby, Texas. And she had stepped outside to burn some trash and was surprised at what she saw. A strange being with wings was sitting on a bench in her flower garden, watching her with interest. And she said that this figure was actually pretty tall and really strongly built. It was all gray in color, wings, skin, all of it, though it did have solid black eyes to the point where she couldn't see any actual pupil, just pure black eyes. It didn't appear to be a man or woman, kind of genderless, and wasn't wearing any clothes as far as she could tell. But it had this weird way of moving around that reminded her more of an animal than a human. She described this as being very much like a bird, jerks its head around in quick movements. But she says it did have long, white, straight hair, which actually reached down to the middle of its back. It did have pointed ears, pointed backwards like an elf. And it was letting out a series of strange hums when it opened its mouth. She said it almost sounded like it was singing to her or making some kind of a call. And it apparently saw her because she said it seemed to smile at her, at which point everything got blindingly bright, so bright that the witness had to cover her eyes and face, and she could actually feel heat coming from this light. And when the light and the heat died out, she looked where this fairy or elf or this creature had been, but all she saw was this sort of burned spot on the bench. And a closer inspection of this bench revealed that it had to have been heated up at a very high temperature, because it was burned and crumbling at the spot where she had seen this strange being. I think you'll agree that's an absolutely fascinating case, which was posted on a paranormal forum on the internet, and really just bizarre. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. And if it were just a one-off, I'd be more inclined to dismiss it. But as we've seen, it's not. A lot of people are reporting these supernatural creatures, or natural. I'm beginning to wonder if these are just sort of interdimensional beings, because they sort of appear and disappear. But they are all over the world, and there's many recent cases. And here's another one from 1986. And I call this one the Gnome of Santa Clara County, Colorado. This is a really unusual case. It's quite brief, but I think definitely worth mentioning, because again, it fits right in with these kinds of stories of little people. This case is quite brief, but really interesting, and again, pretty recent, 1986. This occurred in Santa Clara County, but more specifically in the city of Walsenburg. And it was around 4 p.m. one afternoon in 1986, and the main witness, who is anonymous, was digging out a tree just a few miles west of town and reported seeing this little figure, a man, about 9 inches tall. And he watched it for several minutes from a pretty close vantage point. He estimates that he was about 20 feet away. And looking at this little man, he could see that it was dressed in a one-piece brown garment that looked to him like it was made out of leather. And he said this little being was wearing loose, ankle-length footgear and what he could only call a, quote, Robin Hood sort of cone-shaped hat. And this little man was standing directly beneath a pinyon tree, and he watched this little guy for about 10 minutes until suddenly, without warning, ran off through the brush. He said, as quick as a rabbit. This happened when a coworker called out to the witness. So yeah, a pretty close-up encounter with one of these little people. There you go, another little dwarf or elf, or call it what you will, but it's wearing what looked like kind of normal clothes with the little Robin Hood hat and the whole deal. This was posted on a Bigfoot forum, actually. You'll find these reports all over the place. People aren't quite sure where to report them. So if you dig deep, you'll find that there's quite a lot of them. And it really surprises me how current some of these cases are. Because here's another one from 1989, and I call this one A Tiny Dwarf in Rock Creek County, Colorado. This is another Colorado case, so that's kind of interesting. Colorado does have lots of water and rivers and mountains. It's a beautiful state, and apparently there are tiny little creatures roaming throughout the wilderness. This would be something to see, and yeah, this is an unusual case for sure. It's amazing to me how recent these cases are, because yeah, this one occurred at 10 a.m. September 6th, 1989, again in Rock Creek Canyon in Colorado. And again, this comes from Christopher O'Brien, who wrote about it in his book, Enter the Valley. The main witness is Juan Maestas. He's a bow hunter, and he was actually out hunting, quietly stalking a herd of young elk uphill in a wooded area when he heard this twig kind of snapping to his left side. So he froze in his tracks, expecting to see some sort of creature, and he did. He turned to look at the source of the noise and was amazed to see, quote, a fat, ugly little guy about 3 feet tall. And by coincidence, I guess, this fat little ugly guy turned and at the same instant and stared right back at Juan. So he was pretty close, about 50 feet away, and was standing next to a tall pine tree. And as Juan and this little man locked eyes, Juan could see that this little man had a wrinkled forehead, a clean-shaven face, and pinkish skin. He was wearing what appeared to be green overalls with suspenders and a sort of floppy hat, flat on top. This little figure had reddish hair, and it was sticking out from underneath his cap. He had little eyes that almost looked reddish and bloodshot. And this little man gave Juan a sort of smile and then suddenly darted behind the tree. So Juan, being amazed, quickly ran to the spot, but the little man had completely disappeared. However, Christopher O'Brien found out something very interesting. He got confirmation because 2 weeks earlier, in fact very close to this same location, a family of 5 on a picnic had witnessed what appears to be the same or similar entity, as it was also dressed in green overalls and a hat. So, yeah, very strange. So here we go, another little being dressed in green overalls, wearing a little hat. This just does not sound like an ET to me. This does, again, come from Christopher O'Brien. And in his book, The Mysterious Valley, he covers all kinds of weird reports in this one area. There's a huge number of UFO reports here, but other weird stuff as well. So perhaps this is all part of the same phenomena in some way. I don't know. I tend to think that these are actual separate phenomena, and that we do have these little critters running around who are native to our planet and have always been there. They just haven't really reached the mainstream scientific community in terms of being accepted. But so many reports that it's clear to me they're absolutely real. And I honestly don't think they're extraterrestrials. Me personally, I think most of these are just little people that we have living on our planet, that we're sharing this planet with them. And here's another one, which is coincidentally in a very famous UFO location. I call this one the Little Man of Roswell, New Mexico. And this occurred as recently as summer of 1997, and yes, in Roswell, or outside of the town. But definitely, this is not your standard gray ET. This next case is also quite brief. It occurred very early in the morning, about 5:30 a.m. on a summer morning in 1997, again outside of Roswell, New Mexico. And it comes from investigator Robert Gorman. The witness, who is anonymous, had decided to go outside with a cup of coffee to a picnic table in her backyard, and her little chihuahua, Bella, followed her. So she first thought that her neighbor had bought a dog, a little schnauzer, and taking a better look, she noticed it was not a dog at all, but a little man. So she and her dog both ran to the fence to get a better look, and they saw that, it was a little man, about 12 inches tall, kind of stocky build, had bushy gray eyebrows and a beard. So your typical kind of little elf or dwarf, I don't know. But he was wearing a gray woolen shirt, no buttons, gray pants, and for a belt he had a sort of a rope tied around his waist. He had soft brown boots that reminded the witness more of socks than anything else. So this actually frightened the little Chihuahua Bella, who ran back into the house and under the bed and actually remained there for most of the day. And according to this witness, the little man kind of had a funny walk in which he would sort of wobble from side to side and quickly ran into a nearby chinaberry tree and disappeared. Now she couldn't see a door or any entrance, but she had the impression that this little man disappeared into the tree itself. That is a detail that keeps coming up in some of these little elf cases. What I found interesting about this particular report was the elf ran to a tree and disappeared apparently inside of it. That does turn up in a number of these cases where the beings are somehow associated with forests or trees. So these are like the elves. They live in the forest. I don't know. Really quite surprising how many reports there are of these. And here's one which comes from actually the Black Forest of Germany. And I call this one, appropriately, an elf in the Black Forest. This occurred quite recently, summer of 2002. This was near Mitteldal. This is right in the Black Forest of Germany, and appears to be your typical elf. As we'll see, it's definitely not your standard ET. I love this case. It's just different, and it's quite recent. Summer of 2002, 5 p.m. This was investigated by Magnus Skarfhedensson, and occurred in the town of Mitteltal. This is in the Black Forest in Germany. And the main witness is a 34-year-old German citizen by the name of Hartmut Schultz. And he had this experience while taking a Sunday drive with his girlfriend and an acquaintance. So yeah, it was about 5 o'clock and they were on their way home to Mitteltal. And this was just east of this tiny little village, which is where there's a lot of lumber processing, which might be significant, because looking out the window, Harmut clearly saw what he believes to be an elf sitting on a pile of newly sawed wood just alongside the road. Now this was a big wood pile, about 5 feet high, and this elf was just sort of resting on top of it like he was enjoying a sunbath. And get this, was leisurely smoking a pipe. So Mr. Schultz, was in the car and was moving pretty slowly, so he was able to study this elf figure clearly for a good time. And he could see that it was wearing brown clothes and had a hat on its head, like they often seem to do. But while his car was actually passing right by this elf seemed to notice that he was being watched and seemed to be surprised. And it also seemed to make him happy because this elf sprang to his feet and seemed to jump for joy when he apparently realized that he was being seen by another human being. And he actually not only jumped up, but started to run alongside the car, which was, still moving quite slow. So this little elf actually faced Hartmut, and who was still looking at him. But this elf couldn't quite keep up with the car itself. But the witness did get the impression that the elf wanted to know more about him, or possibly even attempt to communicate with him. However, he was driving and left this elf standing on the side of the road, kind of staring back at him. And what's really interesting is he was not the only one who saw it. Hartmut's girlfriend also saw this elf-like creature. And according to them, it seemed to them that this elf was just kind of watching the traffic, knowing that most humans were not likely able to see him. But apparently, something about Hartmut gave him the ability to see him. Perhaps he had psychic abilities. This is what the researcher Magnus speculated. Anyway, it's a really unusual recent case of one of these weird elf-like creatures. So the researcher in this case, actually does work at an elf museum. Who knew that there was such a thing? But they've been collecting hundreds upon hundreds of these reports. So clearly it's a lot more common than people realize, which I think kind of makes sense, because if you saw something like this, who would you tell? I mean, even UFO researchers, I think, would be hard-pressed to accept some of these stories. And I think the best evidence for their veracity is honestly the huge number of these cases and how consistent they are in the description of these beings wearing these little leather suits, coveralls, overalls, little leather boots, a belt like a rope, and a little furry hat. I mean, this is just incredibly consistent. And I just can't emphasize it enough. There's so many of these cases. And here's another one, very recent, 2003. This comes from the Rough River State Park in Kentucky. And that's what I call it, the Little Man of Rough River State Park. This is a really interesting account of one of these elves. Now I just want to present one more case, the most recent one. And this, occurred on June 24, 2003, during the afternoon. And as I said, in the Rough River State Park in Kentucky. The main witness is anonymous. He had gone canoeing and was just kind of having a week of resting and relaxing in an isolated natural area. But for some reason, this sense of nervousness and queasiness came over him. He was inexplicably anxious, he said, and he couldn't quite figure out why. But he felt like something bad was going to happen. And taking these sensations very seriously, he became extremely cautious while canoeing on this river. And after several miles, he paddled the canoe to the riverbank, tied it to a tree, and went out to explore the area. And looking down about 8 or 10 feet into the creek, he saw what looked like a clay jar. And he thought, oh, maybe this is some old archaeological artifact. So he started to walk towards this object down the creek, but it was extremely slippery with mud, and he stopped just short of the water and very close to this artifact, which looked like an old earthenware pot, sort of like a clay crock pot. But looking at it, he could see it didn't look that old. And so he actually walked up to it, poked at it, and this is when he saw tiny little handprints on it. And he first thought, are those raccoon prints? But they didn't look like it. He said they looked like human handprints, but they were only about an inch wide. So he grabbed a stick and tried to pry this thing loose. But this is when he heard a noise, and then he heard what sounded like little kids laughing coming from down the creek, just a short way down. And he pulled this crock jar out of the mud, and he heard somebody screaming. He said it sounded like a little girl, very high-pitched, quite loud. Not knowing what to do, he grabs this jar and starts to scramble up the muddy bank of the creek. And looking back, he saw something moving down towards the creek. So he sat down and looked at the jar, trying to reason the handprints, walked back along the creek, and stopping and looking, peeking through the bushes to see if he could see who was out there. Then, when he looked over the bank, he saw them. 2 little people standing, he says, under a foot, about 10 inches tall. He said they had very pale skin, little brown leather pants held up by suspenders. They were shirtless, bare-chested, had little pointy hats made of what he believed to be leather, as well as little leather shoes that went up past the ankle. He said they had red hair and blue eyes, but yeah, tiny little hands only an inch wide. So he's pretty sure that they were the ones who were touching this clay pot. So they could see him and saw him watching him, but they didn't really seem to mind and continued their task. They were like pulling this stump down the muddy creek with what he believed to be long leather ropes, or almost strings they looked like to him. He says they were actually really clean, considering they were working in the mud. So he's watching this, and then heard this thumping back where he had first gone in the creek. And looking back, he saw 3 more of these little guys who were identical in appearance to the first 2. And they had pushed that clay pot, that crock jar, back down onto the creek. And they were all laughing in this really high-pitched laughter, again reminding him of a bunch of kids. At that point, there was a loud snapping noise, and they were all gone. However, he says their footprints were plainly visible in the mud. But they were gone, and so was the crock jar and the wooden stump. They had all vanished in literally a split second. So there you go. It leaves physical evidence, footprints and everything. So this is not somebody imagining these things, though these could very well be interdimensional creatures. People have talked about how ETs might be interdimensional. Well, I think that's kind of a cop-out, honestly, because every entity on this planet, and other planets for that matter, has interdimensional aspects. I mean, we have a soul, we go to the other side. Every entity is interdimensional. I just think that perhaps some of these have mastered the ability to move into the 4th or 5th dimensions or what have you, like we do see with accounts of Bigfoot disappearing in a flash, or just not being seen and then not being seen. So these are just 10 cases. Again, I did cover one of these, the account My Mysterious Friend by Galen Sharp, in my book, Humanoids and High Strangeness, because I want people to be aware that there is a lot of stuff going on that we still don't fully understand, and that not all accounts of humanoids might necessarily be extraterrestrials in the classic sense. And some of these that we think are elves might in fact be extraterrestrials. I think it's a two-way street. But either way, these cases are clearly real. There's so many of them. That alone, I think, makes it important that we are aware of them. And boy, it certainly is interesting. I don't know how I would react if I saw one of these little guys, but I think it sure would be something to see. Well, that's it for today. I really want to thank you for watching. I hope you found it interesting and maybe even learned a little bit. I just want to say, keep asking questions, keep searching for the truth, and most important, just like these little people are, keep having fun. Bye now.
Video game science and UFOs. What is a video game programmer doing analyzing UFO videos? What am I doing? Well, I am portrayed as a UFO expert video analyst, and I'm portrayed this way quite often. You may have seen me on TV, and you sometimes, I'm giving my analysis of a UFO video, or sometimes I'm just giving my opinion about the current state of UFO affairs. But the media apparently thinks I'm an expert. So how exactly did I get into this position? Let's kind of go back in time, and I shall explain. How it began. My first computer was a ZX81, and I was a nerdy kid, and I've been programming video games ever since. I got my ZX81, which of course came out in 1981. I then graduated the next year to a ZX Spectrum. These are British computers, of course, which is why they're the ZX Spectrum. And then I graduated to an even bigger computer, the Atari ST, which had 1/2 of a megabyte of memory, and a Commodore Amiga, which had about the same. I went to college, but eventually I had, unfortunately, to get a job. So I joined a computer games company. And this was the first commercial game that I ever worked on. It was called Tony Hawk's World Snooker, back in 1989, which is 34 years ago, I think, a long time ago. This game is a very two-dimensional game, very 2D. It's just this simple overhead view of very kind of blocky pixel graphics. But it was kind of a fun game at the time. Next game I did was called Rotox. Rotox was a weird overhead rotating shooting game, hence the name Rotox. It used quite a bit of math and geometry to do this rotation. I mean, it wasn't particularly complicated, but it taxed my limited skills at the time. It's mixed polygons with pixel art, so it was kind of a novel thing for the time. And the company I was working at when I made this went bankrupt during the middle of the development, so it was a memorable time. After that, I did some conversions of arcade games. This is a very two-dimensional game, just a side-scrolling shoot-'em-up called UN Squadron, where the United Nations goes into African countries and kills lots of people for some reason. Fun times. After that, I co-founded my own company called Neversoft. And the very first game we did was this one here called Skeleton Warriors. Now, Skeleton Warriors was a bit of departure, and it was a little bit more three-dimensional. You can see the kind of background and the ground there moves around in 3D. And the characters were actually 3D models that were rendered out in 2 dimensions. So it was the evolution of video games. The next step in that evolution was a game called MDK. Which was the first game I did, which was fully 3-dimensional. You see, we have a large 3D world, pretty empty because you didn't have very much memory back then, 3D aliens and 3D ships. So I'm gradually moving from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions, which will become important later on. Then we did a game for Activision, a big company in Santa Monica, and this was a game called Apocalypse, which stars a character based on Bruce Willis, who at this point is running around a version of the White House, possessed by demons and surrounded by a pit of lava. Typical type of thing you'll find in a video game. And then last, but decidedly not least, I did a game called Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, which this is Tony Hawk's 4, I believe, but there were 4 versions of it, 5 versions of it that I worked on. I was the technical director at the time at Neversoft Entertainment, and I did a lot of the programming, I did a lot of the physics, and I did a lot of the debugging because there were a lot of bugs in it. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater contains quite a bit of physics. It's not always the most realistic physics. The gravity, for example, is somewhat reduced to the gravity we're used to, so we can get a much better hang time. And the main character is somewhat unencumbered by the hindrances of momentum. So he's able to change direction very, very rapidly, which makes for a fun game, but takes some liberties with physics. So after programming video games for a while, I kind of slid out of the video game industry in the kind of mid to late 2000s, and I transitioned to becoming a writer. The first writing I did was actually technical articles for Game Developer magazine, because all I knew at the time was game development, so write about what you know. This was an article on practical fluid dynamics, which is a very mathematics-heavy and very coding-heavy way of simulating stuff like smoke and water for use in video games. But then I moved on to other things that interested me, and I was very interested in skepticism and investigating strange claims and things like chemtrails and whatnot. And I started doing more skeptical writing. I started Metabunk, which you heard about earlier. I wrote a book, Escaping the Rabbit Hole, about conspiracy theories. And I write a column for Skeptical Inquirer. And I've looked at all kinds of different conspiracy theories, chemtrails, 9/11 conspiracy theories, flat Earth, election fraud more recently, and like coronavirus-related conspiracy theories, and a bunch of other like conspiracies, pseudoscience, quackery, and things like that. And during the course of that time, I have been gravitating slowly towards UFOs. And so because UFOs has become my kind of main thing that I've been investigating recently, I get portrayed as an expert. And here's me being portrayed as an expert on Brian Dunning's upcoming documentary, which is called The UFO Movie They Don't Want You to See, which is looking very nice. It does a good job of showing the various videos I've been investigating and the debunking in a relatively technical way. But yeah, I show up on things like this a lot. I show up on TV, I show up in documentaries, I have a YouTube channel, and people see Mick West being portrayed as an expert, and they get a bit upset about it because they know I'm not an expert. I'm just a video game programmer. And the people who get most upset about this are the people on Twitter. For example, here's a tweet from a couple of years ago. Mick West is no expert. He's a video game programmer. He likes to debunk by selecting straw-man arguments like speed and rotation. So yeah, I'm a video game programmer. I'm no expert. So according to at Shalanzar, this means that all of my arguments should be discounted. Here's another one. Someone says, I'm glad you're interested in the science, but Mick West is a video game programmer. He's not a scientist. I suggest you reach out to professional scientists who have studied these incidents. So again, I'm just a video game programmer. I'm not a scientist. And more specifically, this comes up into play when I'm kind of pitted against somebody else. Like, for example, here, this person here, Cloud Jimmy, is comparing me against one of his favorite scientists, who's a UFO scientist. And he says, this guy has a BS in electrical engineering, a master's in physics, a PhD in optical science, a master's in astronomy, a PhD in aerospace systems engineering, versus Mick West, who is just a video game programmer. Stop being a clown, Mick. I hadn't actually noticed that one before. But yes, apparently I'm just playing a expert on Twitter and on YouTube, and you should ignore what I say and listen to this other guy because he has more credentials than me. Now, we're all good skeptics here. This is the Center for Inquiry. And so you might recognize this as being the argument from authority fallacy. Can we say something is true just because an expert says it is true? Well, we know that's a fallacy. So yes, that is in fact a real thing. But really the broader issue here is one of science communication. It doesn't really matter if they pick one expert or the other, because the person themselves doesn't actually understand the science. So using the argument from authority becomes the only thing that they can fall back on. If we can't communicate what the science actually is, then the person has no choice but to pick an expert. And of course, they're going to pick an expert who they prefer. And if all things being equal, they're going to pick an expert who has more credentials. So of course, they're going to pick the guy who has multiple PhDs, and they're not going to pick me, who's just a video game programmer. So the issue really isn't that it's a fallacy. The issue really is about communication, that we need to do a better job at communication. People don't understand all the science, so they pick the expert they prefer. Ultimately, it should be about the investigation. I'm just a games programmer, but if I can do a good investigation based on my game programming skills, that's going to go a long way. So what does make a game coder, a game programmer like myself, a good UFO investigator? Well, let's do a brief list of things that game coders typically understand and are good at. Pixels, the very elements that make up an image on screen or a video, the little square things that you see when you zoom in. surprisingly, a lot of people don't really understand exactly how they work. Things like the resolution of the image, what happens when you rescale it, when you resample it, when you make something bigger or smaller, and things like the colors, like how many different colors you can have. This is called the color depth. How many colors can you have a pixel in a pixel, and what happens when you do various things with it? There's 3D math. Of course, when you do 3D video games, 3D math is very, very important. There are these technical things, vectors, which is just a three-dimensional position, transforms, which is a way of moving one position into another position or rotating things and things like that, and perspective, which you all understand. Small things that are far away look smaller, and you have to code that essentially into your graphics. There's 3D physics. When I was doing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, the physics of the skater skating over the surface and going up ramps and long rails and things is three-dimensional physics. It's very simple, but it uses Newton's equations of motion, and it's typically all you need in terms of physics knowledge to be able to analyze the motion of something in 3 dimension. There's a thing called data munging, which sounds fun, but all data munging is taking data from one format and turning it into another format. Like you've got a JPEG and you want to turn it into a GIF or something like, or a PNG, or you got one set of 3D coordinates and you want to turn it into a version that some software can use. Something you get very good at as a video game programmer is taking data and converting it into other data so it can be used for something else. Human factors. Yeah, this is something you might not think of as a video game programmer, but I'm programming a game and people are going to be playing that game. And so I have to understand the human factors of how they interact with what I do and how I can change my programming. For example, like what happens when you press a button, or what happens when you hold a button down, or you lean the sticks left or right. How do people perceive that? And how do I program it so that they have the best experience? And how do I get over any little hiccups that they might have? There's things that you might be familiar with, like compression, when you take an image and you make it smaller. Video compression, when you take a video or something, you might see little artifacts and little flickering things. These are things that you deal with a lot in video game programming, because we typically use video and we don't have very much memory, especially back in the day. So we use a lot of compression. So I'm used to the way things look with certain types of compression, which is very good for spotting issues to do with compression. Things like frame rate, just it's a standard video game thing. Back when I was a kid, we made our videos at 30 frames per second, and then we would make them at 60 frames per second when things got more powerful, and now they're kind of variable. PCs go like 120 frames per second. Understanding all these different frame rates and how it relates to what we see on screen is very useful for analyzing videos, because videos often come in different frame rates. Sometimes people record at 30 frames, sometimes at 60, sometimes 25. You've got to take that into account when you're analyzing the physics. Debugging is the video game version of debunking. It's figuring out what's going on. And if you get good at debugging, you can be good at debunking. It just naturally follows. And then coding, finally, if you're a video game coder, you're going to be good at coding. And you can use coding to create simulations. And you can use these simulations to demonstrate things to people about your analysis. You can demonstrate your analysis to other people. So I'm going to go for a few examples of how these things actually apply. But first, the most important idea here, I think, with video games versus UFO analysis is that 3D graphics is video analysis backwards. A video game is a 2D video. When your screen in front of you is just 2 dimensions. It's not 3 dimensions unless you've got some kind of VR headset. And so what appears on the screen is a 2-dimensional video. And to make a 2-dimensional video, you take a 3D world with all these positions in this 3D world. Let me just stop this. Oops. I don't know how to stop it, but so you'll take, for example, like this corner here, this corner here, this corner here. They all exist in a 3D world. This one's further away. This one's closer. The skater itself is closer. You need to take these positions in 3 dimensions and convert them to 2 dimensions. Where are they going to appear on the screen? And this is like the fundamental thing you do in 3D graphics is take 3D and make it 2D. So if you've got something like a UFO video, say this was a video of a flying saucer, it starts out as 2D. But what we want to do is figure out, where is this flying saucer in 3 dimensions? What is it doing in 3 dimensions? Is it moving very, very fast? Is it far away? Is it close to you? So you can take that 2D and take the math that you would have used as a video game programmer that converts 3D into 2D and just flip it. And now you can convert 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions. Or at least you can kind of do that. The problem with converting 2D to 3D is that it's fairly straightforward to go from 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions. We've got these points here, they're in 3 dimensions, and we move them along a line towards the focal point, and where they intersect this canvas, which is the image, that's where they end up. So that's very, very straightforward to go in that direction. And it's fairly easy to reverse the same thing. We can say, like, here's the 2-dimensional points over here, here's the eye, we'll draw a line through it, and we know it's somewhere over here. Problem is, we don't know exactly where it is, because when you go from 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions, you're losing 1 dimension. You're using the depth, how far something is into the screen. You know how far up it is, you know how far across it is, you don't know how far in it is. So you can figure out possible locations for a 3D object, but you can't automatically convert 2D to 3D. It's going to be somewhere along a line of sight from the eye through the 2D point on the screen and out into the 3D world. But once you've got those lines, you can explore the set of possible solutions. Here's an example which might clarify this a little bit. This is a UFO video. This is a video in St. Ives in the UK, Hale Beach. And you can see a little white dot here, just kind of moving along, and it kind of hovers here for a while. And then in a second, it's going to shoot up into the sky. So we have something comes from here over to here, and it's going to shoot up into the sky. So this is a UFO. And when people look at this the first time, they think, oh my God, it's like this craft that's over on the horizon, because it's just above the horizon. And then it shoots up into the sky at incredible speed. So it must be some kind of amazing flying saucer. The question though is, like, is it actually far away? Is it near or far away? So we can do the analysis I just described on this particular 3D video. There it goes, shooting up into the sky like a rocket. This would be like a rocket if it was several miles away at the horizon. So what we want to do is try to kind of set up a simulation so we can see exactly what might be happening. So I figured out where the camera was, and I'm fitting this field of view to it so I can figure out what it looks like. And then I extract the 2-dimensional positions of the object using motion tracking. This actually in Adobe After Effects, it figures out exactly where the objects are as it moves along the screen and gives you a whole bunch of 2D positions. And then we can do the deprojection of these positions to convert it to these lines of sight along which the object might actually be. Let me quickly go to the interactive version of this. And this is that setup here. We have the actual video here, and we have a recreation of the video down below, and we can kind of scrub through it here. We can see it move along. So we can see it move in the original video, in the recreation, and in this 3-dimensional version of it. Now, the 3D version is set up at the moment to have the object just over the beach. So we can ask ourselves, is this a physically realistic thing for it to do? And you can see it move around. And up here, I've set up a graph using the 3D physics that we would use in video games to figure out how fast it's going. Turns out it's going very, very slow, less than 10 miles per hour if it's over the beach, which is very consistent with something like a drone. And if we were to take the distance of the object and make it further away, we can see that the speed very rapidly increases into realms that are somewhat implausible for something that's just a hovering object. So we get a range of possibilities based on just adjusting the distance in this 3D model. They all look pretty much the same, but some of them are more realistic than others. So it gives us what might have happened and what is the more plausible explanation. Yes, go on. Oops. So you can see here, the setup in 3D was very similar to what we had here with this little projection here. We had the same thing here. This is where the camera was, and this is the lines of sight, and these are the possible solutions which we've set up. And we found ones that are physically more realistic, and so that becomes the top of the list. Now, 3D physics, a fundamental part of game programming is this simple 3D physics. And physics in games is basically you store the position of the object, you store its velocity, like how fast it's moving and what direction it's moving. You have various forces acting on the object, including user input. So when you press a button, it makes them jump up. And you basically just add all that together in the proper way and figure out how that object moves. And in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, that object is a skater. It's 3 dimensions. Use these things called vector arithmetic, a little bit technical, but very straightforward, really. You use standard equations of motion, which you might remember from school. S equals ut plus half at squared. Anyone? Yeah. You use a thing called Euler integration, which sounds complicated, but it's just basically adding numbers together to get where the skater will be in the next frame, and a bunch of other things. A quick example of 3D physics is the jet in the gimbal video. If we go to that video real quick, let me see, gimbal. All right, so this is a very complicated situation, but I want to focus on one small aspect of it. There's a video down here, famous gimbal video, and it's basically it's filmed from a jet, and we know that the jet is banking to the left, and we can kind of extract these values of the jet and figure out what the bank angle is. And what I did then was do a simulation, a little 3D physics simulation of the jet, and we'll see it kind of reappear right here. Turn the jet on. So here's a little jet flying along with the bank angle matching this particular angle here. And we simulate its position, which then allows us to take other numbers and simulate the lines of sight, and then calculate all these other things, and all this radar and these various graphs and all this different analysis. But it's all based on doing a very simple physics calculation, which is essentially implementing a very, very simple flight simulator. But essentially, it's something that you would do as a video game programmer. It's a very typical type of thing to do a simple flight simulator. Pixels example. Pixels, old school video game programmers like myself were very familiar with pixels. And this is the gimbal video. Okay. Same one we just looked at. And I'm zooming in on one frame, and you see these kind of weird spikes, kind of like ripples. So what's actually going on here? Well, let's actually have a quick look at the pixels. I've got a video viewer here that I can use to zoom in very nicely. So if I zoom in all the way, we can see the pixels are actually just these little squares. And when I go to that particular frame at the end, we can see it's not actually a bunch of curves. It's just a bunch of individual lines that are offset alternatingly. And you might recognize that as being a thing called video interlacing. Back in the day, TV displayed every other line alternating frames. So you would often get these kind of jaggy artifacts between frames. And this is what we're seeing here. We're seeing some video interlacing. But what happened was a scientist with 2 PhDs did a faulty interpretation of that. He took this frame of the video, and he said that what we were seeing were optical interference fringes. Now, the version of the video he took was actually a lot worse than the one I just showed you. It was the one he downloaded off YouTube. So the end result was this kind of strangely smooth curve thing, which he did some analysis on. And he thought that this would allow him to calculate the size and the distance to the UAP, the UFO. Problem was, of course, that what he had here as his input material was nothing at all like the actual image. And so garbage in, garbage out, he did an analysis which was 100% wrong. And this was a person with 2 PhDs. So sometimes, people with PhDs get things wrong. All right, on a slightly less technical note, I don't want to overload you with technical stuff. Human factors. we did a lot of focus tests like this one here. You kids don't know what you want. That's why you're still kids, because you're stupid. We did a lot of focus tests with our video games. We'd watch kids and adults play the game, and then we'd ask them about their experience. And we found that a lot of people have trouble describing what their experience was and what they felt about it and what they thought would be an improvement. If you ask someone, how do I improve the game, they'll tell you it's something that generally doesn't make sense. And with UFOs, I've experienced similar things. People are trying to help, but they often tell you things based on what they feel is right rather than what is actually right. So you have to learn to kind of recognize that and get around it. Here's an example. I was sent this video. There's a small version and the zoomed in version by a Korean correspondent, and he said that a witness had seen this weird UFO high up in the sky, way up above him. So I asked him to redo it in daytime, and he sent this image, which wasn't from where he took the thing, showing where he thought he was and where he thought he was looking, and then a picture possibly from there showing where he thought the UFO was, just like up there in the sky. So I asked him again to do it, and then he sent me this diagram with Korean notation. I guess that says phone lines and various other things, but not very useful. And then somehow they managed to get the power company to come around and examine the power pole, and they took some other photos. None of those were from the right location, though. So even though I'd asked them very specifically, give me a photo from where you took the photo, they somehow couldn't do it. But I managed to analyze the original video and boost the levels by kind of adding the frames together, and something kind of showed up right there, and we can kind of see roughly where all the power lines and things are. I was able to kind of distort this, even though it wasn't from the right position, and it kind of showed up that it was actually right by the wires, despite him insisting over and over again that it was nowhere near these wires. Turns out it was actually by the wires. And it turns out that what we were looking at was just a little clip on the wire. So, when you're talking to eyewitnesses, they're usually very honest. They're usually trying to help, but they often make mistakes. And this is something that, I've experienced a lot with people trying to describe things in video games. And that experience has been very useful in talking to people politely, because you have to tread carefully when you're kind of saying someone might have made a mistake. Here's a more complicated example. This is the Aguadilla video, a UFO video. It's shot by a Coast Guard in a plane that was circling the Aguadilla airport in Puerto Rico. And it was tracking this weird flying UFO. So here we've got a 2D video. Can we take this 2D video with all these very nice background, little houses and runways and things like that? Can we take this 2D video, convert it into a 3-dimensional world to see what might actually be going on here? Well, this is a great video because it has a lot of data on the screen. We have the camera position in latitude, longitude, and altitude. The camera position is right here. So it says aircraft. And that's the latitude, that's the longitude, and there's the altitude. So that's really, really, really very useful for a reconstruction. We also have the target position. It says over here, target. So it's saying what we're looking at. Now, this isn't actually the object itself. This is what's the ground, what's on the ground behind this crosshairs here. But, also very useful. We have a very detailed background, which we can use to geolocate things more exactly. If something doesn't exactly line up, we can say, like, here's a road. Where is that road? Does it match these coordinates? It's a wonderful video in terms of the amount of data. It's 7,000 frames of data. So what we can do is go through all 7,000 frames of data. We can type in the coordinates from each of the 7,000 frames of data, and that will be a great data set. Luckily, it was already done. Somebody already went through it. They kind of crowdsourced it. A bunch of different people did it. They did it back in 2015. They made a 7,000-line spreadsheet on the Above Top Secret forum. Amazing effort. And it came out to be this wonderfully useful piece of data, which we can use for reconstruction. So we've got these 2 data sets here. One is the planes track, and the other one is the target track. Both of them, of course, are somewhat noisy and low resolution, so we're going to have to do a bit of munging on these. So here, these little white dots represent the actual recorded positions of the plane. Now, planes don't fly in zigzags like this, so we have to use a kind of our general knowledge of physics and how a plane might bank to, again, with our 3D geometry and our munging skills to create a path that smoothly goes through these points. And this gives us a nice camera position, essentially. Next, we've got the target track, which is terrible. It's just this weird squiggly thing. We can't really do very much with it. So what I did there was something you have to do in video game programming, which is create a custom tool to edit the path. And I did that with basically a spline editor. We've got here the original video. We've got my simulation of the video. We see it doesn't quite match. There's the road here, the road down there. Didn't quite match before. So I moved this position of the path. Now it matches. And then keep doing that for the entire thing. And we eventually get a path of lines of sight which matches the what we see in the video. We get a replication. We get a simulation exactly the same. Now we can use that to start analyzing what's going on. So let's have a quick look at that in the interactive way. Aguidia. So this is software that I wrote. It's also available online. You can run it in a web browser. Again, it's got the actual video up here. It's got the simulated video down here, and it's got all the lines of sight. This line here is the path of the plane. This kind of bluish line down here is the reconstructed lines of sight. And then we can use that, the blue lines are all the lines of sight, and we can figure out a way of going across these lines of sight. And this green line here ends up being the very simplest way you can traverse the lines of sight. And it turns out that if you start here and you go to here, starting about 18 miles per hour, kind of descending gradually, you get a trajectory which solves this problem perfectly. Now, of course, there are other solutions. There is this red one down here. This will be something that is moving down by the surface and not actually moving high in the sky. Like this green one is actually fairly high up above the runway. And the red one is low down to the ground, and it actually goes underwater at various points over here. So we have to ask ourselves, like, which one of these two is more likely? We've come up with some solutions. One is physically very plausible. The other one kind of maybe looks more exciting, but is it actually something that's plausible? So with that, we end up having two possible solutions, and then we have to kind of do our analysis of those and perhaps do a bit of human factors. Why does this super fast thing whizzing over the ground look more enticing to people? Well, it looks more enticing because that's what the video actually looks like. The video looks like something whizzing over the ground. But is this 18 mile per hour version plausible? Well, it turns out that just upwind of this location, there is a hotel about here, just off the map here, where they release wedding lanterns, these so-called Chinese lanterns or sky lanterns or fire lanterns. They're just kind of big paper bags, and they've got like a little bit of burning fuel in the bottom, and they will release them here. Normally they will go out to sea, but the wind that day was blowing over the ocean, over the airport. So it seems quite likely that a couple of very low speed sky lanterns were just drifting over the ocean, and this plane was just flying around them and making it look like they were zipping over the ground in some kind of weird way and going underwater and doing all kinds of weird, physically implausible things. So we ended up with two hypotheses, one of which is more physically plausible, but the only way we got there was by doing a lot of programming, a lot of analysis, and a lot of things that were based very much on my game programming experience. So, in summary, video game programmers, it turns out, are actually well suited to UFO analysis. People with PhDs sometimes get things wrong. We all have different knowledge domains. I know a lot about 3D graphics. I know a lot about pixels. I know a lot about basic physics. And someone with a PhD in physics will know a lot more about, say, I don't know, quarks and muons and electron levels and things like that. And they probably will know the basics too as well. But their area of expertise is perhaps not always appropriate for analyzing simple UFO videos, where basic physics actually is more useful. The problem, of course, is that people are going to dismiss analysis that they don't like, no matter where it's from. It would be great if we could get all the UFO believers to watch this video. They'll see it and be like, oh yeah, great, Mick's really good at coding and he's really good at analyzing UFO videos, but he's maybe even better than this guy with the PhDs. But I prefer the other explanation. If there are two good explanations and one of them is something that they like better, they're just going to go with that one. So really, it's about how well you analyze the data and how well you present that data in an understandable manner. You've got to do a accessible presentation of the data. You can't just say, I'm an expert. I can't just say, I'm a highly qualified video game programmer or a highly qualified guy with 2 PhDs, and I think that it is this. You've got to do a compelling looking and accurate and honest analysis and a presentation of that data. And that's something where video coding experience and an understanding of human factors can be very useful. It is very useful to in both the analysis stage and in the presentation phase. And this is something that I have really enjoyed doing, and I'm going to continue doing, I think, for the foreseeable future. And hopefully I will convert a few more people.
Convert a few more people. He's not going anywhere, guys. Mick West is here to stay, to break all of our believer hearts. Look, I like Mick. I do. I think we need people like him in this field of study to keep us grounded. What do I always say? Keep your feet on the ground. Never stop searching somewhere in the skies. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you to our speakers. And we're going to move on to our next ones in a minute. How you guys doing? How's everyone doing? We're going on 5 hours of Anomacon Day 2. Man, this has been incredible. Absolutely incredible. Ooh, you can kind of see the reflection in our Anomacon logo back here. Designed by the brilliant Polaris Castillo. Super chat, super stickers are open, guys. If you want to help us here at Anomacon, 50% goes to our speakers, 50% goes to organ donation in the form of 3 international charities that promote organ donation in loving memory of my mother, Sue Sprague. Let's get to our next 2 speakers. This is going to be awesome. First up, we have Courtney Block. Courtney Block is a librarian at Indiana University Southeast. She's the author of the upcoming work, Inside the World's Haunted Libraries. Her other books include the Encyclopedia of Parapsychology, Researching the Paranormal, How to Find Reliable Information About Parapsychology, Ghosts, Astrology, Cryptozoology, Near-Death Experiences, and more. Her work is also featured in the Feminine Macabre and Haunted magazine. One of the things Courtney enjoys most is combining her librarian and paranormal interests in teaching people how to... Sorry, I lost my spot here. Teaching people how to locate free, credible resources on a wide range of paranormal topics. To see what Courtney does when she's not staying up all night to meet writing deadlines, follow her on Instagram at liminal.librarian. And then coming up after Courtney, we have Raquette Fox. Raquette Fox is a biracial Korean-American storyteller, performer, artist, creator, speaker, and wearer of varied hats, who embraces the strange in the pursuit of the peculiar in her work. She believes in the power of stories and connection, and is passionate about creating inclusive spaces where diverse voices and perspectives can be represented, expressed, and shared. She's spoken nationally on topics such as geek feminism, diversity and representation in media, and villainous for over 7 years, and has hosted, emceed, taught, and spoken at storytelling events for 5. Her illustrative work, Odd Makeup, and podcast, Fantastically Strange, have captured the imagination of those who share in her love of magic through the authenticity of expression and belief in nurturing radical self-love and expression. So there you go, guys. Our next 2 speakers here at Anomacon 2024. I hope you enjoy. We'll be talking in the live chat all about these presentations as they're happening. And once again, thank you to everyone who's donated so far to our campaigns for our speakers and our charities. Let's get to our presentations with Courtney and Rockette. Enjoy.
We stand on the cusp of an ever-evolving future. The world around us is experiencing rapid technological advancements and unprecedented changes. From artificial intelligence and the search for extraterrestrial life to the mysteries of unidentified aerial phenomena, humanity is confronted with questions that could reshape our understanding of existence. In this era of transformation, it's crucial to consider what these developments mean for our future and how they'll influence the way we live, work, and connect. At The Debrief, we're dedicated to exploring the cutting edge of science, technology, and defense. Our mission is to provide intelligent reporting and in-depth analysis that goes beyond the headlines, offering insights into how current advancements will shape the world of tomorrow. By focusing on groundbreaking discoveries and examining the broader implications of technological process, we aim to equip our readers with the knowledge and foresight needed to navigate an increasingly complex and interconnected world. Join us as we delve into the unknown, challenge conventional wisdom, and prepare for the future. Visit us online at thedebrief.org.
Hello, hello. I am so excited to be here for Anomacon. I am very humbled to be among so many amazing speakers. I cannot wait to listen in myself. I am Courtney Block. I am a librarian and paranormal historian and author, and I am here today to talk to you about a wide variety of things, actually. I was thinking about some of the things that I want to talk about, much of which will be a journey through the archives of paranormal history primary source documents. So that's sort of like the crux of what I'm going to be talking about. But I also, there's so many other things that I want to talk about. And since Ryan said that I could talk as long as I want, I might just sort of like talk also about resources that you can access. Because as a librarian, I can't feel good about myself if I don't give you resources to continue digging into all of the wonderful and weird things that you are hearing about during this conference. And so I'm going to show you some of my favorite resources. I am going to share my screen, and I'm going to start with one presentation that I have created, jump into another, maybe jump into a third. I don't know, wax poetic about libraries and ghosts along the way, and let's just see what happens. All right, so the first thing that I want to talk about is Inside the Archives, a journey through paranormal history. So part of my research has involved taking multiple trips now to the parapsychology archives that are housed at Duke University. And there's a large collection of parapsychology items, excuse me. But yeah, so in my research as a paranormal historian, What I like to do is combine my skill set and interest and research skills as a librarian. I combine that with my interest in the paranormal, and I kind of have been writing books and articles professionally for a couple of years now on the intersection of research and libraries and the paranormal. And also in particular, I've been researching the life of a librarian and parapsychologist who worked at the parapsychology labs, who lived and worked in Durham and at Duke. Her name was Renee Watt. And that was really kind of what drove me to Duke in the first place, because I knew that Duke University had some resources about her life, and I stumbled across so much, and it opened so many doors into continued research. And of course, the archives, the collection at Duke was super integral to the second book that I wrote, which is the Encyclopedia of Parapsychology. It is so wild to say that I wrote an encyclopedia. It's one of those things where I kind of feel like I blacked out during like the writing process. And then like I look at it now and I'm like, I did that. I get very philosophical when people, you know, might ask me like, well, what do you like? What is a ghost? Like, what do you think it's, you know, just like a spirit of a deceased, you know, person? And I don't know, I kind of think everything is a ghost. Like, I kind of think everything is ghostly. Like, I think that the person that I was in 2017, 2018, when I was feeling super burnt out, just kind of lost before I had even started really, you know, I hadn't written any of my books. It hadn't started me on the journey that has led me here talking to you today. Like that person in 2017, like that's a ghost, you know, like the people that we were, you know, a handful of years ago, or even a couple of months ago, like that's a ghost. You know, a preserved, you know, photograph, you know, that you access, whether it's, you know, in your, you know, like your grandma's like storage bin or in an archive. I mean, that's a ghost. It's like a relic of something, some moment at least that is past. But the spirit of it is still captured and lingers. And what is that if not a ghostly thing? So I get very philosophical about it. Everything is a ghost if you try hard enough, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I hope you're enjoying this lecture so far. I have this theory. And I'm really kind of fleshing it out in my upcoming book, Inside the World's Haunted Libraries, but I want to share it with you. And that is this idea, this theory that libraries are especially haunted places. And I think that they are like natural, just environments that facilitate, promote, preserve hauntings in so many different ways. So in one way, libraries as like physical places are often very transitory, right? People coming and going all day long. It's kind of like a train station or an airport, you know, or even like that sort of coffee shop vibe, right? Like, do we see some of the same people every single day? Yes. I used to work in public libraries, and that's how I got my first library job when I was 14, and I was a page for my local public library. And that is really just where I fell in love with them and realized that, you know, it's a whole, you know, career and career path. And like, I just fell in love with community and the community that libraries create and foster and support. So as in terms of like the library as a physical space, it's a very transitory like environment. Yes, we do see the same people often, you know, multiple days a week, every single day. But also sometimes very often you see a person once and then you never see them again. They're passing through town. Maybe they just need somewhere to rest. They need somewhere to just like, you know, grab, you know, some water, sit down in the air conditioning, go to the bathroom. They maybe need like computer access or they're charging their devices for whatever reason, and then you never see them again. And so in that way, library buildings are kind of full of the echo of that constant movement of people. And I don't know if any of you have ever been in a library after, you know, it is closed, or at least when there's nobody there anymore. Like you can feel it. You can just feel it. And I feel like the same can be said for any number of other places in society, you know, that have that see people come and going. I mean, shoot, even probably like grocery stores. You know what? Now that makes me want to think like that makes me think that like now I just want to, like the next time I'm at the grocery store, I just want to like start up a conversation with like an employee and just be like, hey, like if you're like, whenever you're here, like, I don't know, like stocking or doing inventory or something, when like the building's closed or whatever, like, is it spooky? Like, did weird shit happen? Because I bet it does. Because you know what? I think everywhere is haunted. I think everything is haunted because philosophically, I mean, it's just the evolution of like, I don't know, just like spatially, the evolution of, you know, structures and people and places and events that have happened before. I think that's just kind of my definition of what it means for something to be a ghost or be ghostly. Am I going too deep into like am I going too far down the rabbit hole? Okay, let me get back to my theory. So the library is a physical place. I think that's one way that it creates that natural kind of haunting environment. And then furthermore, let's talk about, you know, accessing resources at the library. Let's just focus on books. So you've got the books, right? Like the physical books on the shelf. Which, you know, I think that anything that is created is also a little bit ghostly because you're pouring whatever it is that you're creating, whether it's, you know, a painting, a sculpture, a song, a book, you're putting your energy like into that. Like the creative process is an energetic process. And I think that, you know, that energy like imprints and, you know, sort of echoes outward. And so I think that, you know, just seeing the books on the shelf, you can kind of feel just like the energy and the echoes of all the work and tears that go into creating anything. But like, you know, writing these books, creating these books, I think that you can feel that. So that's one way that the books kind of seem ghostly. Also the fact that, you know, many of those books are from authors who are no longer physically living, but they're still alive in a way through their work, through their creations, in much the same way that a famous painting, you know, the painter, the creator lives on through, you know, that work, through that painting. So there's that aspect of it. But then I think it also, like, the fact that these books are checked out by people, by readers who pour their energy into reading and consuming those books and taking them home, like, you know, the books, like they travel home, travel out of the library with somebody, like in a bag, let's say, gets tossed into the back seat of a car, you know, or taken along, you know, like on the subway home, and then to the person's home, right? Where it, you know, maybe rests on the nightstand or on the coffee table, or gets lost for a couple of days under a pillow. I mean, they go on this whole journey in people's spaces, right? and then the reader is pouring their energy into consuming and interacting with that piece of work, whether they love it, hate it, or indifferent to it, whatever. And then the reader brings the book back to the library and it goes back on the shelf. And so now you've got this sort of like echo of the author, the creator, but also now all of the echoes of like the reader and all of the little journeys and travels that that book has taken. And then the next reader picks it up and the next one and the next one. And I think each time, I know I'm getting like weird and philosophical about this, but I think that that imbues a bit of magic, and it imbues some energy. And I think that like then all those books are housed together in the library and it just echoes outward even more. So I think that in that way, you know, all of those ways, you know, libraries are just kind of inherently haunted places. Not to mention the fact that many libraries have special collections and archives. So in addition to all of the things that I just said, you now also have all of these other artifacts of human existence, you know, whether they're photographs, books, whether it be like a desk or, you know, cameras or just literally anything. There can be like archives of any object, right? So many things. Yeah, so that is another way that I think the haunting aspect of libraries plays through. So this leads me up to some of the primary sources that I accessed during my trip to Duke University and the parapsychology labs. This was one of the first boxes that I opened, maybe the first box that I opened at my first trip to the Duke Parapsychology, to the Rubenstein Library, and to specifically view the parapsychology collection. So this is how they're stored in archival quality boxes with archival quality folders, and this is from the research files, all sorts of different things in here. In some of those files, you would see things like this. And these are so awesome to just hold like in your hand, right? Which, by the way, unless it's something, you know, like if it is an unsealed photograph, meaning like if it's a photograph that's not already like in a plastic, you know, sleeve, or, you know, some special like photo negatives that are not in special sleeves. Photos are like the big one that you do want to wear gloves for, because like, you know, the oils with like your skin can damage them over time. But the vast majority of what I was accessing and what you tend to access is paper-based. And you don't need to wear gloves for that. Like, honestly, you have a much higher probability of damaging paper materials if you are wearing gloves, because you lose the tactile sensation, especially when you're like turning pages. So clean, dry hands. But what that means is that it's so cool because you literally get to touch these items and hold them in your hands. And it is so cool. And what we have here is an ESP record sheet from the Duke Parapsychology Labs dated December 6th, 1955, between Rhea, one of the people, the librarian that I was telling you about that I researched, and her co-researcher, Margaret. General conditions you see here, somehow they were involving a microphone in this test. And you can see here, they're separated into 10 like runs. You see that under each number, you have a column that's listed call. So that would be like what the person who's trying to intuit is calling out. And then you would write, they didn't on this one, but they would write, you know, the card that was actually pulled next to it. And then you go through and see, you just go through and see what matched. And then you sort of, you know, figure out what percentage of correct guesses are based on chance. And anything above that is, you know, could be anomalous. You can also access, just the fact that I got to hold this stuff is so wild. In the collection, they also have an ESP record pad. So they also, you can see here, they had like, this was, created and typed, and used just like 8.5 by 11, just one sheet of paper sort of thing. They also had them that had carbon copies. And then they also had these that were, they formally, created. You can see at the bottom here of the image on the left here, patent applied for J.B. Rhine, Joseph Banks Rhine, who was called Boss and Banks by the people at the labs, and whose J.B.'s wife, Louisa Rhine, was an integral figure in the Duke Parapsychology Labs and a wonderful and prolific researcher in her own right, who actually got her PhD a number of years before, I think like 2 or 3 years before JB, even though in some of the older literature, and honestly, it doesn't even have to be that old, because I found some literature even like in the 1970s that talking about both of them that refer to them as Dr. and Mrs. J.B. Rhine. And it's like, no, it is the doctor's Rhine. But yeah, so this is like an ESP record pad. You could order these. People could order these and do, experiments and stuff. So that's pretty cool. They also had like a sample sheet that you see here on the right. So they show you, this is how you fill this stuff out. So you can see here, like all the circles where like, the correct, guesses were made. So here are some Zener cards that I talked about earlier. Again, getting to hold these is so wild and so amazing. Support your library, support your archives. They are such essential organizations for the preservation of just human experience. The text on this envelope here reads, Anderson White, AW instructions, set of ESP cards. Attached is directions for college experiment. So Rhea White and Margaret Anderson, the same two that are listed here under subject and observer, they worked together on testing the ESP of students. Some of them were like K through 12 students, some of them were college students, and so they used Zener cards in their experiments. And so this artifact, this set of Zener cards, was one of the sets that they used in these experiments. Here you see me holding it, and here's also the back of what it looked like. I thought the back was so cool, and you get to see like the tower there at Duke, and then how it says developed in parapsychology laboratory at Duke University. It's just unreal, so amazing. Here I am holding what is labeled here as pack number 1 of the ESP cards that they developed. So this is, again, people could order these also, and they would mail them out. You could order them, send your money in, they would mail them to you. They corresponded with a lot of just people, just general people, just everyday people who would say, hey, I'm interested in this. I'm going to send in some money. I'd like to order an ESP record pad and a set of ESP cards. And then they would just keep writing back and forth. They would keep records. They would send in their results. Sometimes they would work extensively with some of the researchers. It's really, really cool. So also here is another one. Sorry, this is a little blurry, but remember how I said that there were examples of prior to like the traditional symbols that you see, like the star, the waves, the circle, and so on. There were examples of cards being used in ESP studies that predate those, Zener cards. Here's one that just used numbers. It's just a number. And I love this because one of the things that I always want to remind people is that like, you could create your own cards. You could absolutely, if you wanted, mimic, you know, the traditional Zener cards, you absolutely can, but you don't have to. You can make your own set with numbers. You could also, another set that they use was, this one says, circa 1930. These cards were in use before the ESP Zener cards. And it's kind of hard for me to, sorry, it's a little blurry. But anyways, yeah, they had letters, just letters. They also had people's names. So yeah, that's actually really cool. So you can get inspiration from these and make your own set. And what I think is really kind of cool about that is that if you were, you could make a set of cards that maybe has some personal meaning to you, or maybe you have a couple of friends that you want to like do some ESP studies with, you know, and test your skills. Maybe there is symbolism or, you know, words or letters, or, you know, you could even involve colors. I mean, maybe there's something that is inherent to your friend group that has meaning. And you can kind of, you know, get inspiration, you know, put those things on a set of cards, and very easily create your own. Other things that I accessed in the Duke Parapsychology Archives is research files and photographs of all sorts of investigations that they went on. Here we see Joseph Gaither Pratt talking to young Mr. Herman of the Herman family poltergeist case out of Seaford, Long Island. That was a pretty famous, pretty well-known case in which the Herman family, which was James and his sister Lucille, and then their parents, interestingly enough, who were also named James and Lucille. Like, to be honest with you, that part is what is the weirdest to me. Not the fact that there was, like, you know, ceramic figurines flying off of the mantles, bottle caps, like, constantly popping off of, like, everything that had a bottle cap on it, you know, milk bottles, laundry bottles. Like, I'm just kind of like, the weirdest thing to me is, like, the parents are James and Lucille, and then the kids are also James and Lucille. I don't know why that like sticks out to me. Like, I can't get past that. Maybe I'm just like immune to the weirdness. I'm like, yeah, the other stuff is really cool. And like, but what is really weird? I'm pretty sure it's Lucille. Anyways, but anyways, you see Joseph Gaither Pratt here because reports of the strange things happening in the family's home started to be reported in the local newspapers. The family had tried in vain to get, you know, help from anybody they could get help from. They contacted plumbers, they contacted, you know, HVAC people, they contacted like geologists even to like study, like, was there something happening like on the land that was causing, like, I don't know, strange tremors, or just, they really tried like everything. They got, sometimes they would even like call the police and just be like, we don't know what's happening. Reports of this started being, you know, reported in the newspapers. They eventually got, you know, hooked up with people at like local universities. It eventually garnered the attention of the researchers at the Duke Parapsychology Labs, one of whom was Joseph Gaither Pratt, and the other one was William or Bill Roll. Very prominently known, Bill Roll, for his work on poltergeist phenomena. The phenomena seem to center around young Mr. James Herman here. And it just basically, involved, you know, really just anomalous movements of objects for a period of time. And basically what happened, so there's a report, a paper that Joseph Gaither Pratt and Bill Roll wrote about it, in which they also indicated the phenomenon that they witnessed. But like I said, the fact that the happenings at the house were being reported in the newspapers, I think it was like the late 50s or early 1960s, the family started getting like more and more interest from like local townspeople, and then even people beyond. And then there were people showing up, you know, like at the house, and you sort of know how these things go. And basically how the Herman family story ends is that the family eventually were just like, you know what, thanks for your help. we're just going to take it from here. But this is too much interest, and it's too much intrusion into our life. We have kids. This is no longer safe. We're out. Thanks for your help. And like, it's very fair to like understand that point, right? But nonetheless, yeah, it was, interestingly enough, I think the Amityville house is not too far from the Herman house on Seaford, Long Island. Yeah, just a fascinating bit of parapsychological. So remember, I was talking about Bill Roll was also one of the researchers who investigated the Herman poltergeist case. Here is me holding the final galley proof of Bill Roll's book, The Poltergeist. And I accessed this along with my friend Alicia, Tidy Tarot. You can find her at Tidy Tarot on socials. And we traveled to the University of West Georgia archives. And while there, got to hold the final galley proof of the book that Bill Roll wrote about his, decades-long research into poltergeist phenomena. And actually, on the right-hand side, you see here a floor plan of the basement of the Herman home. Research figures that were used not only in the research that Roll and Pratt did, but also that was used, as inclusion in the proof in the book here. So that's fascinating. These are more items from Bill Roll's collection here. You see me holding his Polaroid camera that he would use on paranormal investigations. Again, like it's so cool that you can physically hold these things, right? On the right-hand side, you see a set of cards that he would use, a pair of dice that were used in inquiries into psychokinesis and psychokinetic like ability, and just all sorts of displays that he had that he would travel around and do talks and show people. Here are some items. Now we're going back to the Duke parapsychology labs with this one, but you can see here, these are articles that people would write in. All sorts of people from all over the country, and also actually the world, would write into the Duke parapsychology labs, especially after they saw, J.B. Ryan and some of his colleagues would also do like radio programs and TV programs talking about and like asking people to write in what their experiences. You see, here's a letter from January 1956. Dear Sir, I am sending you the results of some 650 tests with Zener cards. Each figure represents total score of one run of 25. I don't know if these scores are above average or not, but I would appreciate your opinion on it. I'm very interested in psychical research, and if I can be of any use to you for this purpose, I would be glad to cooperate in any way I can. I love it. And then we have a return letter from Margaret Anderson, one of the ladies that I've been researching, where she says like, hey, thanks for your letter and your 650 test scores. On the basis of the material which you sent, it appears that your deviation from chance is very well above average. As you can no doubt understand, we in the laboratory are interested in tests where controlled conditions exist. In view of your interest, as well as your seeming psychic ability, would you be interested in doing some experiments with me? If so, let me know. And so, yeah, they would work with people. I just think that is so cool. Here are some other items that I got to access at at Duke University. We have on the left here a young J.B. Rhine. In the middle here, we have a grocery list from Louisa Rhine. These especially are the little bits that I just absolutely love seeing. And then on the right-hand side, JB and Louisa in their older years, like I love these pictures. Look at their little like plaid like tablecloth. I don't know. I just love it. These still here collections at the Duke Parapsychology Archives. Poems in JB's desk. This is Louisa's handwriting. We found these after his death. It's just, it almost like makes me emotional again, because it just, these artifacts are, they're so important. And they give you such a peek. And I think it's also magical to, like, these things are all ghostly. These are all ghosts. We're looking at ghosts right here. The articles themselves, the items, the energy, the people that once created them. I mean, all of it, all of these things, these are all ghosts, everything that we're looking at. But this one is particularly beautiful. We found these after his death. The fact that she took the time to write that is amazing. And one of the poems here, I am a part of all that I have met, and all experience is an arch where through gleams that untraveled world whose margin fades forever and forever when I move. I mean, it's just such a peek into understanding a little bit more about a person and their interests and their thoughts and their journey through life. And how can you not feel as if that person is still alive and speaking to you through these documents, right? Like, the ghostly aspect of archives is quite beautiful and magical to me. There's also some very entertaining, very fun things. I mean, this is like, fun and everything, but you know what I mean. Like information about Chris, the wonder dog out of Warwick, who was said to have extrasensory abilities in picking out the Zener cards. Here you see him shaking hands with the researcher in front of the Zener cards, and he is just like, he's such a good boy. He's such a good boy. So yeah, I mean, one of the things that they did at the Duke Parapsychology Labs is they also investigated potential ESP with animals too. You can see a little bit of the language from this this article here. Warwick dog again visited by scientists. Another Duke University scientist has visited Chris, Warwick's wonder dog. George H. Wood of 139 Vancouver Avenue, the owner of Chris, said Dr. J.C. This says J.C. Pratt. It's technically Dr. Joseph Gaither, J.G. Spent Saturday night at the Wood home and left yesterday morning to return to Durham. Dr. Pratt is assistant director of the parapsychology laboratory at Duke, headed by Dr. J.B. Ryan. Intrigued by reports of Chris's apparent telepathic powers, he came to meet the Woods and get data for an article that is due to appear in a month in the university's Journal of Parapsychology. This is so amazing. You never know what you're going to find. I freaking love archives so much. Oh, then when I was also digging through the parapsychology archives, I came across a box that had, it had parapsychology files in it, but it also had like other files relating to stuff at Duke. And one of the files was this. It said this: Trinity Club, Secret Society, old. And I was like, oh, I have to pause to get this. Like, I can't not take this folder out and see what it is. There's one photograph in here. Pay attention to the fact that it's like old, all in caps and underlined, right? So I'm like, whoa, how old? Like, is this from like 1800, like early 1800s? Like, what is this going to be? There was one item in this folder. Are you ready? This is the back of it. Old. October 1979. At first I was like, what, like 1879? But I mean, from the film, like the backing, I was like, oh, okay, it's clearly like 1979. Trinity Club at Oktoberfest, October 12th, 1979. Photo by Rob Brandt. Drum roll. Boom. Here is the photo. Oh, these dudes, it's three dudes. Look, we don't know who they are. This one on the left, it is questioning why he is there. He is questioning why he decided to show up that day. This dude in the middle, 10 out of 10, probably went on to create a cult. This guy on the right, his name is 10,000% Biff. It's hilarious. I don't know. I was like, this is hilarious. I am so glad that I pulled this folder out This is quite amusing. So when you are digging through the archives, also make space to like look at the things that you didn't expect to find, because they will give you a good chuckle. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about how you can research paranormal topics. Some of the things, I don't even know, how long have I been talking? What, have I been talking for like an hour or so? How you can research paranormal topics. All of these resources that I have listed on the screen here are freely and openly accessible resources where you can find amazing bits of, you know, research. Well, with some of these, like HathiTrust and the Internet Archive and like Google Scholar, Library of Congress, JSTOR, like bits of just everything that you can think of. Some of them, like the IONS, which is the Institute of Noetic Sciences, the Parapsychological Association, Edge Science. Some of them are specific to, like, you know, high strangeness and, you know, the paranormal and parapsychology related topics. But others, you know, you can find paranormal items in them, but you could also find so much more. So if you are looking for older and historical research, I would recommend using these: the Internet Archive, HathiTrust, and Chronicling America. And actually, let me go into HathiTrust and show you what you can, like how to navigate it and what you can find. Okay, so HathiTrust, this is what it looks like. You just Google HathiTrust. It's also just hathitrust.org. It is freely accessible, freely open digital archive. So let's do a search for, let's put in Journal of the Society for Psychical Research. Let's do that and see what comes up here. Okay, we have 168, almost 169,000 things that pop up. But let's just take a look at this first one here. We've got volume 24 of the journal from 1928. The Society for Psychical Research, by the way, formed in 1884, 1885, was just like a group of learned, I love that word, learned people who were just like motivated by the sort of boom of spiritualism and like the seance room and mediums and, you know, physical mediumship and mental mediumship and all of these things that were kind of just like booming at the time. All of these like psychical related phenomena, they were motivated to create a society surrounding looking at psychical research. And they created that society. It still exists today. One of the things that they also did, which also still exists today, is that they published a journal of the work and inquiry that they did. So you can go to HathiTrust wherever you are, anywhere in the world with an internet connection, and you can read the entire volume 24 from 1927. That spans 1927 to 1928. Look at how many pages this is. 494, almost 500 pages. And look at this. Some of the contents. Look at this one. Correspondence concerning a hallucination of a cat. Are you kidding me? I'm reading that. I'm absolutely reading that. But yeah, let's just scroll through it. Here's like what it looks like. They have all sorts of things included in their journal. This one here is to telepathic impressions. A lot of these were, you know, written in from people. They would follow up with a lot of people. They would write, they would include in the journal findings from different studies that they did. They would include publications that were written about all sorts of, you know, strange topics. One of their committees was a committee on haunted houses. How freaking cool is that? And it's just, I don't know, these stories are just like so cool to read through. What's always so amazing to me, like I always wonder, when was the last time that, you know, let's just take a look at this, Mr. Irving. Like when was the last time that somebody remembered this person or read their name or talked about, you know, this thing that they're reading. Like you talk about this to a friend of yours, like, when's the last time somebody talked about these people? And again, we're bringing it back to, that's such a ghostly thing, you know. It's got aspects of like summoning and like resurrecting and not like in like the religious way at all, but just like in a very ghostly way, right? Like it's one of those ways that like the past is never really that far away. I just love it. So yeah, you can even search within the text. So if you were like, you know, curious about, do they mention the word poltergeist at all in this, you know, this volume with all of these issues, or if you're interested in a particular person. So we see here that the word poltergeist shows up 11 times in this issue. You can scroll here and go directly to, you know, you can go directly to the page that they're all mentioned in. Here we go. The council have made and are continuing to make efforts to get into touch while the phenomena are actually in progress with so-called poltergeist cases, movements of objects, noises, etc., which seem to be connected with particular localities or the presence of particular individuals. Love this. And it goes on to talk about, I just love it. I just freaking love Hathi Trust. Let's also take a look at Chronicling America. Chronicling America is one of my favorite newspaper databases. You can just, you know, Google Chronicling America. It is provided freely and openly by the Library of Congress. One of the ways that I like to interact with it is by using the advanced search feature. You can, if you want, limit by certain states. You can limit by, date range here. And then what I like to play around with is these three boxes here where it says with any of the words, with all of the words, and with the phrase. So if you were interested in, like, for instance, if you were interested in UFOs, there's multiple different ways that you can talk about UFOs. And one of them is, you know, an identified flying object. Another one, perhaps an earlier link usage, a phrase to talk about that is flying saucer. So we know that that's a phrase. So we're going to put it right here in flying saucer. Let's go ahead and hit search. And we've got 2031 entries about articles that talk about flying saucers. So here's one from November 3rd, 1950. The Evening Star out of Washington, D.C. What is, look at this, fed up on flying saucer tales, reporter builds one himself. I love it. I love that. What is this one here from April 2nd, 1950? Flying saucer reports refuse to die out. I love it. Wow, what is this? A puzzling point of view from July 31st, 1955. What? A photographer on the second floor of a New York building was puzzled by a rather large round object apparently floating over the sidewalk below. What was under the mysterious object finally was revealed when it was tilted up sideways. It kind of looks like a hat. By ones and twos, passersby stopped, loitered, walking on again, leaving the photographer still perplexed. A flying saucer couldn't have attracted more attention. So like you get all sorts of, like, results in here and stuff. But I mean, that's just one way. I know I'm going through this like pretty quickly, but that's just one way to go about, searching for, information. We know that one flap, if you will, of like flying saucer reports happened in the 1940s. So you could even limit your date ranges here. So I don't know, let's just limit it to those 8 years. And so now we've got, we went from 2000 to about 200. So a little more manageable. Oh my God, the Nome Nugget out of Nome, Alaska comes up a lot. And I swear to God, not only is it the cutest like publication, they also have just like some of the wildest stories and reports in there. So here, this is one way to use, you know, chronicling America. You can also, the phrase search box is really helpful if you are looking up people's names, because a name could be considered a phrase, right? So let's just like let's reset this to just like everything. If you were interested in, like, oh my gosh, if you were interested in, like, you know, the Lizzie Borden case, you could do, with names, you have to be careful because you also want to consider how they were referred to in the written record and historically. So, you know, you could try Lizzie Borden. You could also try Lizbeth, you know, Borden. Let's see what happens if we do that. Yeah, I didn't like that. That's okay. Sometimes that happens. You're gonna run into those. Let's just try Lizzie Borden. It might be like Lizbeth. I might have misspelled it. So you can just Google, like, okay, like maybe how should I be spelling this person's name, right? I'm not going to edit out the fact that like I tried something and it gave me 0 results though, because you need to see that that's going to happen. And all you do is you just readjust, right? Just readjust your keywords and your strategy. Look at how many freaking pages are available when you type in Lizzie Borden. What? So here's one from 1913. What is this talking about? Condemned by public opinion. Woman once accused of crime is shunned by her neighbors. Lizzie Borden's lonely life. Porch of Lizzie Borden's house and her auto. 20 years ago, she was charged with the murder of her parents, and although acquitted, she seems compelled to live alone except for the companionship of her servants. Wild. And you'll find like a lot of like repeating articles because, you know, the Delaware City Press ran that. So did the Audubon Republican. So did the Oaks Times. Like, you know, so you'll come across, you know, multiple, you know, duplicates of things. And that's okay. Animal League gets unexpected $2,000. What is this? The Borden breakfast is over. Wow, Lizzie Borden cleared the table her father had. Oh gosh, no. Yeah, just all sorts of things. What is this one from 1892? Here we go. Getting into the thick of the trials. There's so many, especially with the Borden case. So these are primary sources. So like there's so many primary source newspaper articles scanned within Library of Congress about the case, like the literal courtroom case. Yeah, so you could also use, you know, the phrase, the search box when you are looking for people's names. You could also use the phrase if you were like, if you had an address, right? So if you were looking for a particular, to see, maybe like you want to go to Library of Congress and see like, you know, especially if you live like in an older house, you know, or you know, an address of like an older building, maybe you're going to go investigate it or something, and you want to see like, did anything get, you know, published in the papers? One way to go about that is to go to this Chronicling America collection. You can type in the address. Sometimes you might want to put in street. Sometimes you might want to spell it out. Sometimes maybe you just want to put in 123 Main. Make sure to always remember, like, how can I sort of go about this slightly differently? But yeah, you can put in like 123 Main Street. Quite often I will just include the state, like, you know, Indiana, or I might even just include like the city, like, you know, whatever, Jeffersonville. I usually don't go up here and like limit to the state, because what if it was, you know, something that, you know, was published in an out-of-state newspaper for whatever reason. So usually I won't limit to like a state. I will just include like the state or the city as one of the keywords. So that's another way that you can go about. Also, if you are investigating like the history of a house, you will also want to go to the website of your local public library and see what newspaper databases they have, because quite often they will have newspaper databases that are local to you, that may or may not be indexed in the newspapers here of chronicling America, because there's just a certain amount that are chronicled in here. So use those local public library databases to complement this database, to complement Hathi Trust, to complement all of the things. Okay, where were we? For older and historical research, I like to use these. For more modern research, because I want to make sure, I want to be clear that a lot of what I focus on is like the historical stuff, but parapsychologists are still very much active and very much continuing the work that was begun, hundreds of years ago by people. So if you are interested in what researchers are doing today, you can go to, I think these resources are really helpful. So at the Institute of Noetic Sciences, some of you guys might be familiar with Dean Radin or have heard that name. He is involved with the Institute of Noetic Sciences. You can find information like this 2022 publication is scientific information received from channeling. Useful. This one here, large scale online testing of psi abilities. They literally have links to apps and stuff at the Institute of Noetic Sciences website where you can download and contribute to the research that they're doing. It's really cool. In Edge Science, you can find publications or articles like this one from 2021, claims of past life memories and near-death experiences. And also all of these bits of literature, I think I want you to know multiple things. I want you to know that you have a right to access information. I mean, full stop, not just paranormal information and paranormal research, but information and access to information is a right. Okay. Knowledge is power. But also, I want you to know that you do not have to be intimidated by the fact that something is, a scholarly journal article. You don't assume that you're not going to be able to understand it. Sure, there might be plenty of articles that are going to be full of jargon, but I'll tell you what you do. You take a look at the abstract because it gives you a summary. Then you read the introduction and then you read the discussion at the end to see what they did. And then to get inspiration, if you want to maybe set up an experiment, because here's the thing, a lot of these experiments are deceptively simple, especially when it comes to the realm of psychical, parapsychological phenomena. Take a look at the methods section of these scholarly articles to see how they set up an experiment. In some of these, like this one on the left, in a report on an experiment in psychokinesis with dice, literally they just had a flat surface for the dice to land on, an incline of something, and dice. And that's how, these are so simple, right? So you can get inspiration and look at how they set up their experiment. And maybe you want to test it yourself, or maybe you want to get a couple of friends together and be like, hey, let's have a psychical experiment night. Let's just get weird. Let's get some wine. Let's get some cheese. Let's get weird, whatever. So I also want you to hear me when I say that these research articles not only are just fascinating to read, just if you just want to, you're curious about what they have found and what researchers are doing, but also if you want to get inspiration on how to get weird yourself. And who cares if you're not doing this to end up in a scholarly publication, whatever, just, do it because you just want to have fun and you just want to get weird and you want to engage with just the weirdness around you, right? This one on the right here, effects of background context for object. Okay, look, it's kind of dry. Photographic targets on remote viewing performance. Okay, so the abstract here tells us photographic images of physical objects are common targets in remote viewing projects today. So they go on to talk about how they use photos in a remote viewing performance. So again, not only is it fascinating. If you're, you know, a weirdo like me, which if you're here and if you've made it this far, you are, you will be entertained to just read. You'll be fascinated by this. But if you want to get inspiration for how to set up your own experiment, you absolutely can. So, all right. What I want you to know from this one, this presentation here, is that remembrance is a magical act. You do not need to qualify your weirdness. Just be weird and read weird things. And when in doubt, ask a librarian. Please reach out to me if you are curious about any of the things that I talked about. I just want to come back to this here. I want you to, again, just hear the words again, that you don't need to qualify your weirdness. Okay. And what I mean by that is that you don't need to have any other reason other than you're curious to access information, full stop, whether it's about the paranormal or not. You have a right to access information. Information is I have said that before and I'll say it again. I think a lot of times, especially when it comes to digging around in scholarly publications like the Journal of the Society for Psychical Research, or going to the Institute of Noetic Sciences website and looking at their research publications, or going to, you know, the Journal of Scientific Exploration or Edge Science and looking at these, you know, kind of these articles and resources written by, you know, scholars and people with PhDs and parapsychologists. And, you know, I think that it can be intimidating. And I think sometimes people assume that, well, if I'm not a researcher, or if I'm not like a college student, or digging into this for a paper, that I don't like, I can't access and I shouldn't access those. But that can't be further from the truth. If you have a curiosity, you have a right to information. I'm getting emotional once again, because I just fucking believe in libraries, and I just believe in your right to access whatever it is that you are curious about. And so that's what I mean when I say you don't need to qualify your weirdness, because I think a lot of times people feel intimidated about accessing certain things, especially if they are housed in, you know, research libraries or university libraries, which, by the way, like my university is it's a public state, you know, school. Like anybody is welcome to, you know, access the resources that we have here at the library. So if you have a public university near you, check out and see what they have access to that you can access. So that's what I mean when I say you don't need to qualify your weirdness. If you are curious, that's the only qualifier. Just be weird and read weird things. And when in doubt, ask a librarian. And I will wrap it up now. I hope that you have enjoyed this presentation. I hope it hasn't been too chaotic. I hope it hasn't been too dry. I hope that you're all still with me. I hope that you're having such a fun time with listening to all of the other amazing speakers. If you have questions about anything that I talked about, or you are curious about maybe researching something that you're interested in, please go to Instagram, find me at liminal.librarian, send me a message, because I love helping fellow weirdos research things that nothing sort of like sets like the librarian's mind off, like somebody saying like, I curious about finding information, or I wasn't finding much about this, but here's what I'm interested in. And it's just like challenge accepted immediately. Yeah, I just want you to know that you have the skills already at your disposal to be able to access so many freely accessible and open access weirdness. And again, it is your right, and all you need is curiosity. So super grateful for being here. Thank you to Ryan. Thank you to all of you. Stay weird, and talk soon. Bye.
Get ready to sashay into season 2 of Think Queen. Your fiercest drag queen is back in the lab, honey, serving up even more STEM realness. We are kicking things off with an iconic guest, the GOAT of STEM, a legendary astrophysicist. You guessed it, it's Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Well, when I saw you, and I'm saying, wait a minute, this is not an ordinary person here. I had to do
No,
a double
certainly
take.
not.
And I realized, of course, I have another STEM professional educator in the house.
Join me this season as I spill the tea on everything from the chemistry of love to the wild world of queer animals. But wait, there's more. I'm diving into the future of AI, spilling secrets on how to snatch control of your finances, and even swatting away at one of the smallest yet most powerful insects, the mosquito. So get ready to gag on knowledge and tune in to Think Queen, where the world of STEM gets a major makeover. Available everywhere you get your podcasts.
Ghost, I just wanna be a man. I don't wanna hear my friends when I cannot talk to them. I'll be right behind the wall and I'll wait for you to call my name. I used to want to come back as a spirit and be in some romantic tragedy. I'd be Patrick Swayze and you would be my sweet Demi. But when I talked, you couldn't hear it. If I materialized, you couldn't see. How could I be happy without some sexy pottery? If we can't be together, who wants to live forever? When you're just looking right through me. If I will always be lonely, there's no point in eternity when I can see you looking right through me. I don't wanna be a ghost, I just wanna be a man. I don't wanna hear my friends when I cannot talk to them. I'll be right behind the wall and I'll wait for you to call my name. If I walked the earth as a phantom, I'd haunt every place we used to go. But what would I do with all these strangers in our home? And if every time my show was random and I was just an orb in some photos, I'd rather be 6 feet beneath an old gravestone. What's the point of a soul if there's no one to make you whole? A special spectator that's foreign immortality. If we can't be together, who wants to live forever? When you're just looking right through me. If I will always be lonely, there's no point in eternity when I can see you looking right through me. I'll just go to the light. I'll just go to the light. I'll just go to the light. If I can't see you tonight, then I'll just go to the light. If we can't make things right, then I'll just go to the light. If I'm out of your sight, I'll just go to the light. There's no reason to fight, I'll just go to the light. when I cannot talk to them, I'll be right behind the wall and I'll wait for you to call my name.
Hello, my loves. I am Rocket Fox, and welcome to Mindful Storytelling, Honoring Your Story. First and foremost, I'd like to ask your grace and apologize for the sound quality on this video. I do have a microphone here, but today it is just for show because it was giving me a weird buzzing noise, technology, you know what I'm saying. So hopefully the sound of my echoing voice hovering around you in the dark is not going to be too distracting, but I thank you nonetheless. So for a little bit about myself, my name is Rocket Fox. I am a Korean American biracial, queer, witchy woman activist, performer, artist, and for the purposes of this talk, storyteller. And my storytelling background goes back to some amount of years, and I have told stories at various different venues, from true to life tales of my own to folk tales, fairy tales, things that I wrote, etc., etc. I also used to host a monthly storytelling event in which people would gather and we'd have arranged speakers and open mic for stories that would focus around a specific theme, such as forgiveness or interactions with strangers, things like that. It was a lot of fun, and I'm actually hoping to bring that back. So if you are in the Midwest/St. Louis area, keep your eyes out for that because that is going to be coming soon. But yeah, so you may be wondering, Rocket, storytelling for a weird and paranormal event? How does this tie in? How does this all fit together? Well, this particular talk that I'm going to be doing for you focuses around the idea of telling your own story, and this can translate into a lot of different arenas, whether or not you are going to be doing video, podcasting, whether you're going to be streaming, whether you're just going to share experiences that you've had with people around you. How you present it is always going to matter, and how you present your story to yourself also matters, which is why one of my big focuses is to approach storytelling for your own story from a place of self-love and getting into this mindful thinking space. So hopefully that answers any questions off the top of your head so far. And without further ado, let's get into it. Now, as we start off, as we enter this virtual space together, you may be a seasoned storyteller, you may be story curious, you may be wondering what this is all about and really have no interest, and you may leave soon thereafter. But either way, I want to start off with just some basics around the structure of what I'm going to be presenting to you. So first and foremost, this is a workshop that I've generally done in person, so I'm going to be rearranging things so that it makes sense in the virtual format, and hopefully that works for you. I will give my contact information at the very end of this. I would love to hear what the experience was like for you, if you have any questions, and if you are further interested in more storytelling, just workshop stuff, advice, pretty just to say hi, things like that. But yeah. Nonetheless, you are here. You are here now. And even though we are virtual, all of us who are in this space as this goes up, this is a unique experience in which we're all together in this moment. And I want to really honor that. You have a story. Your experience matters. Your story deserves to be told. And I want you to go ahead and let that sink in, let that settle in. Again, you may be someone who's told your story before. You may wonder what your story has that other people's stories don't. You may know already, But either way, there is something about your experience that is important and that resonates for other people, and even just for yourself, deserves to be heard. And I think that's really important. So by choosing to be here right now, in this moment, you are honoring your experience, your story, and all of the people down the line that you share your story with. Now, even as, again, I keep saying it, we are virtual, there are certain things that I would really like for you to keep in your mind brain as we move forward, even though we may not see all of the people that we're experiencing this moment with. So all of these things I want you to really take in for yourself as you go through this process. First and foremost, I want you to encourage yourself. It's really, really, really easy to put something down and our inner editor comes out right away and it's just like, ah, it's trash, get it out of here. I don't want you to really allow that space to happen. Just for the purposes of this workshop, I'm not going to tell you how to write, how to do your own thing, how to storytell, but just for this space, try and take that editor, thank them for being present, and then let them take a little break for a minute, go out, get some coffee, grab a drink if they want, but go ahead and put that editor out just for a little bit. The next thing is I want you to try to come forward without judgment. If you have a story idea that percolates up within you, and then all of a sudden you think, nobody's going to want to hear that, or it's not that great of a story, those are judgments, and I want you to do your very best to try and set those aside as well. Anything that you feel rises up within you and wants to be told, it wants to be told, and that's okay. Whether or not you end up telling the story to anyone or you just write it down for yourself, it matters either way. So I want you to try and let this be a judgment-free zone. I want you to feel free to ask questions of yourself, possibly of me, again, if you give me a contact later on. I would love for you to be present in this experience. I would love for you to really, if you have some tech things, just take the phone, turn it over, maybe put it on silent, and if you can, create a mindful space for yourself. I would love for you to respect that space for yourself. Now, if we were in person, I would say respect the space for all of us. And I think in respecting it for yourself, even though we aren't in the same space together, I do feel that that tends to have some sort of mysterious way of being. And I think that can be very powerful. And lastly, I want you to respect your experience. This kind of goes back to the idea of approaching without judgment, but anything that comes up for you, respect it. Show it the kind of respect you would for a best friend or someone that you're talking about or listening to their story without judgment. I want you to make space for that and really hold that tenderly. And that is a really big key of the idea of storytelling with mindfulness and self-love. Now, on the whole, told stories work very powerfully when you have a theme that you're operating under. Or if you think of it in terms of a folktale or fairy tale, there's some sort of, not a moral per se, but there's something that you're coming back to, something you want your audience to walk away with. So for the purposes of today, what we want to focus on is the theme of a time that you felt empowered in the face of something weird. So that could be the time that you were picked up by aliens. That could be the time that you woke up and saw the man in the hat at the foot of your bed. There are so many different ways we could go about this. So I want you to think about a time that you had something very strange happen and you responded with some sort of empowerment. And if you feel like you've never had an experience, that is weird, think about a time when you felt empowered. And I'm going to walk you through some exercises that will help get your mind percolating on this. If you've had a weird experience, but you feel like you didn't act from a place of empowerment, think about what that really means, though. How did you feel afterward? How might you have responded to this circumstance in a way that really helped preserve you? And again, we're going to be going through some exercises, so go ahead and get your mind thinking about that. Now, as we go on, I'm going to give you some writing prompts. It's not homework because we're going to be doing it together, but I will give you some of these prompts, and then I'll leave a little bit of space, but not too much because I don't want you to get bored. So if you can always pause things if you want more time. But I'm going to try and work things in as best as I can. So we're going to go ahead and get started with some of these prompts. So the first thing I want you to think about is weird experiences. And you're going to make a list. I love lists. I know a lot of people love lists. Hopefully you love lists. If you hate lists, just bear with me and humor me for this. But you are going to make a list of 7 weird experiences that you had. And to kind of help get you going a little bit, I'll give a couple examples that I've experienced. So one example would be from the show Liminal, which I am actually a part of and would highly recommend from no bias place, but I legitimately think it's a very good show and a very important show as well. Essentially, it is a show in which we explore the paranormal through the queer and trans lens and see how these things correlate with each other and how much power there is within that. And the first episode is live on YouTube. You can check it out. It's, I want to say 90 minutes in total. And I am not going to spoil it for you, but there is a moment in the show when we're doing exploration, we're doing a little bit of ceremony, and by we I mean I was doing a little bit of ceremony at the very end, and something happened that was a little spooky. I was super excited about it. Again, I don't want to spoil it, but something happened when I did a little bit of a ceremony. And that for me would be a major moment in which I felt like, that's a weird thing that happened. Another example would be there was a time when I was really young that I was spending the night at a friend of mine's house. And I don't remember this, but people told me later on. Apparently, I woke up in the middle of the night and was hysterical. Apparently, I saw this tall man in a dark, I don't want to say necessarily a cloak, but like dark clothing, standing in the corner of the room just staring at me. And I could not be calmed from that point. Was it a night terror? Maybe, but I didn't really have a history of that, so it sticks out to me as being a little unusual. So with those 2 examples that I have, go ahead and take the next couple minutes and write down 7 examples, if you have 7. If not, write down as many as you can, examples of weird things that you've experienced. All right, hopefully you got as much down as you possibly could get. If you had some extra ones and 7 wasn't enough, I hope you added them on there. It's always good to have more. But we're going to be moving on to our next list, and this is a list on being a badass. For this, you are going to write down 8 things that make you, yes you, feel like a badass. So that could be anything from saying no, to wearing huge heels, to throwing a glass of water in somebody's face. I don't know. Whatever it is that makes you feel like a badass, I want you to write down 8 examples And that's one more than the last list. They steadily grow in numbers. But once again, to help, I am going to give some ideas just for myself. And not having prepared in advance, let me think for a second. I would say one of the things for me that makes me feel like a badass is when I do my makeup all up. I tend to do looks that are a little more extravagant, a little more unusual, if you will, and that makes me feel really powerful when I go out and I walk around. I gave this example briefly a second ago, but saying no when somebody asks me to do something and I literally do not have the bandwidth or the spoons or the time, being able to say no to that, I think is very powerful because I'm somebody who has a very hard time saying no, a people pleaser, you might say, who wants to get involved in everything. And as time has gone on, I've found that that's not humanly possible. So saying no is something that I find makes me feel like a badass for myself because I'm honoring my own boundaries. Likewise, setting a boundary, even if it's not outright saying, no, I don't have time for this. Let's see, let me think of a couple more. And hopefully you're using this time as I'm giving you examples to write some things down. But I would say another thing that makes me feel like a badass is when I go to the thrift store and I'm looking through the aisles and I find that one thing that is super cool and super cheap and a super cool brand, I go in there and I feel like a badass. I feel like Indiana Jones of a thrift store. Like it feels like I have accomplished something. So that might be another one for me that I would put down. And do not think that this list has to correlate with the last one. We're going to bring it all together. But all that being said, take the next couple of minutes and finish out your list on things that make you feel like a badass. So now that you've finished your list of badassery, we're going to actually stick with that for a moment. What we're going to do is we're going to look back over each of these items and you are going to distill each of these items down to their essence, down to their core components. And what I mean by that, I'll explain through my own examples that I gave. So for the first example that I gave was doing my makeup. So for me, why does doing my makeup make me feel like a badass? I'm giving this knowing look because if we were in person, I would want to open the floor. So hopefully you had a thought on maybe why it would make you feel like a badass. But for me, what it is I'm known in a lot of spaces for these kind of eclectic makeup looks that I do. And so it's almost a sort of personal branding that I've developed. So it's a way of asserting my identity in spaces that I go out into. They tend to be a little, again, strange and a little attention grabbing. And I like that. That makes me feel like I have control over when people are looking at me, for example. Having been a biracial person in a fairly white area, that's something that I experienced a lot. And I found that having control over why people are looking at me made me feel powerful. Additionally, it lets me practice artistry in a way that I can really show off anywhere I go. It lets me change my look up so I can almost chameleon a little bit on occasion when I want to. So there's a couple different things that I might distill this down into. I think if I had to choose one, I would say being able to have control over how I present my identity. control is something that comes up a lot as I've been explaining this, but also artistry, branding, things like that. For my second example that I gave of saying no, that makes me feel like a badass. Usually in the aftermath, after my feelings have settled down, because usually when I first say no or set a boundary, my first feeling is not that of badassery. My first feeling is that of immense anxiety and a lot of stress. But in the bigger picture, it makes me feel like a badass because I'm caring for myself and I'm looking out for myself first, so that then I have the extra resources to help other people and actually really put all of myself into it, as opposed to being stretched too thin. So it makes me feel like a badass because I'm caring for myself. I'm showing myself love. And let's see, the third example, I think, was the thrift store one. That's how long my memory lasts. But that one makes me feel like a badass because I love finding stuff, and it makes me feel like I have been able to go into a situation and just like find a treasure. Again, like in Indiana Jones or Tomb Raider, Lara Croft, like it makes me feel like I've accomplished something. So maybe a feeling of accomplishment would be why that feels good to me. Also, I love deals. Thrifty spender. So maybe part is that as well. So all of that being said, I want you to go back over your list of badassery, and I want you to take a second and think about each of those items and think about why that makes you feel like a badass. And then just write it out next to it. It should be no more than like a word, 2 words, not even a full sentence. But go back and do that, and I'm going to give you a few moments to do so. All right, so now you are done momentarily with your badass list. At this point, I want you to go back to your list of weird. Now go through these examples that you have written down and pick one. It can be the one that interests you the most. It can be the one that you have the most feelings crop up. You can close your eyes and just point to one of them, but just pick one of those. And that is going to be the story that we are working with. So now that you have your topic and your focus of the story, what we're going to do is we are now going to look at the who, what, where, when, how, why, all of those details and logistics of the story. And we're not going to write them out in story format just yet. I want you to bullet point all of this stuff because we're just kind of I don't want to say idea vomiting, but that's what came to my mind first. So sorry about that. But think about where this happened. Was it in the country, the city? Was it in a house? Was it in a factory? Was it in a car? For the example I gave before about the ceremony that I did for Liminal, it was in the forest in Tennessee. It was kind of on this little dirt path. Think about when your story happened. How old were you? What time of year was it? What time of day was it? Going back again to my own example, it was summertime. It was August. It was at night. It was just a few years ago. So all of this is going to play a role into how you approach your story. So some of the other things to think about, how did this happen? For me, I was filming a show, and that's how I ended up being in this space. Were you maybe going to sleep? Were you driving somewhere? Were you going to work? Why did it happen? Could kind of go along the same things. Was there a reason you might have been seeking out something strange? Is there a reason why you may have been a little more open to an unusual experience coming to you? So I want you to think about all of these things. Again, focus on the who, what, where, when, why, how, and make bullet points of each of those things. So I'm going to give you a couple minutes to do that. Now we are going to go back and incorporate our list of badassery. So I want you to take another look over all of these things that you listed down that make you feel badass, that make you feel powerful. This is really important because these are the first 8 things that came to your mind. So these are things that, whether or not you realize it, really just like are coming up from the inside being like, yes, this is the way that I feel power. And certainly there are many more than you've listed, but these are some really good ones to start with. So now I want you to take a look over everything you just wrote out for your weird experience that is going to be the setting of this story. And let's take a moment to see if there's any overlap. Yeah? If you think about what led up to the story, think about all of the things that surrounded it. Start to think about where were you mentally, emotionally? What was happening in your life? What might have been something that you took away from this experience? How might this have changed you? Think about all of these things and then look back at your badass list and see if there's any places where you feel a little electricity sparking between those two. Going back to my example of the ceremony, what was I experiencing? We were filming the show. I was also going through a separation. I also was going through some major life changes in that moment. And it was also the day after my birthday. So there were a lot of things happening for me. When this experience happened, I found that I felt incredibly calm. The people I were with, they did not feel calm. They felt very freaked out. But I felt just this huge wave of calmness and peace come over me. I felt like I was in a place where I belonged. And for me, that felt very powerful and very badass because I found that even though there was all of this chaos and uprooting and clutter going on emotionally, mentally, and all these things, I was able to find myself in a place where I felt like I had a handle on things, where I felt like things were welcoming and made sense and very peaceful. So for me, that's a moment that felt very, like I mentioned for my badass list, in control. I felt like I had an amount of control. And that's something that has meant a lot to me in my experience in my history. So doing that same kind of thought exercise, I want you to look at the list of things that you just wrote out, the bullet points, your story, and look at your badass list and try to see these places that converge and then pick something that you feel you took away from this strange experience that is something that you might have learned about yourself, about the world, or some way in which you felt like you really changed or came away different from that. And now we are going to write the story outline. Now you can, anytime when you're telling a story, not necessarily go by the timeline, right? You can tell a story where it's like, this thing happened, and then this thing happened, and it was the biggest major climax of the story. And now let me tell you what led us to this moment. For our purposes today, we're going to do it via a regular timeline, chronologically speaking. So what you're going to do for your timeline is you are going to write out, again in bullet points, each of the things that happened And I don't want you to go into too much detail. I want you to write this out in terms of like using myself as an example. A, car pulled up to the parking lot and parked. B, got all of my stuff, went into the forest. C, set up everything around myself. D, you don't have to do this by letters, by the way. That's just how it came out. D, started the ceremony. So to give you kind of an idea, go through your story and write it out like that. It's going to be kind of boring just to look at, but this gets us into the right space where we're going to be able to put all of it together, and it is going to be fabulous. So now I have given you all of the basic necessities you have to write your story out. Things you're going to want to keep in mind. Set the scene. Make it delicious. Tell your audience all of the interesting details. Take us to that place. If you are someone who has your story taking place when you saw something weird in the closet, right? Describe what your room looked like. What did you hear? What did you see? What did you feel? Take us there with you, and that is going to be really, really beneficial as you tell your story. Now, I am going to assume that you are going to write your story after this takes place, because writing a story does take a little more time and effort than just like a couple minutes for me to pause and carry on. So before you go off to do that, I want to leave you with some things that should be helpful when it comes to actually telling your story in a public platform. So, the first thing to think about is that you are performing. You are going to be sharing something personal that happened with you, and that is an amazing thing. That is super vulnerable, that is super brave, and you should be incredibly proud of yourself. Even just writing this down, even taking these steps to re-experience something, to write it down, to be willing to take that step is amazing. And you are amazing for doing it. So I want you to take a moment, inhale, bring it in, and sit with that for a second, because it's something really profound. Stories are how we share experiences, perspectives. Stories are how we communicate ideas and how we really understand other people's ideas as well. It's one of the most powerful things, and it's one of the oldest forms of interpersonal connection that we have, is the telling of stories to each other. So that being said, note that you are a badass and really own that. So as you go forth to tell your story, some things that I think you'll find helpful. As hard as this can be, try to memorize it. Try to memorize your story. Take some time, and you'll find that it allows you to be more present and connect with your audience other than holding something in front of you. It's very easy, especially when you're doing something vulnerable and brave, to, if you have something in your hands, to really get lost in it. And when you do this, it is really hard to connect, because we want to see those eyes. We want to have that visual connection. And also, when you're looking up at your audience, your voice is going in that direction as opposed to going down in this direction. So memorizing is going to be really, really helpful. To that end, don't just memorize the words of the story. Try to memorize tonal changes. Try to memorize gestures. Try to memorize the way that you would do the story if you were performing it. Because in a way you are. It's authentic. It's very real. It's valid, but it's also being performed. Those things can both be true at the same time. The next thing, and this can be really hard, and I want to acknowledge that, is to slow down. If you are not accustomed to public speaking, chances are you are going to speak incredibly quickly. Even if you slow down to where you feel like you are speaking excruciatingly slow, it's probably not as slowly as you think you're speaking. We tend to speed up when we're nervous. So make it an active choice to speak more slowly. That will allow people to hear what you're saying and really enunciate your words. Find places in your story, and this goes back to memorizing, where you can pause, where you can breathe. Even knowing which moment you're going to take a breath can be very helpful. Because it's very easy to be telling a story and then you get really wrapped up and then you start telling the story and you go from one sentence to the next sentence. And then as you keep going, you suddenly find that you don't have any place to breathe. So then you breathe in a place that's really strange. And not that that can't be useful, but that can really take people out of the story. That can take you out of the story, because then, at least for myself, I become very aware, like, oh man, I just breathed in the middle of that sentence. That was odd. So having all of those things worked out beforehand can be incredibly, incredibly useful. The next thing is going back to this idea of memorization, connecting with your audience. So you want to connect with your eyes, with your face, even with just which direction your face is pointing. You don't have to be looking at anyone specifically. This isn't an activity for people who only have good visual. Like, you can just be pointing your face at where your audience is. And that's still connection, right? Changing the tone of your voice as you speak, that's connection. Think about speaking to people and not at them, right? Because when we get into the space of performing, it is very easy just to be like, I'm throwing all of this at you. Try to remember that you're telling people this, that you're sharing something very important. Even if you don't feel like it's the most important thing, it's important. It's something that you experienced. It's something that you have that nobody else has. No one else is you. And no one else has had this exact experience that you've had. And that is what makes it amazing. So just remember to connect with your audience. And then the final thing that I want to share with you is to be proud. You are doing something, I cannot emphasize it enough, absolutely spectacular. You are sharing something of yourself with other people, be it friends, family, or total strangers. You're doing something worthy of being proud of. Stand tall. Hold your head up. Breathe. Speak slowly. All of that is a part of being proud. Own the space that you are in. You deserve that space. That space is for you. And it's important. And it's important not only for you to show yourself that you deserve the space, it's important for other people to see you in that space and just owning that space as well. Be proud of what you're doing, because you are doing something truly wonderful and truly important. And I, for one, am proud of you. So all that being said, I want to give a huge, huge thank you for attending this workshop, talk, video experience with me. It has been amazing to have each and every one of you here. It has truly been an honor to be allowed this space to share my own experiences and my knowledge and expertise on the matter. And yeah, talk about something that I'm really passionate about and that I think is really important. Hopefully, you'll be able to take some of these things that I've shown and talked about and imbue them into other places in your life, whether or not that's a podcast again, or a stream, or a video series, or whether or not you have to get up and talk about something at work. Hopefully, this will be helpful in all of those situations. But again, my name is Rockette Fox. You can find me. I'm on the show Liminal. Be sure to check us out on YouTube. We all put a ton of work into that, and I, for one, am super proud of it. I cannot express how proud I am of that piece. I'm also on Facebook. I'm on Instagram. pretty much anywhere. If you look up Rocket Fox, ROCKETTEFOX, you'll find me. You can say my name 3 times into the mirror, spin around a whole bunch, and then I'll be there when you least expect it. So please feel free to reach out. Let me know if you enjoyed this. Let me know if this was helpful or educational, or if there's anything else you would like to know. And I'm also going to ask that if you end up finishing your story and you feel like sharing it, please share it with me. I would love to see it if you want to make a video. I would love to read it if you want to share it that way. But any story that has come out of this, if you want to share it, I would be absolutely thrilled to partake and share that experience with you. So thank you again. This has been amazing. And I hope that you look at this experience, if nothing else, as a means to honor yourself. Honor yourself, give yourself some time and space. You are amazing. Make sure from this point, take a little time for yourself afterward to breathe, take it in. It can be really challenging and really, I don't know if exhausting is the right word, but it can take energy out by going back and writing about things and talking about things that you've experienced. Sometimes it can be a little hard, so I want you to give yourself some space after this to really be with yourself. Get some rest, eat some food, stay hydrated, and please take care of yourself. I look forward to seeing you the next time. Take care.
Wow. That was awesome. A librarian and a storyteller. I couldn't think of a better hour and a half to spend. So thank you to Courtney and Rocket. That was so cool. All right, guys, we are going to move right into our next 2 talks. How about comic books? Want to talk a little bit about comic books? Project Blue Book comic books? Or do you want to head to the theater, the ecstatic theater? This is going to be interesting. I'm really looking forward to both of these talks, guys. I know you're going to enjoy them and learn a lot. So, first up, we have Jason Parsley. Jason is a writer and musician from Central Florida. He's the author of The Gamer's Guide to Reality, a playful interpretation of science, spirituality, and artistic expression. He lives in Lake Wales, Florida, with his fiance and cats. I love that. And then following Jason, we are going to have Michael Oeming. Michael Oeming is the Eisner, Harvey, and Eagle award-winning co-creator and artist of Powers. He is also an executive producer on the Powers television series from Sony PlayStation, which ran for 2 seasons. Michael began his career as an inker at the age of 14 and has written and drawn Thor Ragnarok, Red Sonja, Batman, Superman, Dick Tracy, but is best known for his creator-owned works such as United States of Murder, Inc., Blue Book, William of Newbury, and many others, mostly with his partners Brian Bendis and wife Taki Soma. Michael helped develop comics for Left 4 Dead, Portal, Team Fortress, and his art can be seen on the covers for the comics in the Last of Us television series. His current project is Blue Book with James Tynion, a faithful retelling of the UFO phenomenon. You can order Blue Book from Dark Horse Comics or Amazon. All right, guys, we're going to get into these next 2 talks. I'll see you on the other side, and I'll join you in the chat. Enjoy.
Anomacon.
This is my presentation called the Ecstatic Theater Network.
It's about ecstatic memetics in theory and practice. But before I begin, I'd like to thank Ryan for inviting me to participate in this Anomacon 2 conference. And I'd like to give a special shout out to my Discord friends for their help and support. Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Jason Parsley, and welcome to my Ecstatic Theater. I am the author of The Gamer's Guide to Reality. I have a bachelor's in English. I went to grad school for creative writing 3 different times, but I wasn't able to complete the degree due to health reasons. But I was obsessed with comparative mythology, Jungian psychoanalysis, Eastern and Western mysticism, linguistics, ways of enhancing creativity, different meditation modalities, different health modalities. And I just kept developing what would have been my thesis had I continued in grad school. And that's what I'm sharing with you guys today. So a few years ago, I went through a kind of a rough patch like almost everybody else. And I kept encountering problem after problem. I got sick. I became bedridden. My car got totaled. A lot of bad stuff happened. It seemed as though I was all alone in this big bad universe. No one wanted to be around me, least of all myself. It was a country song kind of a time. So I started meditating. And as I was meditating, I would get ideas. I'd be brainstorming solutions to my problems. And that's how the Ecstatic Theater Network came to be. I imagined a space of infinite potential where I could create anything I wanted. And within that space, I'd affirm life for myself and the audience. And I'd make as much art or creative things as I could. And just have fun doing it, the whole thing. So the space and within the space, I'd be able to interact with other ecstatic artists, and we'd be able to be part of a community. And I could be musicians, writers, poets, filmmakers, visual artists, computer programmers, philosophers, scholars, engineers, scientists, whoever. People that are playing with ideas in one way or another and creating stuff. I'm just very interested in that. So what we could do is we could form a guild where we could talk about our special interests, our fields of expertise, and we could help each other find the resources we need to achieve our visions. So we'd support each other in our individual endeavors, and then we'd collaborate on projects that benefit the community at large. Local communities would be like the target audience. And so the guild would create a website where we could publish our research, our notes. We could advertise works in progress. We could do crowdsourcing, find collaborators, whatever. And what if in the process of doing all this stuff, this creative stuff, what if we could get paid to put out our cultural artifacts? So I looked around in real life, and I didn't really see exactly what I was looking for. There were bits and pieces of it here and there. This was back in 2013. So before Patreon, before YouTube became what it is. So I just imagined that there would be a space like this. I made up the space, and it's called the Ecstatic Theater Network. So this material is actually an elaborate thought experiment, and it doesn't necessarily reflect what I personally believe or whatever. It's meant to be a starting point, a conversation starter, a series of arrows pointing in different directions that people can follow as they can move in the direction that the arrows are pointing if they so choose, whatever strikes your fancy. I've collected a whole bunch of different ideas in one place, and tried to offer different paths to different people. I don't know if I pulled it off or not, but that was the intent. And so there's a basic overview of what we're all about, but let's get a little more specific now. What if there was an organization that helped creative people, researchers, and entrepreneurs to pursue their passions? What if that organization provided resources and guidance that help people achieve their full potential of personal expression while uniting diverse communities and aiding society overall? What if instead of forcing students to specialize in art, business, or the sciences, students could learn all three and then go on to start their own businesses? You think maybe consciousness might be primary to being, and the purpose of being human is to balance life across multiple dimensions in a way that results in the most good for the most people, animals, and institutional structures? I don't know. Let's find out. So let's discuss how we might form such an organization. Let's call it the Ecstatic Theater Network. Let's propose the creation of a social organization that will organize people and facilitate games of resonance. The Ecstatic Theater Network will generate a profit for artists by disseminating the art, narratives, and tech that result from the games of resonance that they play. Introduction to the Game of Resonance. The Game of Resonance is an experiential learning strategy. It's a pedagogical game. It encourages students to explore ideas and build their own narratives in a way that benefits not only themselves, but others and the environment as well, and to do it in as genuine and as unique a way as possible, or as appropriate. The Game of Resonance is just how life-affirming cultural artifacts are created. And then the Ecstatic Theater Network disseminates those life-affirming cultural artifacts. So the Game of Resonance is based on ecstatic memetics. Let's get into a little more in depth onto what ecstatic memetics is. It's a theory of consciousness that the Game of Resonance is based on. And it's sort of like an average or aggregation of existent theories of consciousness, from shamanism all the way to simulation theory. What I did is I just took all these things. I found out where they were saying the same thing, just in different ways. And then I put it all in like a contemporary vocabulary and kind of like updated the language to fit more in with the present day and our culture as it has been since the Industrial Revolution. So ecstatic memetics is the philosophy of the Ecstatic Theater Network. It's the ideas, the guidelines, the reasons why or how the Game of Resonance exists and how it's played and why it works and how it works. Ecstatic memetics, it's like a quantum linguistic reading of reality. So once we've discussed the Ecstatic Theater Network, the Game of Resonance, and ecstatic memetics, we'll go back to the Game of Resonance and tie it all together. So this material, it's meant to be a blueprint for others to use as a jumping off point. It's not meant to be the final word. It's experimental. It's meant to be experimented with. It's meant to be interpreted, reinterpreted, argued with, for and against. It's just a set of ideas. And then the Game of Resonance is a way to test those ideas in a way that isn't going to make you go crazy or cause problems for other people around you or, society in general. It's all about balance. So how does this stuff relate to the paranormal? How does it relate to ufology? It's sort of like a literary theory that you can use to analyze stories about the phenomena. It's not saying it exists or it doesn't exist. It's just saying that if it does exist, then this might be how it works. And it's not. And I filtered out all the dogma, and I just focused on the experience itself and what it's like to be a human and to have paranormal experiences, as I imagine them to be based on all the accounts I've read. Everyone alive is an ecstatic artist. You're an ecstatic artist. I'm an ecstatic artist. We're all ecstatic artists. And so I invite you to join me in a game. And let's co-create, let's collaborate, and create an online and physical space where ideas are freely exchanged and the imagination is loosed. Let's grow a body of work together that affirms life and heals personal, cultural, and environmental wounds. Let's be a source of creativity and healing in a culture that doesn't seem to appreciate either. Together, we can produce ecstatic art and form a contemporary, life-affirming meta-narrative that provides the audience and the artist with experiences of well-being. Welcome to my ecstatic theater, and now let us play. Welcome to the Ecstatic Theater Network, and hopefully it sparks something beautiful. The Ecstatic Theater Network is a place where ecstatic artists play games of resonance in order to co-create or collaborate to make life-affirming art, narrative, and tech. The Ecstatic Theater Network produces ecstatic artists. It teaches how to make ecstatic art, and it teaches ecstatic artists how to become producers and executives. The Ecstatic Theater Network is a paradigm or an archetype. So let's just say the ecstatic theater is a metaphor for a person's imagination. And then you got a bunch of people putting their imaginations together, they form a network, they form a community. And because they're putting their imaginations together, they want to help each other out. So that's what they do. It's a creator community. You've heard of a think tank. This is a creative tank. Now we're going to talk about the components of the Ecstatic Theater Network. What are they? What do they do? There's 7 entities. I'm going to give you a list of them first, and then we'll go through each one very briefly and discuss how they go. So first we got the Ecstatic Artists Guild. Then you got the Gray Hat Corporation, the Ecstatic Art Foundation, ecstatic art production companies, individual ecstatic theaters, games of resonance, and a bemusement park. The Ecstatic Network is how the Ecstatic Artists Guild and the Ecstatic Art Production Company work together with the Gray Hat Corporation to play games of resonance. In the process, it co-creates ecstatic artists who co-create ecstatic art. So the guild, the Ecstatic Artists Guild, will start and maintain ecstatic art production companies. And then the production companies will produce ecstatic art in ecstatic theaters, like physical places where the public can go watch or listen to or whatever the art that's being made in the theater. And they can financially support the network by attending these ecstatic art events in the theaters. The financial and legal aspects of the network are handled by the Gray Hat Corporation. They do all the dirty work. The Ecstatic Artists Guild trains people to be ecstatic artists with initiatory games of resonance. The Ecstatic Artists Guild develops the theory of ecstatic mimetics. It's meant to be tested. It's meant to be revised. It's meant to have fun with. So the Ecstatic Artists Guild will be ecstatic artists who work together to develop ecstatic mimetics. And the guidelines are, of course, all completely voluntary, and what works for one person or a group of people might not work for another person or another group of people. All right. So now let's talk about guild trainers, producers, and executives. So the guild trains people to become ecstatic artists. Then those ecstatic artists learn how to be guild producers and guild executives. So the guild trainer is like a support person. They help with initiatory games of resonance, and they help develop training materials. And then like the guild producer is sort of like the head ecstatic artist for any given project. And then the guild executive runs the physical ecstatic theater and like handles the business aspects of it. So the Ecstatic Artists Guild provides rules for playing games of resonance. So it develops the game of resonance. It develops ecstatic artists. It develops the network. But first, let us talk about ecstatic art production companies. So we got the network. That would be like the macrocosm. And then we got the production companies, which would be the cosm, or the cosmos. And then you have the ecstatic artists, which would be the microcosmos. So ecstatic art production companies are just groups of ecstatic artists who are going to work together under the direction of a guild producer to create ecstatic art for public display. They operate within an ecstatic theater, which doesn't even have to be a formal building dedicated to the creation and display of ecstatic art. It can be like somebody's house or a park, or it's just wherever ecstatic artists are going to get together and make ecstatic art by playing games of resonance or display ecstatic art for a paying audience. So the ecstatic production companies produce and curate a canon of ecstatic art, and then the network distributes that. And the production companies, they like show off their work by making music, movies, by doing visual art, and presenting this at fairs, at festivals, and ultimately at an amusement park, which is called a amusement park. That brings us to the Grey Hat Corporation. So as I said before, the Grey Hat Corporation handles the legal and business aspects of co-creating ecstatic art and a life-affirming culture. The Grey Hat Corporation is populated by ecstatic executives. And these are just ecstatic artists whose art happens to be business. They happen to really be good and enjoy, they're really good at and enjoy business-related stuff. Next, we have the Ecstatic Art Foundation. So the Ecstatic Art Foundation is a patronage fund, essentially, for ecstatic artists so that they can make ecstatic art. And the Grey Hat Corporation donates money to the foundation specifically for those purposes. So now we've talked about all the major organizations and components that make up the Ecstatic Theater Network. So what does the Ecstatic Theater Network produce? That's what we're going to talk about now. So it's going to make a mythological narrative. The Game of Resonance is basically a template for making mythological narratives and playing around with those ideas and mixing them with contemporary ideas. Ideally, the narrative that comes out of the Ecstatic Theater Network will be completely organic and collaborative and just grow out of all the stories everybody's telling. The Ecstatic Theater Network will put on fairs. It'll have a traveling festival and carnival. And at these events, ecstatic art, narrative, and tech will be showcased. Sort of like a World's Fair, but for this particular type of art and this particular type of cultural artifact. And then all the art that comes out of the fairs, carnivals, festivals, everything else, the different ecstatic theaters, the Ecstatic Theater Network will build the amusement park, where the best of the best is showcased and put on display, and people can play games of resonance, and it's like a fun social place to go to enjoy ecstatic art. And then finally, we'll have the Ecstatic Theater Network will have an online component where each of the components has its own website, its own thing. We have, and we'll build a wiki where people can easily access ideas about ecstatic memetics. So it's just like a centralized place online where people can learn about ecstatic memetics and learn how to make ecstatic art and how to meet other ecstatic artists, both in life and online, because primarily the idea is that the real life stuff is mirrored by the online stuff and not the other way around. It's designed to be like a grassroots folk type of art movement. So what we're going to do is we're just going to talk about the Game of Resonance very generally, in very general terms, to give you an idea of what it's about. Then I'll move on to ecstatic memetics and get into the technical details. And the conclusion of the ecstatic memetics part will just be the Game of Resonance reiterated in very technical terms. Wonderful. All right. Now that we've discussed the Ecstatic Theater Network, moving on to part 2, Introduction to the Game of Resonance. The purpose of the Game of Resonance is to create ecstatic art. The Game of Resonance illustrates the principles of ecstatic memetics. Ecstatic memetics is a life-affirming interpretation of quantum mechanics and linguistics. It shows people how to heal from trauma and how to maintain well-being by living in resonance with nature. In the process of healing from trauma or maintaining well-being, people create works of ecstatic art. And ecstatic art is created through a process called memetic translation. The act of memetic translation produces ecstatic art as a byproduct. The Game of Resonance teaches people to memetically translate experience into art or narrative or tech, and vice versa. The games of resonance are methods for creating ecstatic art. There's not just one game of resonance. There's probably an infinity amount of them. So games of resonance are like experiments. The artist sets up the constraints and then just sees what happens. And then the successful experiments are documented and presented to the public. So that's a brief overview of the Game of Resonance. It's a method for creating life-affirming art, narrative technology. I'm using art very loosely, and it's just for any sort of human creation, which can be in the form of visual art or music, or multimedia. It can be narrative, like a novel or a nonfiction book, or a folktale. And it can be technology, like a computer or a car. And I've attempted to supply a vocabulary to talk about this stuff. Because what it is if consciousness is primary to being, then, and if the quantum world has something to do with consciousness, then the present moment is actually much bigger. There's like different levels of the present moment. So like the present moment is actually like a whole bunch of different things. It's not just what we're experiencing right now with our bodies. There's all these narratives too. And then there has to be a place for all these narratives to exist, because there seem to be an endless number of them. And so now we're getting into the collective unconsciousness as outlined by Jung and other thinkers. So let's just say that it's a one big now. Everything's happening in that now. And everything exists everything that will ever exist is existing there in that now. And it's not the 3D now, but it's this mimetic now. So next, we're going to talk about ecstatic mimetics. All right, so we've talked about the Ecstatic Theater Network, and we've gone over or briefly introduced the game of resonance. Now let's get into ecstatic mimetics. What exactly is ecstatic mimetics? Ecstatic mimetics provides guidelines for co-creating ecstatic art, so it's aesthetics. The aesthetics of life-affirming art in the 21st century. So we assume that energy and information are the same or somehow related. But in doing this promotes harmony between the self and other, because it provides a intellectual justification for the honoring of free will and the affirming of reality as it is. Ecstatic artists use the methods suggested by ecstatic mimetics to co-create life-affirming works of art, philosophy, and technology. Art, narrative, and technology. Whenever you apply the theories of ecstatic mimetics to the production of art, narrative, or technology, it's called you're playing a game of resonance. First, let's talk about the cosmos body. And just to reiterate, the ever-effervescing now is an infinite space where everything exists and everything is occurring. The now is equal to 0 or infinity. It really depends on the context, whether it appears as 0 or if it appears as infinity. The now is the sum of all realities. All of existence is occurring in the now. The now can appear to a human consciousness as either a universe, a multiverse, both, or neither. It depends on the state of the person's consciousness. If we perceive or assume that consciousness energy is the only thing that exists, we are assuming a panpsychist worldview. This panpsychist worldview has traditionally been articulated using mythopoetics, or mythological motifs and stories. What does the cosmos look like if consciousness is primary? The now is neutral in relation to individual entities. It's neither life-affirming nor life-negating. And there are actually 3 scales of the now. So we got the ever-effervescing now, which is everything all at once. Then you got the ineffable sphere, which is the attempt to point to the now with language. And then you got the fractal universe, which is the attempt to describe the now with geometry or math. The ever-effervescing now, the ineffable sphere, and the fractal universe are all the same thing, iterated at different scales or talked about at different scales. The ever-effervescing now is the biggest, and then the ineffable sphere and the fractal universe are the same, or people can argue about which one is bigger. That takes us to the fractal universe hypothesis. The universe is fractal. It's so therefore consciousness is fractal in structure. And since everything is consciousness and everything is now, then the ever-effervescing now is a form of fractal geometry. So the fractal universe is like a archetypal structure that structures existence and structures consciousness. So everything that we see, everything we think, everything we perceive is an iteration of this fractal structure. What is the fractal universe composed of? It's composed of undifferentiated consciousness, energy, love. It is pure being, pure consciousness, undifferentiated. And then the fractal universe structures and composes everything within it, within the now. We got the fractal universe, which is an iteration of the now, a scale of the now, of the infinity of the now. Now we're going to go to the infinity of the mimetic multiverse. Now, whenever the fractal universe becomes differentiated, it appears as a mimetic multiverse. The mimetic multiverse is the fractal universe iterated at 3 different scales, 3 different orders of magnitude of being, let's call it. You got the ineffable sphere, which would be just like a small chunk of the now. You got so the ineffable sphere from a human point of view is that which we can't put into words, that which doesn't make sense when you do put it into words, or stuff that we don't know, the unknown, the fractal universe, the future. Within the ineffable sphere, everything is just fractal energy. Within now, the ineffable sphere reiterates at a lower scale, at a smaller scale, as the mimetic sphere of being. So you got the ineffable sphere, you got the mimetic sphere of being. And the mimetic sphere of being is further differentiated at a smaller scale, and that smaller scale is the 3D sphere of being. So we got 3 spheres of being: the 3D sphere of being, the mimetic sphere of being, and the ineffable sphere of being. And those 3 spheres of being interact with one another in order to create an infinity of mimetic entities. So mimetic entities are what compose the mimetic multiverse. The 3D sphere of being is the material world, the physical world, where you throw an object up and that object comes down and things move linearly from past to present to future. It's the world, the organic world of 3D objects possessing height, width, length, and depth, and biological entities. So 3D reality appears to be a bunch of objects and biological entities interacting in linear time according to the laws of entropy. The 3D sphere of being is the animal world of survival. If we make a game out of the 3D sphere of being, we would call it the 3D game of survival. Win the 3D game of survival whenever you survive. So congratulations for winning the 3D game of survival. Up to this point anyway. One day you'll lose it. So we've talked about the ineffable sphere. We've defined it as the space of energy, or love, or consciousness, and it's a fractal structure that iterates and reiterates on multiple scales throughout infinity. And we've talked about the 3D sphere and defined it as the organic world of objects in time. So now let's talk about the mimetic sphere of being. The mimetic sphere of being is where the 3D and the ineffable spheres overlap. The mimetic sphere of being is a sphere of pure thought. So the ineffable sphere is the sphere of pure being, of pure isness. The mimetic sphere of being is pure thought. It's abstract thoughts. It's where the platonic solids come from. It's what's outside the cave, I guess, maybe. I don't know. It's what's outside of Plato's cave, I guess you could say. And within the mimetic sphere, things are made out of mimetic energy, and they have 3D forms. Within the mimetic sphere, all pairs of opposites are united and exist as a single entity, a spectrum. So if you imagine a battery with a positive and negative ends, all pairs of opposites are a battery within the mimetic sphere. And whenever they come into the 3D sphere, that's when they split off and literally are like the 3D sphere is just a whole bunch of split pairs of opposites. And the mimetic sphere is united pairs of opposites. And the ineffable sphere is unity. So it would be the body of the battery. So we've defined the ineffable sphere as a sphere of undifferentiated consciousness energy, fractal energy, love, whatever, like unconditional love, whatever. Mimetic space is like quantum energy, narrative energy, potential energy. Mimetic space is where all narratives come from. It is consensual reality. Within the mimetic sphere, there are mimetic entities. What's a mimetic entity? A mimetic entity is a microcosmic iteration of the 3 cosmic scale spheres of being. So we have the ineffable sphere being, the mimetic sphere being, and the 3D sphere being. A mimetic entity is simply a microcosmic version of those 3 spheres of being. A mimetic entity is defined by a mimetic point of view. Mimetic entities perceive reality from the mimetic point of view. A mimetic entity is made of fractal energy. A mimetic entity is a fractal structure at a scale that is much smaller in relation to the cosmic spheres of being or the now. The fractal point of view determines which memes, which experiences and possibilities are available to a given mimetic entity. And a point of view is like a reality filter. Like the energy, the fractal, pure fractal energy is filtered through the point of view where it's split into united pairs of opposites, the batteries I spoke about earlier. Fractal energy becomes mimetic energy as it passes through the lens of the point of view. And then everything looks mimetic. From the point of view of a mimetic entity, everything is energy. Everything exists, and everything is related to everything else. This is where dreams come from. This is where all imaginative things come from. And in secular Western culture, we have devalued the imagination and intuition in favor of the intellect. Perhaps that might have not been the best move. Maybe it was necessary at the time. Maybe that's what was needed to happen. But maybe it wasn't the best way of being in accord with nature. So what do mimetic entities do? Well, they conduct mimetic translation. They exchange energy, and that exchange of energy is done through a process called mimetic translation. So what happens is energy is absorbed by a mimetic entity. That entity processes the energy, differentiates it, and then emits that energy, gives that energy out. And the energy in and the energy out is determined by the relationships that entity has with other entities around them. So the fractal universe could be thought of as like a sun door or a sun where light is just coming out of it. And then the mimetic sphere transduces that down to mimetic energy. And then the 3D sphere further transduces that mimetic energy down to kinetic energy and narrative or thought or memes. So mimetic energy, we perceive it in our 3D bodies as a mood or feelings, emotions. The vibe, man. And it's circular or torus field shaped. So the fractal energy goes out and everything, and then mimetic or 3D energy or something goes back in. A meme is a unit or quanta of energy information. Memes can be either structural or they can be masking. A structural meme indicates that it is coming from a primary point of view. And then the masking is just like, these are details that can be interchanged. Was the shirt red or blue? Doesn't matter. So in order to conduct mimetic translation, you identify what point of view is asserting the narrative. Then you identify which memes are structural and which memes are masking. You find out what points of view what points of view the structural memes are coming from, and then you try to find out if you change one point of view, how does that change the relationship and the flow of energy within the narrative? Memes can be positive or negative in charge. If they're positive in charge, from a human point of view, that means that they affirm life. They result in pleasure, well-being, or life. And a negatively charged meme is going to result in pain, trauma, or death. And this is purely from the living human point of view, it's bad to die or feel pain, and it's good to live and be okay. But from a resonant point of view, memes are neither negative or positive. They're neutral. So to affirm the negative and the positive, you have to combine the pairs of opposites and see them as they are. So whenever you conduct mimetic translation on something, you're just inverting the relationships by switching negative memes to positive ones and messing around with structural memes. So the structural memes would be like what gives structure to a story or give structure to an art form. And the masking memes would be the colors in the painting or the forms in the sculpture, whatever. So now we've talked about the cosmos body. We've talked about the ever everything now. We've talked about the three spheres of being. We talked about mimetic entities. And we've talked about mimetic translation. That's the cosmos body. Now, let's switch to the body cosmos. Now, because of the fractal universe, the individual human, is a mimetic entity. And not only that, but has a microcosm of the three spheres of being we have it within our own bodies. Now, according to Chinese medicine, there are three dantians. You have your upper dantian, you have your middle dantian, and you have your lower dantian, which is your solar plexus. All right. And each dantian describes three chakras. So you got your crown, third eye, and throat chakra describe the upper dantian. Your throat chakra, heart chakra, and solar plexus chakra describe the middle dantian. And the solar plexus, sacral, and root chakras describe the lower dantian. Each of the chakras is a point of view. Each of the dantian is a self. So there's three eyes. You got the intellect, lower dantian. You got the imagination, middle dantian. And then you have the identity, upper dantian. The intellect describes the point of view of the 3D body. The imagination describes the point of view of the mimetic body. The identity describes the point of view of the ineffable or fractal body. The identity, the imagination, and the intellect could be described as the I, reality matrix. Mimetic energy flows through the three eyes, and that creates the perception of reality. Now, the identity is always switching back and forth between intellect and imagination, going back and forth. But it goes back and forth so quickly that we don't notice it. Sort of the way a film is a bunch of pictures that goes really fast, making it look like movement is happening on the screen, when all that's actually happening is we're seeing a bunch of still images that are slightly different from one another. So the identity switches back and forth very quickly between intellect and imagination to create the perception or the sensation of being, of having experiences, whether those are physical experiences, biologically based experiences, or intellectual or creative experiences, like doing math and thinking of a story. What's happening is that we are all constantly switching points of view. We are constantly making up stories. We're constantly behaving biologically, breathing, eating, whatever. And all of this is done unconsciously. So we have unconscious mimetic translation going on always. And you have shifts in consciousness constantly. Like every night when you go to sleep, as you're falling asleep, whether you remember it or not, you've hit the mimetic multiverse whenever you're in hypnagogic sleep. And you hit the fractal universe whenever you're in deep sleep, where you're unaware of anything. So mimetic translation is always occurring, and you're always going to be doing it, whether you're conscious of it or not. It's a lot like breathing that way. You can breathe unconsciously, unintentionally, or you can meditate and breathe with intention, mindfully, aware of what's happening. So just living your life, the unexamined life, whatever, unconscious mimetic translation. Conscious mimetic translation is the game of resonance. So now we're going to go back and discuss the game of resonance in a little more detail. The 3D point of view perceives lack and finitude. It has to in order to ensure the survival of the individual, the biology of the individual. The mimetic point of view is actually an inversion of the 3D point of view, and it perceives that reality is infinite, that there's infinite energy, infinite forms, infinite entities. And it's associative, whereas the intellect is very categorical and dualistic. It says this is this and this is not that. The mimetic point of view says this is that, or reflected by that, and they're related in this way. The 3D point of view is not very good at relating invisible things like emotions or abstract thoughts. And then you got the resonant point of view, or the fractal point of view, or the ineffable point of view. The ineffable point of view is the point of view of the identity. It's a holistic point of view. It perceives both the 3D and the mimetic. And it doesn't judge between the two. It just sees them there, and that's where it is. It's a holistic point. It's the point of view of affirmation and acceptance, undifferentiated consciousness. And it's the source of our experience of identity. So what is resonance? Resonance happens when we adopt a fractal point of view, when we identify with the identity. The identity identifies with itself, and resonance occurs. It sees everything as it is in balance. And it says it's all good. The mimetic point of view describes the mental state of ecstasy. The ecstasy is the simultaneous experience of pleasure and pain. It's horror and comedy at once. And that's why ecstasy is the domain of mythology, because mythology is also the combination of comedy and tragedy. When we enter an ineffable state of consciousness, we become aware of the now. And we sort of lose consciousness of our 3D and mimetic selves. When we enter ecstasy, we are aware of everything all at once, and everything is both good and bad simultaneously. It's a very extreme state to be in, which is why you don't typically want to be in one for very long. So in order to navigate reality, we can look at a thing from a 3D point of view, we can look at it from the mimetic point of view, and we can look at it from the ineffable point of view or fractal point of view. And we don't have to take drugs to do this. We don't have to spend a long time studying esoteric rituals or meditative practices. You just got to use your imagination. You do thought experiments. And you meditate on those thought experiments. And then you test the thought experiments with art, a narrative, or a piece of technology. So let's talk about human consciousness. Point of view determines our state of consciousness. The mimetic point of view is neutral in charge. So let's talk about states of human consciousness. Resonance occurs when we identify with the present moment and affirm that present moment as existing. And ecstasy is actually trauma. It can lead to positive trauma, which creates something positive in the person's life, or it can be negative trauma, where the person doesn't move on, like with PTSD or extended grief periods. Ecstasy occurs when we identify with the mimetic point of view. And resonance occurs when we identify with the ineffable or fractal point of view. And then we just switch between points of view and see how something is mimetically translated between points of view. Then we can identify structural memes and masking memes and switch relationships around and add other details, so we can take a original narrative and change it, revise it into something different. And we can take a life negating narrative and translate it into a life affirming one using this game of resonance, where you meditate, you leave the 3D point of view, assume a mimetic point of view, where you just imagine how things are related. Then you go into the resonant point of view, the ineffable point of view, and you see how the things balance out. All right. We've discussed ecstatic memetics, and now we're ready to get into the nitty-gritty with the game of resonance. And we're going to talk about how to play it in more depth now. So now we've talked about ecstatic memetics. Now let's talk about the game of resonance in depth. So first, a reality is examined from the 3D point of view. Then it's interpreted by a memetic point of view. Then, finally, by the ineffable point of view. Then the points of view are blended seamlessly into a unifying point of view or a unifying narrative and expressed as an aggregation of memes in the form of art, narrative, or technology. Step 1. Identify your present 3D experiences. First, we want to identify our present 3D experiences as they are, rather than as we'd prefer them to be. So we adopt a 3D point of view. This allows us to name our lived 3D experience in the now. We can now construct a 3D based narrative based on that 3D point of view. So now we'll analyze our 3D narrative and determine which structural memes it emanates from and how those points of view interact to constrain the narrative. Step 2, identify the present Step 2, identify the memetic charge. So now we're going to reinterpret the 3D narrative from a memetic point of view. We're going to determine the narrative's qualia. We adopt a memetic point of view. We become relaxed and focused on memetic stimuli. We think about philosophical, scientific, or mythopoetic narratives. We focus on a work of art or a feat of engineering. And this forms a bridge from the 3D sphere to the memetic. We've moved from a literal, concrete interpretation and naming of our reality to a more abstract one within some tradition or another. Once we've achieved a memetic point of view, we can perceive the now as a set of memetic entities exchanging positively and negatively charged fractal energy in the form of memes. So now we can rearrange the points of view and we can change the details that those points of view are articulated with. We can conduct memetic translation. We can invert relationships. We can... Now, we're going to go from the memetic point of view into an ineffable point of view. We're going to become resonant. We've identified the negative and positive charges that compose the narrative. Now we're going to balance them from the resonant point of view. We're going to unify pairs of opposites that are in conflict with one another. They might still be in conflict with another on a 3D level, but they will agree on the memetic level. You got the 3D game of survival, where there can only be one. Reality is finite and limited, and that's 3D game of survival. Then you got the memetic game of ecstasy, where you adopt a memetic point of view, look at something through the three eyes, the I reality matrix, and you perform memetic translation while in that state. imagine other relationships, other possibilities. Then you move into the game of resonance. Once you've finished your game of ecstasy and you've identified the negative and the positive memes, you balance those negative and positive memes by playing a game of resonance. How to play the ineffable game of resonance. Whatever we are experiencing with our five senses, along with whatever we are thinking or feeling, right now composes our personal, idiosyncratic, ineffable sphere of being, our effervescing now, our fractal universe. Ineffable reality, from the individual mimetic point of view, is that which has been unexperienced or unprocessed information. But from the speaking from the point of view of the ineffable sphere, from the resonant point of view, everything is occurring right now. Our 3D sphere of being is our most immediate experience of the effervescing now. Our 3D sphere of being is our most immediate experience of the effervescing now. But it's only one of three facets of our being that experience it. As individual human beings, we can experience the effervescing now by focusing on our sensations and our immediate environment. Now we've adopted a 3D point of view and we're perceiving 3D reality. And we can now also experience the effervescing now via our mimetic bodies. We can focus on our emotions and the quality of the sensations that the 3D body's five senses are taking in. We can bring the imagination and the intuition into it and observe the associations that come up from the associations. Then we can bring the imagination and intuition in, and we can find out what memories do we associate with these 3D sensations. We think about, how does this thing make me feel? How do these memories make me feel? How does this story make me feel? How does this form make me feel? And then we look at it from various angles, and we say, I feel good about this part of it. I feel bad about that part of it. Then you go into the game of resonance, and you're like, hey, it's all good. Let's just make it agree. Let's make it all so that it's balanced. So you win the game of resonance by balancing positive and negative pairs of opposites. And that's my talk, and I thank you very much for your attention. I hope you found something useful, some game you can play in your own reality, some life-affirming cultural artifact you can make yourself. Let us play.
Is it UFO or UAP? The government's confusing me. The experts make it complicated. Lack of answers has me jaded. UFO, I don't know. UAP, yeah, I guess so. Searching for answers, where to begin. Round and round in circles again. Thunderstruck by mass confusion. Is it fact or fiction? Convolution. UFO, UAP, which is right idiomatically. Just my luck now. Scratch my head and say, yeah, what the fuck? UFO or UAP, it's all so confusing to me. Beyond frustrated, damn my luck. Pondering insane thoughts, what the fuck?
Hello, I'm Michael A. von Oeming. I am a comic book artist whose best work is known for a series called Powers. I've written some Thor, Red Sonja, Dick Tracy, a bunch of other comic books. I've been around for a while. And recently, I've been very lucky and blessed to be able to do a series with my friend James Tinian called Project Blue Book, which is an investigation into UFOs. Really, it's just reporting the stories as they were told without trying to create any sort of extra mishigash around the whole subject. So we try to tell the stories very straightforward. They're, as you know, fantastic enough as they are. You don't need to add anything crazy to them. The book comes out through Dark Horse Comics. It is a long and arduous process when you create comic books. And listening to Ryan Sprague's Somewhere in the Skies podcast and others really gets me through working these long hours on these pages. There's a lot that could be said about the UFO subject and my feelings, especially as I've gone from just being a fan of the whole subject for the past 30 years or so to the current research that goes into these books. What is very interesting, now, first let me make it clear, I'm not a researcher. I am not a professional researcher. I'm a storyteller and an artist. So I'm going to leave a lot of the details about the UFO phenomenon to speakers who can speak on that better than I can. I think what I wanted to do, or to talk about a little bit, when Ryan invited me to be part of this, which I'm very grateful for and really honored to be part of. What I noticed was this subject that we're doing in the comic 1947 is the second volume. And you can see we have the alien autopsy up here. So while it's called Blue Book, it isn't specifically Blue Book cases, but Blue Book is the sort of theme that we use to investigate all of these early stories. And the main thing that I noticed was that in doing the early years covering the Blue Book stuff, which happens in the second volume of the book, the first volume is about Betty and Barney Hill, and that story is amazing on every level, especially human level. So if you've had deep interest in that series or that story, I think you might want to check out our book. But the main thing that I noticed was how similar the events of early Blue Book days and Grudge and Sign and all that, how it seems to be relevant today. We seem to be repeating a lot of the same cycles of news and information. Who has information about this phenomenon, who is stovepiping it and keeping it for themselves. My own personal view, I'm not 100% sure what's happening. I do, quote, believe. But the one thing I am sure of is that there's just a lot of information being controlled by government sources. And I don't think it's for as nefarious reasons as we think it is. I think a lot of it has to do with egos, power, money. Things always come down to money, right? It's always money. The budgets that are approved, how you get your budgets approved, how you keep people from seeing what you're working on, how you protect your power in the government, especially once you start dealing with private contractors. So there's a lot of money and behind the scenes stuff, I think, that is much more tangible and just as intriguing as the question of, alien visitation or whatever this phenomenon is. So I guess what I'd really like to say is that as we have new information coming out, one of the best things to do is to just take some time to sit on it, and then look back in history, especially recent history. I mean, the last 50 years, maybe that's not quite recent, but a lot of the things happening now have already happened before, and the information is just being recycled. These patterns of releasing information and disclosure seems to be around the corner all the time, and then it's always sort of rolled back, and you have to question why that is. There's lots of ways you can take that. I particularly think it just has more to do with money and national security than anything else. And if there is something going on, it's unfortunate that it is held behind that veil of like human egos and such. So again, I just want to thank Ryan for inviting me here. I'm not going to get too deep into the current situations because, again, there are speakers who are much more knowledgeable than I am. I'm like you. I am a fan of this stuff. I am a fan of how wonderful the universe is and the mysteries in them. And this phenomena, this whole field, it really allows us to focus on that and to sort of meditate on it and ask these big questions and ask ourselves, why are we here? And why are they visiting us or not visiting us, or what are the power structures behind the information on all this stuff. It's all fascinating. The main thing I'd say is again, just like, let's look at recent history. Blue Book has proven that the actual program of Blue Book has proven that this does seem to be a pattern that's specifically coming out of government officials for some reason, rather than any real forward information. We're a little bit more forward now than we have before, I'll admit that. So just keep an eye on history, especially recent history. Guys like Richard Dolan are always on top of this stuff. They're very good at kind of pointing out how this pattern is just like the other pattern. I think there's a lot of goodwill behind the scenes of people really trying to get the truth out, whatever that truth may be. So keep your guard up, but also don't be too jaded about things. Have an open mind, but not so open that your brain falls out, as they say. And I think that's it. I just want to thank Ryan for having me on here. I hope you check out the comic. It's published through Dark Horse Comics. There's 2 volumes out right now. And I'm going to continue drawing and writing comics and listening to Ryan and Somewhere in the Skies. Thanks, guys.
It's beautiful, man. Like this sort of limited colors and just the style. It reminded me somewhat of your work with Dick Tracy in some respects as well. But tell me a little about how you decided to go with this style, which I think is spot on for something like Project Blue Book. What made you want to go with what you did? And maybe, tell us a little about the style, if you don't mind.
So as you could tell, I'm wearing Coke bottles on my face right now. These giant glasses where my eyes look huge. It's because as I've gotten older, sitting over the desk like that has taken its toll on me,
Sure,
so most of the work that I've done in the past, 4 years has mostly been digital, which means I'm working on a computer screen where I can get in there and I can control the lines 120%, 100%. And the line work is much finer and stuff. But I miss drawing what's called analog, and that's just pen, paper, and brush, and you get chunkier lines out of it. It's just a slightly different quality. The closest I could explain it is like, if you're an audio person, you can tell the difference between something that's digital and something that's on an album or something, So I was really, really hungry to do something analog again. And this was a perfect opportunity because, it wouldn't involve too many crowd scenes, which is a lot of people, a lot of detail, or like fight scenes of people jumping off of exploding buildings and the ridiculousness that we get to do in comics. Usually takes a lot of detail and intense lines. But as you tell here, the kind of stories we're going to be telling, they're largely character-based, people talking, people driving, people eating, people pointing at the sky and stuff.
Right.
So it becomes pure storytelling, and I almost look at it like I try to tell each page, can you kind of tell what's going on or come to your own conclusions about what's going on without the dialogue? Which in these stories where you've got the first chapter it's largely Betty and Barney just driving and pulling over, and looking at this crazy thing. So I had to come up with a language like, well, how do I make this interesting? Because we don't want to add stuff. We didn't want to turn the car chase scene from the UFO into a chase scene, where tires are squealing around corners and stuff like that. But I still was figuring out, how do I tell that in an interesting way? So there's a lot of angular shots looking through branches at their cars they're driving. There's a lot of reflections of the UFO on the car, but not seeing the car itself. So what visual language could I use to show that they're being stalked? Kind of, that was the feeling that Barney specifically had, that they were being stalked and hunted. So those are the choices that I'm making, as well as realizing that the platform is largely for non-comic book readers. Like, I'm be very happy for all of my readers to follow Blue Book and James's readers to follow Blue Book. But we want is your audience to read it. We want Jimmy's audience. We want the UFO community to read it. So I'm specifically, and James and our editor Greg and our letterer, we're all at DDA. We're all trying to tell this in a way for people who don't read comics. So there's not a lot of crazy panel layouts. I'm keeping it super simple so nobody gets lost. And those are the compasses that we're taking. And the style just comes from, again, getting to go back to my roots of like just plopping down thick, chunky brush lines for noir scenes, like using the idea of noir and horror lighting to emphasize the scariness and the emotional heights that these characters are going through. And then that's a compass in it. Like really the whole thing is just stripped down to its most basic, bare, essential stuff. And that's making it for a better creative experience. And I think probably for a better reading experience too.
Yeah,
sometimes simpler is better. Less is more.
Less is more, always, man.
Yeah.
If there's anything I've learned in writing as well, especially for movies, it's what is the saying? It's showing, not telling. Which, as a playwright, my job was always the opposite. It's telling and not showing. So it was it's hard. And like you said, like this isn't, hopefully a lot of the followers of your work will come over to Blue Book, but it's made, as an homage to the people who worked on Blue Book, for a community who's been made fun of their whole lives for believing in this stuff, and just now in 2021 is getting the legitimacy it finally deserves. But I think that's
constantly going through my mind as I'm drawing them. Betty and Barney Hill were real people, and often when we talk about it on like podcasts and stuff, you kind of, I don't want to say forget, but like, yeah, you do forget the real people. So like the things that they were going through, who they were at the time, how they were formed as a woman and a black man in the 60s. That means they grew up in the 40s, So you take all of this stuff into account, and once you read the books about them, and they had two different sort of directions for this. Betty, while I don't believe she manufactured anything. I don't believe she exaggerated anything. But as this started to happen to her, she was open to it. She was open to the experience. She was kind of excited about the experience, I think. She had a huge mountain level of curiosity. Mm-hmm. Barney wanted it all to end immediately.
Right.
The book is called Captured because when he saw the ship that he thought was coming near him, he's running to his wife yelling, "They're going to capture us." Now, to say those words, like those are specific words. It's not "run, Betty." It's not "we got to get out of here." They're going to capture us. There's a psychological underlining there that you as a writer, I bet, like you would write it. Not every character would say that. Specific characters would say that for specific reasons. So like Barney was tortured by this whole thing. So there's I feel a huge responsibility as I'm drawing this to protect Barney so that he doesn't come off like he's trying to be labeled. And a lot of those psychologists and people at the time tried to say basically that he was mentally inferior to Betty, and that Betty was influencing him through his dreams or her dreams to believe the same thing that she, like, it's so insulting, it's so demeaning. And the way she was also like the questions that the therapists were asking of them were so insulting to anybody.
It was brutal. Yeah.
It's a lot that they went through. So I'm carrying a lot of that when I'm drawing it. And it also helps that like Betty just looks like my aunt, somebody who helped raise me. So like when I'm dressing her, when I don't have reference, I'm thinking of the same kind of clothing. So the same kind of, she had the same, that I hate to put this, there was like this failed perm thing that was going on from like the 40s to like the early 80s. And my aunt had the same hair, right? So like it's this wonderful thing where like I'm connecting to them as people, and I'm connecting them through my own experiences and families as I'm drawing them. I'm not sure where that was all going, but I mean, that's my deal on a lot of this.
Right. And I love hearing that, man, because like my I guess role in the UFO field is I focus on the people who have experiences, not how big was the craft, like what time. Yeah, that's cool. Data's great. It's great for investigators. It's great for these like military dudes who are trying to assess what's going on. But for me, it's always come back to the Bettys and the Barneys. Like, what did you experience? Because it's different for everyone. I had a case that I personally went out to investigate in Michigan where I had a mother and daughter. They both saw a triangular UFO above their home, and they had completely different experiences, man. The mother said it was silent and it was black. The daughter said it was unbearably loud. She was like covering her ears, and the craft was white. So you're just like, every person is going to experience these things differently. And I think it's so cool that you picked up on that with what Barney Hill said. We're going to be captured. Whereas she was probably like, oh, let's do this. Like, this is going to be a crazy learning experience. She was on the craft, like asking the aliens questions, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, like
Yeah, she really
Barney's effing terrified if you listen to those regression tapes.
Yes, go on. He's telling you. And he's looking at me. What did he tell you? Stay there and keep looking. Just keep looking and stay there. And just keep looking. Just keep looking. Could you hear him tell you? Oh, I got to pull these binoculars away from my eyes. Because if I don't, I'll just keep staying there. Could you hear him tell you this? Oh, no, he didn't say it. You felt he said it. I know. You know he said it. Just there, yeah. Just stay there, he's saying to me. It's all right. Bouncing in my head. Just don't pull the binoculars away. God, give me strength. All right. Pull them down. Run! Pull these binoculars down and run. God! It says, my God, give me strength. I gotta get away. Oh! Babe! All right. You gotta get away, babe! All right. Calm down. Calm down. I'm driving. I gotta get away. Oh.
That mother and daughter having completely different experiences. The older I get, the more I think that this is less a physical, predictable thing, and maybe that's part of it. But there seems to be some sort of consciousness thing. I don't know, and I don't want to get, you just get into such speculation land there. But there more and more, it seems to be something along those lines, as opposed to specifically Zeta Reticuli people coming in a nuts and bolts ship or something, which may also be happening. I don't know.
Right. It might be one small sliver of the overall picture. I'm with you, man. Like, yeah, we're kind of living in an age now of, I guess a new age, as the kind of new age movement would say, of this having a lot more to do with consciousness. It's a road that I've kind of tippy-toed on, but I haven't like gone down the road yet. But
a good friend of mine, he has a Christian background, and so he's always seen the UFO community, the UFO phenomena as this larger spiritual thing, and I always pushed against that, and I was like, no, these are like aliens or something or whatever, and I don't see eye to eye exactly on that point of view. The Venn diagram's almost the same. I'm kind of thinking that these are more like ultra dimensional creatures or ultra dimensional experiences rather than so much physical from another planet over or another star system. And when you think about that, those are just sort of metaphors, like angels and demons versus, ultra, dimensional beings who have different motivations. It's sort of just your point of view. I fought against that for the longest time, and now I'm like, well, why is it when people have UFO experiences, they start having paranormal experiences afterwards? Part of the parts of the Betty Barney Hill stories that's not reported often is they had poltergeist activity after their encounters, and then people helping them investigate their encounters also started getting those tag along phenomenon that's been happening. You get with Skinwalker Ranch is probably the most extreme example of that. But why is that happening? Those should be two different things. Poltergeist activity and UFO activity shouldn't have to follow each other, but they seem to. So,
right. That's such a good point. I think, and we're hearing that more and more. This mother and daughter had the same experience, poltergeist activity after a triangular UFO event. Their electricity was on the fritz. An electrician came out to fix it. He sees a UFO over the house. Dude, it's crazy. Wow. I gotta get you that case for a later one for Blue Book. But you're right. I think when you're dealing with such amorphous phenomena, everyone's gonna kind of bend it and mold it to their own whatever spiritual lens or psychological lens or what have you. And that's why when anyone ever comes to me and says, do you believe in UFOs? I'm like, belief is immediately going down religion territory, and that's not what this is about for me. I want to hear the stories. I'm compelled by the stories, the way people interpret things. And then others just want the facts, man. Like I totally
Yeah.
get that. But when you bring belief into it, that's tough, because then you're dealing with religion. And so many people have come to me, man, and been like, it's demonic, it's angelic, it's ultra dimensional, like you mentioned. So who knows?
Yeah.
Who really
Yeah.
knows? But I think that's what kind of keeps us going, is asking those Marvel what ifs, right?
Yeah, we keep asking the what ifs because there's all these like touchstones to real actual things, you know, to people we trust or documents we've seen or something, and it's like, you know, there's a reason we keep
Something's
asking
there.
ourselves.
Yeah. Thanks, Jacques Vallée. He ruined everything.
Seriously. Yeah.
Well, let's go back to Blue Book in terms of what you guys are covering. You mentioned Betty and Barney Hill, 80 pages. That is awesome. First of all, I can't wait to see where, you know, your whole arc goes with that. David O'Leary, like I mentioned, the creator of the Project Blue Book series, he wanted to know, because for him with the TV show, it was a big challenge, because you're dealing with like, you know, a chronological program that actually existed that investigated UFOs, but they had to tell a story. They had to create an arc. So sometimes they took a case from 1950 and one from 1960, and they ran in tandem, you know, chronologically on the show. So he wants to know how did you guys decide to start with Betty and Barney Hill, and how are you going to go about what you're going to focus on moving forward? I know it's still really early in the creative process for you guys, but he wants to know, like, what made you want to focus on certain things?
Well, first, I'd like to thank David just for asking a question. You know, when the show first came out, I even did a drawing of forgetting the actor's name who was playing Hynek. A picture of him holding a flashlight and posted it out to the creators because I was just excited. The production quality of the show, like, it was just great to watch. And I think that the mixing and matching of history like that was a perfect way to do it, because, you know, while you know, some of us might get like, oh, that's not the order. We have to remember this is more for people who aren't into this than it actually is for us who are.
Right.
And and that becomes a doorway for people to go like, what? There was this like owl-looking thing in the woods after this UFO crash, and then they'll start looking into stuff. And then, you know, like Richard Dolan got into this because he was looking at historical documents and like military spending. That's what got him into this. So why not a TV show? So anyway, with Betty and Barney Hill, we decided first with that because it is the, you know, sort of pinnacle of like where all of this started. All of our language came from it. Our first experience is talking about it. It's not really changed. That narrative hasn't changed wildly since then. And that was sort of the reasons. And it was just bulletproof case. You know, why would they make this up? The claims that they wanted to make up a story just don't make sense. One, from a safety point of view, when you're in the 1960s, early 1960s, a mixed couple working with social workers and NAACP, and so you're just a target for bad shit to happen. You know, you don't want to put yourself out there. Barney could have lost his job. Who wants to trust a mailman who sees aliens? You know, Betty could have lost her work because of the same stuff. So even talking about this, and then what did they get out of it? They got like a book deal, and the book deal, like I think I was reading about it in one of the books later. Like, yeah, they made some money off it, but it wasn't life-changing money. They got like new furniture. They made sure that the writers who helped them write the book was also part of the finances of the television show that got made later, the film. You know, so like it wasn't like a cash cow for them in any way. There's no reasons for them to make any of it up. So these were some of the reasons why like this was the place to start, kind of where the real history of it begins. And this is just this great case. And there's the stuff like the star thing, you know, her figuring out the constellation before
star map.
Yeah. And then, you know, so that'll be our first big statement about it. The next story or two are going to be shorter. And so, you know, that way we can cover some other stuff really quickly before we go on to a third or fourth story that'll also be really big. This way you get this huge meal now, okay, these little meals later, and then another big meal. And we haven't decided specifically which cases, but, you know, there's giant ones. We'll definitely do Rendlesham, you know, we'll definitely do like a Travis Walton, maybe get to talk to him. There's so many great cases. So there's a lot to cover, and they won't all be specifically Blue Book, but they'll be around this subject.
Awesome, man. Hey, anytime anyone puts Rendlesham into anything, I'm happy. That's probably my favorite case personally. I wrote a play about it. Actually, I'll have to share that with you.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I was working on a screenplay, which is still in the works, but you know how all that goes. Things
Yeah.
get shelved, blah blah blah.
Well,
But
it's also another bulletproof case. I mean, when
Yeah.
you have government files saying that John, I'm forgetting his last name, had health problems,
yeah,
specifically because he was exposed to did they use the term UAP or they used some other term that
they I believe what they said was radiation caused by a UFO or craft of unknown origin.
Yeah, they
That might
used a
have been
term
their
that didn't say
yeah.
exactly what it was, but through other terminology,
on,
that's
yeah.
what it meant, right?
Yeah.
And like to get his medical records and to have that on there, like, okay, so that came from a lighthouse that he confused for a freaking lighthouse, you know?
Right.
That recording, you know, of walking up to this object. I mean, and you know, there's
so much
paperwork for
evidence,
military
man.
training people. This is
Yep.
all amazing stuff.
Yep, exactly. Well, that's my next question for you. What are some of your favorite cases in UFO lore? Any ones really stand out to you, or ones you find most compelling?
It keeps changing over the years.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things I'll say is there are patterns that happen in our community. You know, whether it's like right now the stance of, was it the Air Force or Department of Defense, like literally saying there are things in our sky that we're not sure what they are. And like a lot of us are going around in circles. Like they finally said something like that. It wasn't much. It wasn't as much as we wanted, but they have said something. But they said this before. This is all that we've been through all of this before. After Blue Book, there were several other projects and they all ended up saying the same stuff. You know, that, yeah, the government's already said that there's stuff in the sky and there's a small percentage they can't figure out, you know, like, so none of this is new. So, and then often things just take time for truth to come out about it. So there's a time test that has to go. So all of this stuff happening now with the UAP stuff and the videos, I don't think we'll really know much about it for another 10 years. Like we need time for things to sit in it. The way the alien autopsy film developed over the years, the way Area 51 stories developed over the years, the Anaconda, I'm saying that.
Oh
wrong.
yeah, the little skeleton guy. Yeah.
I couldn't get excited about any of that. Not to just throw it off immediately, but it's like you just wait. These things have a life of their own. They have to. So that's a long way of saying it's hard to meet it. Like my favorite story in the past is not my favorite story now.
Gotcha.
And now it is all that Jack Valet stuff. Like things are just too weird and like the experiences that people are having with UFOs and alien contact are so inconsistent. Even to that person that it's happening to, it just seems like it's more of a force in the universe that is messing with us. Like even to just mess with you, to question why you keep pursuing this thing, and it'll drive you nuts. You know, like it's a maze with no end. And it seems to be designed that way. And maybe that's just an extra layer of paranoia that I have. But every time I hear these stories, they don't really ever go anywhere. You know, people who have direct contact, who clearly aren't making stuff up, like some people are clearly making stuff up, it still just doesn't make sense. The end game never makes sense. Look at all the alien abduction stories we had about genetics in the 80s and 90s. And weren't we all convinced that that's why abductions were happening? Abductions were happening because they're cloning technology, or that they're living so long that their DNA isn't like working anymore. So they were taking us to do experiments to figure themselves out more. But now what we know about DNA, like if I want your DNA, dude, I don't have to kidnap you and put you in a van and like jam you with all kinds of stuff. I just go in your apartment when you're gone and I get your DNA. I could freaking clone you, you know?
Yeah.
So
good point.
So now all of a sudden I look back and I'm like I trust Whitley Strieber's story, but why would they need to take DNA from him physically or anybody?
Yeah.
And he's come to the same conclusion too. Like as I listened to him once or twice, as he's gotten older, he's gone to it's all Jacques Vallée territory, you know. And he used to be very nuts and bolts. they all go there. The longer you're around this, the less nuts and bolts it feels, and the more it feels like my armchair theory, not one that I'm married to or believe is happening, but like a maybe, is that this is something like, if you take it's just stuff we don't know. It could be very scientific. It could be like, this is a combination of something to do with our consciousness and magnetic waves that feedback, like a biofeedback thing, but into our minds instead of our body. Like, I know how fruity that sounds, but like it makes as much sense as anything else. You know?
Anomacon. Do. What's up, guys? Welcome back. Can you tell I'm going a little crazy? That was awesome. Huge thank you to Jason and to Michael for those awesome presentations. We're going to move right into our next two presentations. Demons, religion, we're going there. The interconnectedness of religion, spirituality, paranormal, demons. It's all here. It's all right now. So let's meet our next speakers. The first is Victoria J. Victoria is an author, podcaster, and writer in the paranormal horror analysis sphere. Her book, The Black Hours, Modern Demonic Experience and Folklore, expanded her master's thesis work from Utah State University. Victoria's podcast, Demon Folklorist, can be found on Spreaker and on several other podcasting platforms where she talks demons, folklore, and horror movies. Her research interests are demonic narratives, experiences, phenomena, and media. Victoria also analyzes horror movies for her column, The Novelty Shop, on Morbidly Beautiful. She is currently expanding her research into classifying other types of negative supernatural experiences. And then after that, guys, we have Dr. Richard McCarty. Richard holds a PhD in religious studies from the University of Iowa and is a tenured full professor at Mercyhurst University in Erie, Pennsylvania. There, he teaches and researches at the intersections of religion and ethics. Richard is an author through the State University of New York Press. His latest book, Under the Bed of Heaven, Christian Eschatology and Sexual Ethics, was named a finalist for the 2022 Award for Excellence in Study of Religion, Constructive Reflective Studies, presented by the American Academy of Religion. Rich is currently researching and writing a book on the intersections of religion and the paranormal. He has presented components of his research to fellow academics through the New Directions in the Study of Religion, Monsters, and the Monstrous Seminar of the American Academy of Religion, as well as in a recent publication in the Journal of Gods and Monsters. Outside of his academic work, Rich is an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. He is also the co-founder of a nonprofit organization for LGBTQ equality and education. Wow. The credentials on these speakers is astounding. So guys, we're going to start with Victoria, and then we're going to head right into Rich's talk as well. Now, I do want to give you just a little warning for Rich's presentation. I had some technical issues with the original file, so he was so incredibly amazing to resend it to me this morning. However, I was not able to put our graphics and all that cool background to it, so you're just going to see the raw lecture that Rich sent me this morning. I'm really excited for it. But before we get to that, let's go to Victoria and hear about demons. Enjoy.
Hey guys, Demon Folklorist Victoria J here, and today we're going to be talking about demons, shadow people, and skinwalkers. Differentiation through classification. So, because classification is such an in-depth process, first we're going to be going over some definitions. Then I'll be showing you classification basics and examples, what markers are and how I determine them, how do we tell the difference between these different entities, what is the progression of experiences, and then where is the overlap in the phenomena. I'll also talk about potential issues in this type of research. To be able to talk about demons, we have to go back to ancient times. When the Yahweh cult was just starting out and grew into what became Christianity, everything that was not of God and his angels automatically was called a demon. And this happened to not just people who were against the Yahweh cult, but also it happened to deities that were once worshipped. It happened to any spirit that was roaming around during the time period. So when I flip through the dictionary of demons, for instance, and I see that a particular demon is interested in helping people, that isn't a demon, in my opinion. They sound a little bit more like jinn or a jinn-like creature, because unfortunately, demons don't like humans, and they will never do anything to help anybody unless they are bound by very, very dark magic, and eventually they break out of it. So, something to keep in mind as we go through this, that this classification error has persisted for millennia. So it's really hard for people to realize what a demon is and what a demon isn't. This is how I define them. I define them by what they can do and not what they are. So a demon is a spirit in that they exist without bodies, possess abilities greater than that of humans, which renders them inhuman. They are hyper intelligent. They react negatively to Christian religious iconography, and they are malevolent in their behavior towards humans. A shadow person is a humanoid supernatural entity. They're usually very tall and much darker than the darkness surrounding them. There are several different types of shadow people, which we see in Rosemary Ellen Guiley's work on the subject. There are sentinels who stand and watch. They don't really tend to move or do much else. Lurkers will move around a lot more than a sentinel, but they'll still sort of stay within the same circular like pattern. MTB stands for minding their own business. These entities don't seem to know we're there. Or if they do, they don't care. They could simply be passing through if you see one. Predators seem to only want to cause harm and will attack people, and they want to create fear. Visitors are often described as otherworldly and often come in groups. Omens are there to portend something. It's usually negative, but not always. Like death or a negative event happening to you in your life, or the emergence of something coming. But there have also been times that shadow people showed up to mark the beginning of a miracle. So hard to say what's going on there. And haunters are known for hanging out in haunted places. Skinwalkers are from Navajo culture. This is a person who went down what they call the witchery way and can now change into animals at will. This comes at great cost, according to the legends, because a great sacrifice is made, and this is normally in the form of somebody very close to them, usually a relative that the person loves, that they kill. Then they become pure evil. Skinwalkers are very interesting to me because they exist between the natural and the supernatural. In the legends, skinwalkers were not originally a horrible, evil presence. They were actually created to help protect the people and to help them. But over time, it became clear that people became seduced by the power of it and by their own greed, and through that folly, they ended up creating essentially this evil creature. And it's thought that whatever had made them into a shadow, or I'm sorry, not a shadow person, a skinwalker, was a like benevolent kind of, possibly God, hard to say, but something offered them the same power at a much greater cost, and they ended up going with that. So that's the legend. They are very, very fast, these things. They can travel quickly, enslave the dead, read minds, and control night animals. The Ute believe that the Navajo cursed them, and the land that is now home to what is popularly known as Skinwalker Ranch, because of what the Ute did to the Navajo during wartime. And to me, that whole area, because I looked into the phenomena for a podcast episode, I think it's a portal field because of the way that entities are seen coming and going from these mysterious portals, how they sort of drop out of thin air and tracks will start out of nowhere. And the fact that high levels of radiation of all kinds have been measured on the premises, and that people walk away from there with very bizarre cancers. So to me, it's just a very dangerous place for a human presence in general, skinwalkers or not. Now, when it comes to classification, the way that I personally do it is I use published narratives or people's personal experiences that they've given me permission to use, and I look for phenomena, and I highlight the times when an entity has affected the physical world around you and how it affects the people who are nearby it. Then I organize that information by sight, sound, smell, and feeling. And patterns become clear when the information is organized, and that's how I determine markers for experiences. And markers are the way that the phenomena will happen in every single narrative that comes to define the experience. Let me show you what I mean. So when you are looking into demon classification, one of the things that happens almost every time that a demon enters the room is an extreme temperature drop. That all the heat and all the warmth of a room will be absolutely sucked out of it. Now, I'm going to direct your attention to the highlighted portion, but really the purpose of this slide and the next two slides is to show you just how many times it happens. This is across 4 different books, and this is not even the full list. This is just what I could fit. So often the temperature would plummet in the parent house as something entered the room with them. You can see how many times this happened just in these 2 books. And by the parent house, I do mean, of course, the Conjuring House, as it's now known. And this is a good illustrative example of the way that this phenomena manifests. But really, just look how many times it happens in these narratives. Same thing with shadow people and dematerializing. So this just means they disappeared. And this will happen every single time somebody has come across a shadow person. They will dematerialize at some point in the experience. So the entity randomly disappeared after inducing a sleep paralysis experience, and this person's friend Lindsay had the same experience while visiting. This is interesting because sleep paralysis is thought to be a disconnect between your mind and your body as you're coming out of the sleep-wake cycle. And your mind is awake, but your body isn't, so it leaves you partially paralyzed, and you might see things called hypnagogic hallucinations. I've had hypnagogic hallucinations. They're very weird. Not being fully awake is a very strange experience. But what's interesting about this is that their friend, who also stayed with them at some point, had this same exact experience. So it indicates most likely, unless they are both prone to sleep paralysis, that it is actually this entity causing it and inducing that experience. And what I find interesting about a lot of supernatural narratives is that people will believe none of their senses until the moment that they see something. That's when they start to go, okay, maybe this is actually something paranormal. Skinwalkers will almost always have some type of hybrid creature. It's usually a cross between a dog, coyote, and a wolf, and will act in some way like a human or will transform back into a human. So one man witnessed a strange dog-like or human creature that came up to his house that walked on 2 legs and then ran away on 4 legs. this is also a very illustrative experience because people will watch these hybrids walk upright and even run upright. And then sometimes they'll drop down onto four legs right afterwards. So it seems that the two modes of transportation, which is not common in animals to be standing on their hind legs and walking like that, they can go with either one. When it comes to demonic markers, there are actually several. These are most of them. One of them that was not added is the Christian iconography, but that was in the definition. So, sorry. So, demonic markers are feeling that you are in the presence of evil, extreme temperature changes, usually towards cold, but it will at times lean towards hot as well. There is the sighting of a very tall, blacker than black shadow that radiates malice, horrific, sickening smells of rot, injuries, often scratches, but not always, and mysterious illness will arise. Sometimes people will lose their vitality. Other times people will have diseases that seemingly have no origin. There will be instances of rape in some of the more severe cases, and people experience being immobilized in its presence. And once again, the sort of like allergy, they are very bothered by Christian iconography. The way that I tend to differentiate demons from other types of negative supernatural experiences is through an acronym I call EPIM, which is evil presence, intensity, and malice. So you will always feel that presence of evil. And by evil, I don't mean negative, because I feel like a lot of people make that mistake that because they've never felt true, intense, malicious evil, they mistake, oh, well, this entity scared me. It must be a demon, because that's what the paranormal TV shows and demonic horror movies tell us. But evil is more like, not only does this thing want to kill you, it wants to torture you. Every cell in your body tells you to run, to get as far away from this thing as humanly possible. Then intensity is different for demons, because if you think of paranormal phenomena on a scale of 1 to 10, a demon will be a 20. And malice, as in it will be malicious in its behavior towards humans, very hateful. There is everything to indicate that demons hate humans. With shadow people, you will see a sighting of a tall black figure, much like with demons, except normally the difference is that they're usually wearing a hat or some type of hood. Now, the hood does come up in demonic experiences, but the real difference is that shadow people won't usually have features at all. And there is a sense of fear or dread associated with the presence, but it's not nearly to the level of a demon. They will rove very quickly through space and glide as if they're on water. There will be a sudden dematerialization of the entity at some point in the experience. And if they do speak aloud, they will communicate telepathically. So they won't actually speak aloud in the room, is what I mean. And skinwalker markers are dead electronics, that sense of dread, unease, or fear again, a gross smell. We'll have orbs before and after the experience, deafening or unnatural silence. This is also called the Oz factor when it comes to UFO and extraterrestrial phenomena. And then hybrid creatures will be sighted. If they do make contact with humans in any way, it will be violently. People who have been on the ranch or in areas that skinwalkers are known to be, or if you are targeted by a skinwalker, will become suddenly very ill. And there will be unnaturally shaped tracks, like something that cannot be made normally, is what hunters often talk about, that this was not made by any animal they've ever seen. And the way that it is made, it indicates that their anatomy is much different than either a human or an animal and is a cross between the two. Now, when I talk about the progression of an experience. I'm talking about the way that it all manifests, like as a storyboard. So the progression of a demonic experience is that you will feel evil within a specific room or area. Almost everybody feels it in their own way and then process the information the way they feel the best way to do that is, because say somebody buys a new house and they get to the doorstep and something tells them that this is evil, this place is evil, that you need to leave. People will often not listen to that, because who wants to believe that the new house that they just bought has something evil in it, or even that it's haunted? There are many people who don't believe in ghosts or hauntings of any kind. So people will reject the information as it comes to them until they cite something. Now, slight things will start to go wrong around a demonically infested house, and this slowly progresses into infestation, oppression, and then possession. So infestation is the stage where things go haywire. Crazy phenomena manifests. A demon could pick up a fridge and throw it. They could pick up you and throw you. Their abilities are much more intense than other types of supernatural experiences. Oppression is when a person is singled out to break down their mind, which primes them for possession, which is a very difficult thing to do, to take somebody's will away from them. That's why the possession process is so horrific. It's because the person is fighting back. If the person simply gives in, the possession is much quicker and it doesn't involve such a horrific struggle between the person and this entity. And most people know what possession is, again, because of paranormal TV and demonic horror movies. Don't listen to the movies, guys. They are not accurate. The typical progression of a shadow person is that people will wake up suddenly to a shadow person staring at them, either from across the room or, even weirder, up close and staring at you. They are often wearing a hat and some form of clothing. Their eyes might be glowing, and they don't really have any defined facial features that people can see. Then they will run away when they're acknowledged, or they'll simply dematerialize whether you acknowledge them or not. With skinwalkers, the typical progression is that electronics die immediately. Once you get there, you could have your phone, your flashlight, and your watch, and they'll all be dead within a matter of minutes, maybe even seconds. A strange smell will fill the air, kind of like wet dog or a rotting carcass left in the summer heat is reported. An agile, very fast hybrid wolf-like or coyote-like creature is often witnessed, though there have been times that people also witness predatory birds. And this will usually manifest in the skinwalker running away when humans spot them, not generally out of fear, but because they're seemingly doing something else. But if you come across them on the highway, sometimes they'll run alongside cars and they'll easily keep pace with you, whether you are going fast or not. Now, like I said, they don't usually engage with people, but if they do, it will be menacing. And people have often become sick after having an experience with them and Skinwalker Ranch. So this sort of, with the progression of experiences, it fills in the gaps, although you see a lot of the markers in the way that this progresses. It's because these patterns are happening over and over and over again, to the point that you have pages of data of this specific phenomena almost every time that this specific entity comes up. So you have to be like, okay, maybe there's a pattern here. Maybe this is important to the way that these entities manifest in our world. So how do we tell the difference? Personally, the way that I tell the difference is through progression of experience. So how it's manifesting in that story, and also what is being manifested in the phenomena. And you begin to see those patterns, like I was saying. There is overlap, though, unfortunately. It would be so easy if it was like demons only do this and skinwalkers and shadow people which are commonly confused for each other, don't do any of these things and we could just separate them out. That's not really how the paranormal works. So these are two different experiences of published narratives. You're not expected to know who Janet or Eric are. They're just two people who had told their story. The first one is a demonic experience, and the second is a skinwalker experience. The overlap here in the highlighted parts is that this is a hybrid. It had yellowish eyes. The fact that it suddenly dematerialized for Janet is very important. And also the fact that Eric's electronics died, which we know is a skinwalker marker, but it is also something that happens in demonic narratives. And Eric passing out is another thing that is very important. But there are other things happening in this narrative. So Janet felt a mist form and then felt she was unable to move. She saw a half-human, half-animal man standing in her room. It had neon yellow-green eyes and animal horns. She felt it wanted to rape her. Janet did a Hail Mary and then sprayed it with holy water. Then it disappeared. Eric's electronics died and he saw movement. Upon investigation, he began to feel extremely ill and witnessed two dog-like or coyote-like creatures, but they were standing on their hind legs. They had yellow eyes, and he noticed a smell like a carcass rotting in the heat. Both of these creatures advanced upon him, and he shot them both, drawing blood, but they did not react when they were shot, and Eric then passed out. So you can see these are very different experiences, but there is that overlap. This, because you have to look at all of the ways that this phenomena manifests, this is also what I'm looking at. I look at the similarities and then I look at the differences. So Janet's experience also had a mist form. There was that immobilization, this malice and rape feeling that it wanted to rape her. This doesn't come up in a lot of other narratives. Skinwalkers, it's virtually unheard of. Same with shadow people. That isn't seemingly, anyway, what they're there for. And then the ability to make it leave with religious prayers and articles is important as well. Demons don't respond well to Christian iconography, but people have also reported that using Stars of David or Islamic prayer is also effective. It's hard to say whether other types of religions are as effective. I don't think there's been as much research done on the efficacy against demons, but potentially, yes, a Wiccan, pagan, which could use their religious articles to banish a demon away from them, at least for momentarily. That sort of thing doesn't get rid of them, unfortunately. If they were that easy to get rid of, I don't think they'd be as much of a problem. Though I do want to preface that with demons are very rare. So all of this fear surrounding them, as far as are they around every corner? Are they at the end of every Ouija board? No, they are not. True demonic experiences are incredibly rare. But with Eric's experience, the differences were that this thing was standing on its hind legs. It had a rotting smell, which is interesting because it was not overwhelming. It was something that was noted, but was not to the point where the person got sick or had to leave. That's when you know that it's a demon, because once again, they turn things up to 20 on a 10-point scale. And also the fact that though these skinwalkers were bleeding because they were shot, they did not react. Now, a demon or a shadow person, people have shot at them and nothing, because they seem to be in a more spiritual form, while skinwalkers do exist in the natural, but also seemingly supernaturally. There are potential issues with classification, unfortunately. So the potential for human error is vast. Like I was saying before, the idea of negative versus evil, people mistake them for each other. So if they had a really horrific negative experience, or even something that tried to possess them, people forget that there are other types of spirits in the world that are capable of possession, that it isn't just a demon trick. Also, people focus on maybe one or two pieces of phenomena and point it maybe in the direction of, oh, it's a demon. Demons really up the ante, especially when it comes to views. So something I've seen with YouTubers who have very popular shows, they will often feed into, and sometimes unconsciously, the everything is a demon narrative, which is a huge problem in the paranormal today because not everything is a demon. And a lot of people don't want to hear that or don't want to accept that there's the possibility that this is something else. I'm not sure why. I would rather it be something else because demons are notoriously difficult to get rid of if you have a true demon. So there are huge issues with people not classifying things correctly or not looking at the entire experience. And then there is the possibility of new evidence shifting the landscape of classification that wasn't previously reported. So, and what if it was a marker? What if it was something that defined skinwalkers from every single other type of phenomena, but it hadn't been reported enough or accurately, and then we find out about it, we would have to expand. So this is a potential issue. There's also the idea of incorrect classification, but for more than one entity in a space. What this means is that, like say in the Perrin house, they had mostly human spirits. It was a very old house, but there was one spirit that had the markers of being a demon. And if you are looking at phenomena, say footsteps and knockings, but it turns out to be a human spirit, you just inadvertently classified something as wrong. The way that I personally did it was that I looked at all the phenomena that was happening at the time, because a demon will never be operating on just one level. They like to up the ante themselves and bring nightmares essentially to life. So there will be more than one thing happening besides just footsteps or just knockings, though they may start that way slowly and then work their way up to bigger manifestations of power. But there will be an indication of some other sort that what you're dealing with is a demon because their power is much greater than other types of entities. And then shadow people could be more than one entity, but a very easy form to take on our plane. This is something that I have noticed when I was looking at shadow people for this presentation, that shadow people end up in so many different categories, and they seem to be very different. A predator is not very much like a sentinel or like a visitor, which sounds extraterrestrial. So I can't help but wonder, is this just an easy form for them to take? And a good example of this is that shadow people also show up in skinwalker narratives that very clearly have something to do with the skinwalker, because tracks will be seen of theirs. So this is something that is happening sort of across the board, which makes me think that maybe this is something that every spirit can do to come and scout humans and spy on us. So yeah, there are issues with classification, but I do think it has merit because we can come to a much greater understanding of the paranormal, or at least scratch the surface of this very deep subject. We'll never probably actually know all that we can about it, but we do the best we can as we research in this amazing paranormal world of ours, and just document and classify and organize the information and possibly come to a greater understanding of these entities and what they're capable of and the way that they behave. But this can also be used to classify positive experiences as well. It has a very wide range of possibilities. I tend to focus on the negative because I find negative supernatural phenomena stays with us a little bit more, and I find it more fascinating. But yeah, that's all I have for you guys. Thank you so much to Ryan for inviting me, and yeah, I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Hi all, my name is Rich McCarty and I am coming to you from Erie, Pennsylvania, where I am a professor of religious studies at Mercyhurst University. Before I was here, I did my PhD at the University of Iowa, and my areas of study have been in religion and ethics, writing books on that, teaching classes, giving presentations, not only to my academy, but across the country. And so somebody might wonder, what is a religious studies professor doing talking about the paranormal? And my answer to that, first of all, is, well, why not? And I think that the religious studies is a domain, as I'll share with you tonight, or a field rather, that I think should be studying the paranormal, and I think it should be taken seriously. I've also been very grateful to have Ryan, our conference host, give a guest lecture at this university, and my students have read his book. So I think there's a lot of good reasons why religious studies scholars should be studying the paranormal from an academic perspective. And I have found in my own study, I'm currently writing a book on religion and the paranormal, that there are a lot of intersections between the categories of religion and paranormal. And sometimes I think that those categories have been rigidly separated a little bit too much. So today I'd like to share with you why I think that it's important for scholars of religion to study the paranormal, as well as to take a look at how paranormal beliefs and subjects and phenomena, I believe, are actually transforming conventional religious belief, as well as leading to some transformations of religious belief. So one of the things that I think that we have to ask ourselves is, yes, why in the world is a religious studies professor interested in the paranormal? And as I said, first of all, well, why not? But I think that what we first need to have is a definition of religion itself. You know, in the study of religion, scholars don't agree about what religion is, even though we have an entire field organized around it. So each one of us as scholars has to have some guiding definitions of religion in order for us to engage in our own work. There are 3 different definitions of religion that I have found helpful over my career and that guide me in my own research. And I guess I should also say to you that the study of religion is investigating some aspect of religion somehow and in some way. And I'm reminded, for example, of Paul Tillich, who often defined or described religion as having to do with concepts of ultimate reality. Now, you might be wondering, well, what in the world does that mean? I tend to tell my students when we think about ultimate reality, these are kind of like your 3 a.m. conversations. Have you ever had those before where you're with your friends, conversations going a little bit deeper, and somebody asks you a question about what do you believe? For example, is there a God? Is reincarnation true? Those kinds of questions. I grew up in Iowa, and I remember when I was a teenager, sometimes I would go out and lay in a field and look up into the sky at night and see the stars, and just seeing all the stars would just kind of evoke questions in me, like, is there a purpose for us being here? Did anything create this? I don't think I'm alone in asking those kinds of questions, and they often come up with our friends. And so the answers that we provide to our ultimate questions are our ultimate answers. And people will answer those ultimate questions in different ways. So for example, some have asked the question, is there something or someone that created all things? And some people's answer to that is no. Well, that's still an ultimate answer. That still frames concepts of ultimate reality. Now, other folks have said, yes, there is either something, a force, a karmic stream, a God, something has created all this. And when you posit that the answer is yes, all of a sudden, your sense of ultimate reality grows exponentially. Suddenly, we're talking about things that cannot be put under a microscope, so to speak. You're talking about things that transcend the scientific and begin to talk about matters of faith that one might have. So when we study religion, we study either concepts of ultimate reality, or as one of my great mentors, Diana Cates, wrote, she's a religious ethicist. She said that religions can be conceived of as frameworks about what people think is possible in life and death, given the way things really are. Again, transcending the empirical scientific question and asking things that go far beyond materialism itself. So if we study religion this way, then we're going to be investigating people's beliefs. We're going to be asking them, tell me what you think is possible in life and death and why. Again, one answer to that question might be something like, well, I think that this is pretty much it, right? And that's what makes life valuable. Others might say, well, this is it, but there is a larger supernatural reality around us. Others still might say, well, we're living this life now, but life is unfolding and we will unfold from this material realm into a spiritual realm. Like, you know, right, how people sometimes will provide for you explanations of what they think is possible in life and death. Well, if you think about that, when you start to provide those kinds of more specific answers about what you think is possible in life, suddenly that informs what you find to be valuable, and that's the domain of ethics. So we can study religion as a matter of ultimate reality. We can go in a little bit more specifically and say, what do individual people or traditions think about what is possible in life and death, given the way things really are? Or I also think about, you know, when I was an undergraduate studying religious studies for the first time, one of the first scholars that I read was Julia Corbett-Haymeyer, and she described religion as a system of beliefs, values, rituals, institutions, and so forth, with respect to supernatural and or sacred entities, realms, and states of being. Now, why do I share this with you? Because I think sometimes people think that all religious studies professors are theologians that have a particular belief or belong to a particular religious system, and they're advocating that this one thing is true. Yes, there are some people that take that approach to the study of religion. A lot of us, though, regardless of what we believe or don't believe, a lot of us study religion because it is deeply human, and therefore it is incredibly important. I think the last census that I showed globally showed that somewhere around 85% of the world plus has some kind of religious identity. Even if they don't belong to a formal organization, they have a set of beliefs about ultimate reality, or they have a framework for thinking about what is possible in life and death, given the way things really are, that attends to some kind of supernatural or sacred reality. So that means that, you know, the planet that we're currently living on and the times in which we're living, religion really is important, regardless if one is religious or not. And so as a scholar of religion looking at it this way, and then I ask the question again, why is a scholar of religion thinking about or studying the paranormal? I think some of you might already be putting this together, that those subjects and phenomena and beliefs that have been categorized as the paranormal, they very much, I think, fall in line with some of these definitions of religion, or these descriptions of what it is that religious studies scholars do. So in your own mind right now, think about what kind of paranormal subjects might actually lead to different concepts of ultimate reality. Think about different paranormal subjects and how they provide for frameworks for how people think about what is possible in life and death, given the way things really are. And then you might even go a little bit deeper, and I'll say a little bit more here at the end of my presentation today, but we can also think about how paranormal phenomena and beliefs, I think, very clearly have led to the construction of systems and communities and particular belief systems. There are some paranormal stories that are taken as more authoritative than others in the literature, the lore, on TV shows or conferences like this one. So I'm paying attention to all of this, and I'm saying to myself, yeah, I do think that paranormal subjects very often are in the domain of the religious, as I study religion. So trying to be a good academic here, I have a couple of theses, 2 working theses for you all to consider, and I'd be happy to talk more about these later if any of you are interested in chatting after the conference is over. But my first working thesis is this, that it is incorrect for us to presume that the paranormal and religion are categorically separate. My guess will be a lot of you already intuitively agree with me that the paranormal as a category and the religion as a category are not, they're not opposites, right? But there tends to be a lot of overlap and really kind of interesting dynamic interplay between these categories that we've been given. But here's the reality, and I want to explain a little bit why in just a few moments. religion and the paranormal have been treated as dichotomies. They don't exist together. So I want to kind of explore why these two things have been pulled apart or not talked about more seriously in the academy. And then hopefully you'll agree with me, but we can talk more about why I just don't think that these two categories are separate from each other. And then my second thesis is that I believe that upon inspection, many paranormal subjects, beliefs, practices, and communities very much express that which scholars otherwise categorize as belonging to the domain of the religion. This is, I think, one of my professional frustrations is I will go to a national, international conference every year where there's more workshops than you could possibly attend in the study of religion. And some of them have to do with pilgrimage, and some of them have to do with ancestral worship, and some of them have to do with sacraments, on and on. And all of these things, and rightly so, are treated seriously as things that people deeply believe in and traditions have grown around. And yet, when it comes to the paranormal, there has not historically been the same level of serious study, in my opinion, by religious studies professors of paranormal phenomena that very much are behaving religiously. Now, they're not always the same thing, but I do have this frustration that scholars of religion have either historically not taken paranormal subjects very seriously, or too many today still don't take paranormal subjects very seriously. And I believe the reason for that is due to the way that the category of the paranormal was actually crafted and defined over the last couple of centuries. And that's something that I would like to share with you for a few moments. So if we ask the question, what do we mean by the paranormal? You and I might have a kind of a conventional understanding of what paranormal means. I can put on streaming TV and go to the particular service, and I can search for paranormal, and it will bring up a number of subjects that is probably exactly what I'm looking for, right? Or maybe what you're looking for as well. So I think that we have a conventional understanding of the paranormal, but all words have an origin. And I think it's important for us to know the origin of the word paranormal and to see how it has indeed shifted over time. So there is an amazing scholar at Rice University. He's a senior religious studies scholar, Dr. Jeffrey Kripal. And he has a number of academic texts on the paranormal. I highly recommend him to you among a few scholars that you may be aware of. And in his book, Authors of the Impossible, he writes about this. He says, all right, so what does the word paranormal actually mean beyond our 21st century conventional cultural understanding of it, whether it's here in the United States, North America, or globally? And what he points out is that somewhere in the late 19th century to the early part of the 20th century, certainly here in North America, I think this may apply to a certain extent in Western Europe. But in this period of time, the word paranormal was innovated or conceived as a category for, and let's just use his words that hopefully you can see on the screen. He said that in this time, the word paranormal, or the category paranormal, referred to a way of referring to physical or quasi-physical events, often of an outrageous or impossible nature, that were believed to be controlled by yet unknown physical natural laws. Now, what Dr. Kripal means by this is that you have folks saying things like levitation of tables is possible by engaging in energetic, potentially psychic, maybe mediumship powers, that type of thing. But during this time, folks were saying, okay, so tables might be levitating. There might be spirit communication in this new tradition called spiritualism. There might be a whole host of things that, for a lack of a better term, look spooky, right? Or not natural. But these folks said, no, actually, ghost communication, table levitation, mind reading, you name it. it's super, right? It's in the sense of, yeah, it's supernatural. It seems beyond what we're used to, but it's actually part of a natural world, but a natural world that we don't understand yet. So yes, we can talk about the supernatural, but as Jeffrey Kripal does in his work, he says, put a space between the word super and natural. And in this sense, perhaps the natural world, from this definition, the natural world has far more to it than we can currently understand, and we simply need an improved kind of science to help us understand why tables float, ghosts visit us, mediums can talk to the dead, on and on and on, right? So that's where the word actually originates from, and that's important because there is a sense, if you go back and look in the archives of history, there is a sense that people really were investigating technologies, literally technologies, to try and figure out how all of this supernatural activity was occurring. But then a shift occurs, and the shift occurs by the mid 20th century and certainly on into the early 21st century. And here I lean on sociologists of religion, Christopher Baden, F. Carson Mencken, and Joseph Baker. Their text, now in a second edition, Paranormal America, is really a valuable text for those of you who may want to engage in an academic study of the paranormal from the lens of religious studies. They capture sociological demographic data on who believes what. They break it down in terms of different categories. Super interesting stuff, right? And they write well, right? So they take you into the weeds of demographic and sociological data, but they do it in a way that I think is digestible and actually very interesting. But all that said, what they note is that by the mid 20th century, early 21st century, sociologically speaking, culturally speaking, suddenly the paranormal went from being a category of yet unknown natural phenomenon that looks super to their definition here, that the paranormal is read by culture, again, largely North American culture, but the paranormal is read as beliefs, practices, and experiences that are not recognized by science and not associated with mainstream religion, often perceived as bizarre, fringe, fictitious, and even deviant. Now that's a big change, right? So how do we go from the late 19th century, early 20th century, where people are saying, hey, maybe there's something to this, we just need a new science, to the 20th century and now into the 21st century, where if you say paranormal, you're saying it almost like winking your eye. Like, have you ever noticed whenever there's a story about maybe a haunting on the local news, or even national news, a UFO, UAP sighting, very often the people who are reporting it, they'll wink, they'll nod, they'll laugh, like this isn't all that serious. Well, why, right? And the reason why it appears, at least culturally, sociologically, demographically, is that the word paranormal started to be seen as really unserious stuff. And I think one part of that is there were a number of cases, late 19th century, early 20th century, where a lot of people were interested in the paranormal as earlier defined, only to find out that, some large seances, spirit communications, table levitation, that these were hoaxes, right? And we know that, right? This happens in all religious traditions. Let me just put it that way. You can always find someone in a given religious tradition who is either not the best representative of it, is taking advantage of it, or trying to take advantage of other people. And sadly enough, the idea of things like ghosts, spirits, monsters, and I think, to a certain extent as well, UFOs, extraterrestrials, maybe interdimensional beings, a lot of this just now is seen as people who are serious don't take that seriously. And so paranormal then becomes this category that's set aside. And this is what I think really happens, why religion and the paranormal have been split apart so much, is all of a sudden paranormal feels more like what I turn on the TV or go to the movie in order to get a thrill, right? To be entertained, largely fiction. Like there's no way this is possibly real. I think a lot of people conflate the paranormal as fictitious and unserious with literary devices like monsters, like whether it's the Frankenstein or even like contemporary vampires, like on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, things like that. They see those kind of creatures or those kind of stories as things that are made up to entertain us, such that when people say, I've had this experience of UFO sighting, abduction, spirit visitation, monster encounter, it's so ingrained in this culture and in so many others just not to take it seriously that we laugh at it. And therefore, those who then do take paranormal subjects seriously are seen as bizarre, fringe, and even, as these sociologists say, even deviant, right? That there's something not quite right about them. Or maybe a question, why would you spend time, any time whatsoever, talking about studying these kinds of things? So I don't think we should underestimate or undersell how powerful cultural definitions of the paranormal have shaped an attitude about what we're talking about here, largely. And I know all of us are doing so in different ways. But if you say something like, I'm giving a talk at a paranormal conference, or, hey, this weekend I'm going to watch several hours of an online paranormal conference, I can almost guarantee you that somebody is going to smirk and laugh at you if they don't understand how serious you take it or how serious that we take it. So because of that 20th, 21st century invention of the paranormal as unserious, we have to take, now we have to take seriously that all that definition, and let me just go back to that slide for you, all that definition of the paranormal as unserious is based on this concept of, well, it's not scientific in the way that we understand science now. And then that second part, it's not mainstream religion. Well, now come on. There's always been a problem with appealing to what is mainstream or appealing to what is normal. That's a social construction. Normal and mainstream are completely dependent upon how many people at a particular time believe in something. Take another religious tradition. For example, take very early Christianity, like we're talking first century Christianity. First century Christianity wasn't mainstream. It wasn't normal. A lot of people thought it was quite bizarre. Many Romans thought that the early Christians were cannibals, atheists, and orgiasts because of the way that they talked about their faith and didn't accept the religion of the empire. So even that example of a religion that would become a major dominant global religion itself has the experience of knowing that, hey, you know, mainstream doesn't actually tell us anything about the veracity of a claim, let alone I don't think it should be the standard by which we judge if something is serious or not. And I want to give you a couple examples from the modern period about why mainstream should not be our standard of what we take seriously or what we study, especially in religious studies. So just down the road from me, some of you may be familiar with it, is the Lilydale Assembly. It is in Western New York. I'm here in Erie. It takes me about maybe 45 minutes to get to the Lilydale Assembly. For those of you who are interested in the religion of spiritualism, so mediumship, healing temples, you know, all that, this would be a place for you to go and check it out. Well, the Lilydale Assembly in New York has either public spirit readings, hundreds of people gather, and various different mediums come forward and they reach out with messages. You can do arrange private readings with mediums for spirit communication. There are a couple of different sanctuaries for healing, both almost like one is like a temple or church-like structure where you go in where there are spirit healers there. Others are outdoor. There's a really interesting fairy trail, you know, it goes on and on and on. So Lilydale is an interesting example for somebody like me as a scholar of religious studies, because if you ask maybe, you know, I suppose everyday person on the street, what do you think about mediumship, psychics, spiritual healing, nature magic, you know, things like that? Again, my bet would be you would find a number of people in mainstream America who would designate those kind of phenomena or subjects as paranormal. Now that's interesting because Lilydale, the Lilydale Assembly, identifies itself as the largest center for the religion of spiritualism. So you see what happened there. The Lilydale Assembly understands that it is a center of a particular religion. People on the outside in culture look at it and say, that doesn't look mainstream what they're doing in there compared to religion X, Y, and Z. Therefore, that's paranormal stuff, right? So you get, for Lilydale in particular, you'll get people who will just kind of smirk and say, oh yeah, that out there. More seriously, I've seen protests there for those who think that something nefarious is going on from a theological perspective. So I can see, if you came to Erie, I could take you to Lilydale and I could show you how those categories of religion and paranormal just get pretty shifty on the basis of who's answering the question about what do you see happening in that assembly. Now, compare and contrast the Lilydale assembly with the Museum of Holy Souls in Purgatory, which you can go to if you are in Rome or you take a trip to Rome. And if you go into the Museum of the Holy Souls in Purgatory, what you will find there are a variety of artifacts that the museum keepers say that people claim that there are burned handprints from spirits in purgatory on clothing and furniture, or fingerprints from spirits in purgatory on the pages of the Bible to remind their loved ones, their family and friends, a Catholic belief. Keep praying for me. I'm in purgatory. I want out and I want to get to heaven, right? That's a lecture for another day. But I want you to think about this. Christianity is one of the world's largest religions. Roman Catholicism is Christianity's largest denomination currently on the planet. And so these spirit encounters of burned handprints on clothing and furniture and fingers on Bibles, that phenomena is read as religious phenomena, not paranormal phenomena, but religious phenomena, and deeply confirms a traditional Christian belief that there are 3 tiers to the afterlife, heaven, purgatory, and hell. But you show somebody in the buckle of the Bible Belt in the United States that there is a museum in Rome with handprints on furniture, and that this is a sign that spirits are coming through from purgatory. And I can promise you that in the buckle of the Bible Belt in the United States, you'll find a number of other Christians of maybe evangelical or fundamentalist persuasions that will take a look at the artifacts in that museum, and they'll say that that's fringe, that's heretical, that's not true, or it's paranormal, right? And that's, for me, the interesting part is I can go 45 minutes down the road from where I'm sitting right now and see phenomena that is not the same, but similar to what I can do if I get in a plane and fly 7 hours to Rome and then walk the river and then walk into this museum. And I can see phenomenon that look almost identical, but on the basis of what is coded as, quote, mainstream and normal, one then is seen as a religion and one is seen as paranormal. This is why I say I don't think that categorically religion and the paranormal are separate. I think that movement in the 20th, now 21st century of basically calling the paranormal deviant, fringe, bizarre, unserious, I think that is what is culturally informing people or motivating people before they even know they're being motivated to see paranormal subjects as unserious and not worth our time. So that leads me to the conclusion as a scholar of religion that religion and the paranormal are not opposites. And I want to say this: if religious phenomena and beliefs are concerned with ultimate reality, or they provide answers to what is possible in life and death, given the way things really are, and I don't think one can help but read many paranormal phenomena, maybe not all paranormal phenomena, but I don't think we can help but read many paranormal phenomena and beliefs as religious in that sense. And this is not a gotcha moment, right? Because some people don't like the word religion. They don't like being described as religious. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm saying, as a scholar of religion, when you take a look at definitions of religion as ultimate reality, frameworks for what is possible in life and death, given what is real, systems of beliefs, lifestyles, values, rituals, having to do with the supernatural or sacred. What I'm saying is, when you define religion that way, academically or theoretically, then so many what has been coded as paranormal subjects, experiences, phenomena, you name it, it fits, right? It strikes me that religion and the paranormal are indeed overlapping, and that we don't just have to guess about that, but by being very specific theoretically and with our definitions, we can show people how serious the category of paranormal is as deeply held beliefs in people's lives. And actually, I'd like to, and I didn't ask Ryan for permission first, so I hope this is okay. But you know, when I teach Ryan's book at the university, Somewhere in the Skies, with apologies if my picture here is covering up Ryan's name, one of the things that I do with my students is we do a very careful read of Ryan's book. And we often go line by line, looking for examples of how, in this case, UFO or UAP phenomenon and belief in those and experiences of those, how they might function in a religious way according to the definitions of religion that I have given you. Let me just give you a couple of lines and examples from Ryan's book. And again, Ryan, thank you for allowing me to do so, since I didn't ask you in advance. If you take a look at Somewhere in the Skies, A Human Approach to the UFO Phenomenon, if you read Kieran Woodhouse's story on pages 55 to 60 of this book, we find Kieran saying this, and let's just allow the words to speak for themselves. I won't give ongoing interpretation of them, but I think you'll begin to see why I'm analyzing these things the way that I am. Kieran says, "I find myself more than ever completely open to any and everything. Since the sighting, it has opened up a world of synchronicity that has led me to where I currently am in my life, a full immersion into the realm of the unknown." Ultimate reality. Let's take a look at Dr. Robert Davis, having encountered orbs in Sedona, Arizona, pages 95 through 101 in the book. Dr. Davis writes, or says rather, "In general, these experiences have been reported too often," sorry, that's my typo, too often facilitate dramatic and positive changes in one's personal and philosophical viewpoints on life, love, death, and spirituality. Here would be an example of if seeing orbs reframes what you think is possible in life and death, given the way things really are, then you begin to shift your value system. Again, the domain of ethics. One more. Reverend Michael Carter. And I thought this was an interesting one because in addition to my own academic work, I'm also ordained. I'm ordained in the United Church of Christ and think about these things from a theological perspective when I'm not doing my academic work day in and day out. On page 151 through 159 of the book, Reverend Carter says this: "I wanted to continue searching for meaning in this other realm of what I considered extraterrestrial intervention in tandem with my own spiritual journey. This led me to write my Master of Divinity thesis on the connection between UFOs and the Bible, something I know sounds controversial, but with an open mind, it is quite apparent and can be interpreted many different ways." Now that one, I think, really proves, points to what I'm talking about here, if it doesn't prove my point, that, you know, here Reverend Carter is saying UFOs in the Bible sounds controversial. Well, ask yourself the question, why? Why would that be controversial? The Bible, after all, has characters, and I'm not putting this down, please. The Bible has characters like talking snakes in the second creation story. It has flying wheels within wheels on fire with eyeballs all over it. There are so many different quite frankly, astounding characters and incidents in the Bible that to say something like UFOs in the Bible, that really shouldn't strike us as, oh, that's controversial. It should just strike us as, why do you think so, right? Of the many things that are in the Bible, why would you say that? And I think that he's saying that in part because he also knows that the paranormal has been categorized as deviant, bizarre, heretical, unserious. So here he is, a clergy person, seeking to pull from a category that has been very marginalized and stigmatized in this culture, and saying, no, there's really something there with our sacred text. I really think that these examples, and so many others from Ryan's book, point to how it is that the paranormal and the religion overlap with one another, and that they are not separate categories. So for me then, coming back to the academic study of religion, I want to say this. In religious studies, as an academic field and discipline with our own academy, I don't want to get rid of the word paranormal, but I do want to destigmatize it. I want to take away any of the unflattering language about it. I want to make sure that when we talk about the paranormal, it is not with winks and nods and laughs, but we take it very seriously. So we have the word. Can we reclaim the word paranormal, maybe in a third shift of its definition, in religious studies and have it serve as a meaningful umbrella category? Because we all know that the paranormal seems to house many different things together, not all of which seem to go together. Some people think that they do. But what if we simply said that the paranormal as a meaningful category for the study of religion provides for us subjects, phenomena, experience, beliefs, believers, communities, you name it, that yes, are outside of current scientific or exceed scientific explanation, and that they don't fit neatly in any one given religious tradition. I think that's fair, right? Because in some sense, it's kind of wedding together that late 19th century, early 20th century definition of religion and acknowledging respectfully what people are calling paranormal today in a way that they don't mean, hey, I'm not serious about this. So I'm not saying this is the working definition of the paranormal. That's part of the project I'm working on in my book right now. But I do think that we can start to have some kind of working definition of paranormal that reclaims the word without engaging in stigma or marginalization. And here's why I think this is important too. So if we go back to our sociologist of religion in that book, Paranormal America, what they found in their own polling is that 68% of people in the United States professed belief in at least one paranormal subject, including things like UFOs, monsters, ghosts, psychic abilities, and their list is long. Take a look at the book itself. But I find that to be really interesting because if on the one hand, our culture is using the word paranormal to marginalize and stigmatize, right? And that's true, right? They are. We know how that happens. Maybe we've been on the receiving end of that ourselves. On the other hand, the very same culture that is shaping people to believe that the paranormal is not serious, in the very same culture, 68% of people have belief in a serious belief in at least one of those subjects. And what this also means when you take a look at who's being polled, and I can't break it down to everybody who was asked a question, but many of these people who answered these polls, they also identify with what is considered, quote unquote, a mainstream religious group. So it's something like, the Roman Catholic who is going to mass in the state of New York might also be a UFO hunter. And I mean that in the best sense, right? Or the mainline Protestant is also going out and searching after Bigfoot. So it's not that there's like this group of people who only believe in the paranormal, or they have one paranormal belief and that is what they believe in. It's that this big umbrella category with multiple different subjects underneath it, you're finding that people believe in at least one of them, and then they also have their own religious tradition as well. Just another piece of evidence why religion and the paranormal are very practically speaking overlapping. And I'd also go so far as to say that I think that because this is true, and it's evidence to be true, that many, if not most people, believe in at least one paranormal subject, and many of those people also belong to another established religious tradition, I think that there is building evidence to show us that paranormal beliefs are transforming conventional religious beliefs, whether that is person by person or tradition by tradition. Let me give you one example that we know for sure, where we see some initial evidence that a paranormal belief is actually shaping, potentially reshaping traditional religious belief. So let's think about the Roman Catholic tradition. All right, so here's a picture of St. Peter's, if you've ever been to Vatican City. And in 2008, the director of the Vatican Observatory was asked questions about the potentiality of extraterrestrial life in the universe. You may remember this if you follow this. And if there is, how would that bear on the Roman Catholic tradition together? This is what he said. So the Reverend Jose Gabriel Funes said, how can we rule out that life may have developed elsewhere? Just as we consider earthly creatures as a brother and sister, why should we not talk about an extraterrestrial brother? It would still be part of creation. He goes on to say, such a notion doesn't contradict, excuse me, my typo, contradict our faith, and ruling out the existence of extraterrestrials would be putting limits on God's creative freedom. Now I want you to think about that. He did not say that there are extraterrestrials and that the Vatican has met together in a conclave in order to affirm that they exist and that it fits with the Catholic faith. They didn't say that, right? Sometimes we can run a little bit too far. But what he is saying, as not the representative or spokesperson of the Vatican, but what he's saying is, yeah, the probability is high, right? That there are others out there. And if you reflect on other rational creatures in the universe, well, then they are just as much children of God as anyone else. Now, I think that's significant because, you know, in the history of humanity, it was only a few centuries ago that folks like Galileo and Copernicus were being threatened with with excommunication and more for simply stating that the Earth goes around the sun, because certain religious figures said, no. Based on scripture and tradition, we happen to know that the sun goes around the Earth, and that was a very serious moment in history, where and a deep divide for a very long time. So the fact that we are at a place where one person within the same tradition has said, hey, maybe there are extraterrestrial beings means this. A number of people on this planet, a lot of people on this planet, have had sightings of things they cannot explain. It would appear from various congressional hearings and whistleblowers that while a number of these things might be things that are classified, some of them we just don't know what they are, right? A whole host of other people have reported seeing either extraterrestrial or interdimensional beings. Let's just keep it extraterrestrial from now. On the basis of these people and groups reporting on what has otherwise been categorized as a paranormal phenomenon, all of a sudden you have a very serious religious leader or figure suggesting his faith could shift to incorporated, and that it may have to, right? I think that's really fascinating, and I would encourage us to keep our eyes open on how that's happening throughout the world. But I would even say this, let's look more closely. I think, speaking of Copernicus, that paranormal phenomena and beliefs may already be or soon cause Copernican-like shifts in traditional religious beliefs. And I want to give you a few examples of why, and this is something I could talk about for a long time, so I'll try to keep myself brief. Let's take UFO, UAP, extraterrestrial subjects, beliefs. If there are indeed extraterrestrials in this universe, and they visited us, or at least as the hypothesis goes, that would require us to rethink a number of things. For example, if you thought just in terms of ethics, we would have to be much more careful about how we define a person. Why do I say that? Very often, currently, in many of our cultural debates, whether it's around issues like euthanasia or reproductive rights, abortion, many times people equate biological genetic humanity with personhood. So, for example, if somebody is opposed to euthanasia at the end of life, helping somebody who is terminally ill come to an end, right? Or if they're opposed to the reproductive choice of abortion, very often they will frame those kinds of arguments this way. They'll say, you can't or you shouldn't do that because you're killing a person. Well, what they tend to do is they associate personhood with genetic humanity. But personhood and genetic humanity, at least philosophically, are not exactly the same thing. If we go deep into the woods here, even some early Christian theologians said that you're not a person until you get a soul. And then the big question was, well, when do you get a soul, right? And that's another lecture for later. Well, now let's come back to the UFO ET issue. If there are other rational beings in the universe, and presuming they are not genetically human, They're people. They are people with rights. So the UFO ET phenomena would have us be much more careful to say personhood is not equivalent with being biologically human or even biologically human alive. Personhood must be a set of a criteria of things that emerge in rational creatures. This would also have implications talking about animal rights on the planet. So, you know, with UFOs and ETs, I think we would soon have to realize, okay, if they are not human, but they're rational beings, they are people, but they're not human. I think that would be significant in how we start thinking about ethics on this planet. Let's go a little bit more theological with the UFO ET connection. If there are other rational creatures that have emerged or evolved on other planets, and let's just say God, or what we think of as God, is behind that, then all of a sudden concepts of creation have to be very different. That would certainly challenge, and I don't say this with any disrespect, but it would certainly challenge any fundamentalist view of reading the first three chapters of the Jewish book of Genesis. And you'd have to be much more open and creative with what those stories mean, and understanding that, you know, the nature of reality is not limited to those. Now, listen, a number of Jewish and Christian traditions have already made that move, but I think that having proverbially the ET land on the lawn of the White House would force you to realize that, well, the Bible's not a science book, right? And the nature of creation is going to have to be understood very differently. Third, with UFOs and ETs, I want to zoom in back into Christianity for a moment, and with apologies if you think I'm giving a prioritization to Christianity, it just happens to be one of the areas of my specialty in my academic study. But think about how it is that a number of Christians talk about salvation. And again, I say this with no disrespect and quite frankly, no agenda. But there are a number of Christians who will say things like, a person must believe in Jesus of Nazareth, that he died on the cross and rose from the grave in order to be saved or experience eternal life, right? I think you probably heard this formula before. Well, okay, but if there are UFOs, I mean, if there are extraterrestrial beings out there, they've probably never heard of Jesus, right? That would not be possible. So all of a sudden, if you are a Christian, you'd have to rethink through, well, what was really going on in the death of Jesus? Was it transactional for Earth only, right? Or is it more of a demonstration of, hey, God is forgiving even when bad things happen? We'd have to rethink everything. And I'm just using Christianity as an example, but in many religious traditions, the existence of other beings in the universe would necessitate at least revisiting, if not revising, what folks claim is true. Now, I will tell you this too. Sociologists of religion have demonstrated quite well that because UFOs and ETs cause such theological and moral questions, a common interpretive move in evangelical and fundamentalist circles is not to deny that UFOs are visiting us or people are seeing them, and not to deny that there are beings behind it. But many fundamentalist and evangelical Christians are actually claiming that the UFO ET phenomena is actually demonic, that it's a deception because there's only one truth, they would say, and that truth is found within the biblical text as they interpret it. So keep your eye out for that, because I do think we're seeing more and more evidence that there may be people who want to control how we talk about the extraterrestrial hypothesis from a very, very narrow theological lens. Let's also consider, for example, ghosts. Ghosts have been, I think in most cultures, but again, depending on what you believe about the afterlife, there'd be a shift there. Let's think maybe generic monotheism where not everybody, but a number of people talk about heaven or hell, right? And you go to one place or you go to the other. Well, if ghosts are visiting us, what does that say about the afterlife, right? Does that mean that ghosts freely roam in and out of the gates of whatever state of being that they're in? And, and I suppose this is a hypothetical question until you have an encounter yourself. And especially if you are a person of a particular kind of faith who never entertained the possibility that a spirit either actually survives the body, or B, if you've never entertained that the spirit might not just go to one place or another, but might be roaming around, what would that do? It will require a shift in what you believe, and potentially even for your religious community. Last one here that I want to think about briefly with you, monsters. So I got to tell you, in the study of religion, monsters are often interpreted as symbols of culture. And in some cases, I think that's just deeply true. Certainly in works of fiction, it is purposefully true. I think that there are some cases where a monster story might actually tell us more about what a community is afraid about or some of their anxieties, and then they kind of create an object to put their anxieties on, and that's a fine theory. But in the study of the paranormal that I'm doing right now, I'm reading monster encounters by people who are saying, like your next door neighbor who's saying, listen, I saw Bigfoot, right? Or the Mothman encounter that happened just a few hours from here in West Virginia. Stories of vampires out of Central Europe. I mean, when you really go in and look at some of the stories, either from long history long ago or today, like I said, like your next door neighbor, you will hear or read stories about monsters that are being communicated very earnestly by people who did not think that these things existed, had an encounter, they cannot explain it away. It was not a flicker of a shadow. Their encounter was so palpable and real to them that it forces them to ask themselves the question, what is the nature of reality? Is there order behind all things, or is it just kind of a chaotic unfolding of different things in different dimensions and different kinds of beings? And if so, then monsters, right? Yeah, I mean, they might be here, which can be scary to people, right? Because the monster then would not just represent a more kind of like a chaotic structuring of the universe, but potentially a dangerous one for us as well. Or if monsters are in the created order, what does that say about a creator, right? Or the nature of creation itself. So too, monster stories would have us think about, what do we think about good and evil? I think that, we have this word monster, but we don't pause to think about what it means. I just published an article on this for the Journal of Gods and Monsters, which if you're not a subscriber, that's a great one for you to consider. But the word monster comes from the word monstrous, which means unnatural, also almost in the sense of evil as well. But you find the root word for monstrous, and you have another word, moner, and moner means a warning. And when I think about it that way, and I think about people having encounters with monsters, again, not just symbols, not just anxieties, but when I read people talking about monsters, and let's go back to a common one that some of you might be familiar with, like Mothman. Well, the Mothman encounter in West Virginia, if you know the story, Mothman disappeared after a great tragedy of the town's bridge collapsing and people dying. In which case, the Mothman maybe wasn't evil or chaotic. The Mothman as a monster would have been more like, well, quite frankly, an angel, right? One who brings a message. So I think that there's a lot for us to do in the study of monsters, especially when we read or we listen to people respectfully say, I did have a monster encounter. Listen a little bit more carefully and ask, at what level did they encounter the monster, and how did the monster inform what they believe, and really how did it shape their life? So for me then, if I was only talking to a room full of scholars, although I think we're all scholars and students of the paranormal, each in our own way, I would say this, and I would encourage all of you as well. Scholars of religious studies need to do more work in this area. There absolutely must be more work. And while higher ed right now, is going through its own things, we need more scholars that work at the intersection of religion and the paranormal. I think it would be really interesting if we could have some PhD candidates who are doing this kind of work to set themselves up for a lifetime of work. But as you can see on the screen, there is promising signs of growth in the academy that this is happening. So for example, Dr. Jeffrey Kripal, again, the scholar at Rice, He opened up an archive called the Archives of the Impossible, which collect these kind of stories and these experiences. And the academy that I belong to, which is the American Academy of Religion, that attracts scholars from around the world, we meet once a year. This year will be San Diego. And we have a Religion and Monsters seminar that is ongoing, where people are bringing in their scholarship. So I know that it's happening. I know that there are, as I've shown you, just a few scholarly books on this. Of course, there are other great names out there that are doing this work, but I still think that we are only scratching the surface in terms of the academic study of religion. What I'd also encourage everybody, if you wanted to study the paranormal through the lens of religious studies, is let's not run to deconstruct everything. As I was just saying, monster narratives oftentimes are pulled apart as saying, oh, this is just a social anxiety or fear about X, Y, or Z. I'm not saying that that kind of a study isn't helpful. I think that it can be. But why aren't we studying the phenomena of the paranormal as seriously as we do the phenomena of traditional religion? If I were to go do a study on Catholic sacraments or Islamic pilgrimage, I wouldn't be necessarily deconstructing that. I mean, I guess some scholars do and would, but I would be asking myself the question, all right, what is the belief here? Who believes it? Why do they believe it? And how can I describe that accurately to others so others can respect what is in the hearts and minds of people? So please do consider doing more of that work. It might feel like you're providing first level descriptions, but that work is so important. If we don't have that, we can't do any other critical or creative analyses. I also think that the community, and by that I mean paranormal communities, could become or can become an object of study for religious studies scholars. And this is something that I think I could talk a lot about too, but I want to be brief. Just think about it. Think about UFO conferences. Not just UFOs, paranormal conferences like the one that we're in right now, even though we're all online. Paranormal gatherings and conferencing often take, in my mind, they often take the shape of religious gatherings because they create community, and a community that is not necessarily defined by pre-existing friendships or family relationships. Just like in a number of religious traditions where people come back to a group or a community and they hear the same stories over and over and over again and think about their meaning, is that not what we also do at times? We have certain stories that we keep visiting over and over and over again. Think about Roswell with UFO. How many times? And I don't think it's a bad thing, but we keep revisiting. And why do we do that? Because we're seeking meaning in that, and that's exactly what religious groups do as well. Christmas will be here any moment now, and Christians will retell the story of the birth of Jesus. It doesn't get old because when you believe in something or you care about something, you seek more information. So at our gatherings, at our conferences, what do? I don't want to say we want to rehash things we've already heard about, but we look at them a little bit more closely. Think also about how sought after speakers become authoritative leaders. We don't think that every single person who talks about the paranormal is somebody that we want to keep going back to. We tend to discern who has great insight here, who's doing the great work, who do we want to invite back, and suddenly they become a kind of cleric, right, in the tradition or in the field. So too, in a conference like ours, there will be new interpretations on stories that we've already heard that provide different perspectives. Religious traditions do this all the time. In fact, take a look at any number of sacred scriptures that will tell the same story, but say, but it wasn't exactly like you heard before. Like, here's a new understanding of this old story. Consider too that in the world of the paranormal, or in the realm of the paranormal, we have pilgrimages. People will travel to sites where somebody has encountered something. They will have a transformation while they're there, either deepening their beliefs, deepening their interest. And I think we create a ritual around this as well, in terms of how we gather, what we read, who we believe, what we contemplate in our heart of hearts when we ask ourselves the question, is any of this real? And I would even say music, right, which is a featured part of this conference as well, that we should be looking for the arts, the performing arts, I just have here music, as expressing paranormal beliefs or pointing towards these kinds of realities. So I do think that these are some great opportunities for study for those that want to. And then just a few closing thoughts from me, and thank you for sticking with me through this presentation. But as I have studied the paranormal as a scholar of religion and just as a human being, I think we can do this without getting into debates about religious truth. We can conduct this research, we can talk to people, we can write, we can offer presentations, bring communities together. We don't need to debate always what is true or what is not true, but I know this for a fact. As we pursue our analyses of paranormal subjects, people will want to talk to us about the religious dimensions of the paranormal. What does this mean about ultimate reality? What does this mean about what is really possible in life, death, and beyond? And people will want to talk to us about what they agree with and disagree with. I would say, unless you want to take the bait, don't always get into those theological disagreements, but just try to help people understand how these beliefs are very meaningful. And that leads me to my second closing thought here. Paranormal beliefs are absolutely not fringe. They are not bizarre. I know that's how the word shifted in the 20th and 21st century, but paranormal beliefs are, if according to the research, they are mainstream and they should not be ridiculed. And I think we really need to demand respect both in the academy, in the media, and in the public square. If we are going to go talk or present or gather a community around it or go on the local news or whatever it might be, I think we really need to request of them not to joke about what it is that we're studying, because people who have had these experiences, I think without exaggerating, they have been life-changing and definitely worldview changing. And the last point here, I think we need to keep doing exactly what we are doing here. And Ryan, thank you for putting this together. We need to create safe space for people to tell their experiences, collect their stories if they're willing to have their stories collected, and to respect the quest for truth. And that means for somebody like me that I will do my best to have my academic hat on, analyze, see what kind of information I can gather. But as I just said at the end of the day, I'm a human being too. And I'm asking myself the question, what's really real? What is the nature of ultimate reality? And that gets to the heart of who we are as humans. And that's why I think that both religion and the paranormal are deeply human experiences, but they open us up to grand possibilities. And I'm so grateful for each one of you, whether you're presenting in this conference or watching and taking notes. And again, I'd be happy to continue the conversation with everyone, but keep searching for the truth, keep being respectful. And I appreciate everybody's time that you've spent with me. And if you want to pause the video at this point and take a look at the text that I have provided for you, these are great ones to look up. And again, I'd be happy to talk more offline about other texts. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you for having me. And I look forward to hearing about the quest for truth that each one of you are engaged in. Goodbye.
Thank you, Rich. That was amazing. Amazing stuff. Wow, guys, we are in the home stretch. We got a few more duos for you here at Anomacon 2024, Day 2. But again, I want to give a very special thanks to Victoria and to Rich for those awesome, awesome presentations. Let's move right along to our next two, and you guys are going to love these. Rich did mention Mothman in his presentation. How about a moth boy? Yeah, we've got Matthew Shang from the Moth Boy podcast, and we also have Renee Watt joining us as well. So let's give you their bios here. All right. Matthew Shang is an author, science communicator, cryptozoology enthusiast, and podcast host to Moth Boys. He lives in Ripley, a grape farming community in Western New York. Shang went to school for paleobiology at the University of Alberta and has a strong interest in astrobiology. He truly became obsessed with cryptids, life in the universe, and all things unexplained at a young age, mostly due to the series The Future is Wild, which is aired in 2003. He believes that the more we know about the universe, the more we will eventually know about cryptozoology. And then after Matthew, we have Renee Watt. Renee is well established in her field as a writer, psychic, astrologer, and witch. Her horoscopes and spiritual content can be found on astrology.com, the Newsette, and shondaland.com. Want to make sure I get that right. shondaland.com. In addition to her podcasts, Witch Doctorate and The Glittercast. Having received her first tarot deck at age 10 and forming a coven on her 13th birthday, she's devoted her life and work to exploring the mystical realms, encouraging others to seek empowerment by doing the same. There we go, guys. Let's get to our next two presentations with Matthew and Renee.
Hello, Anomacon. My name is Matthew Shang. I am a science communicator, a podcast host to Mothboys. I am an author. I just released a book called Wonders of the Void, and it is a speculative biology piece on cryptids. So today I'm going to be reading part of the chapter on the Flatwoods Monster in my latest book. So this is the first time anyone hearing it. So I hope you enjoy. And if I slip, please forgive me. I don't do much of speaking events. So let's get into it. One of the most well-known cases of otherworldly creatures visiting is the Flatwoods Monster. The date was September 12th, 1952, and dusk had fallen upon the sleepy town of Flatwoods, West Virginia. There was a group of children playing outside Flatwoods Elementary School. The children saw a bright flash and something that fell from the sky in the distance. The children ran home to get their family dog, their mother, Kathleen May, and brought National Guardsman Eugene Lemon to help investigate this fallen object. When the group got to the site, they noticed a glowing red light up on the hill. It was when they shined a flashlight upon the mound, they saw a creature with a spade-shaped head and a dress-shaped body, and wearing what looked like a metal suit. The creature was about 10 feet tall and had a nauseating smell emitting from the body. The monster also had piercing orange eyes that almost seemed to glow. The creature never ran at the group, but it glided towards them. Terrified, the people ran down the hill, escaping but only to fall ill for the next few hours from the staining smell that came from the monster. With the information gathered on this specimen from the eyewitnesses, we can deduce that the Flatwoods Monster's characteristics and ecology. We know that the Flatwoods Monster traveled through space via craft, which means this alien came from an organized civilization, from a different star, moon, or planet. We aren't sure if the creature designed the craft or just happened to fall upon it. We recently pinpointed the exact origins of the Flatwoods Monster, also known as Braxy on Earth, for Braxton County, where it was spotted. We were able to discover high levels of salt in the soil where the creature had landed in West Virginia. NASA's mission to the celestial body in 2015 collected data that identified this salt specific to Europa, the sixth largest moon in our solar system. Europa formed 90 million years ago from leftover dust and gas produced in our universe. Europa has a water ice shell surrounding the entire planet, with a large ocean underneath. The water beneath is highly concentrated with salt that is only found on Europa. This frigid world has a unique orbital situation. The other moons surrounding it give off different strengths of gravity that pull at Europa's surface to varying degrees. This forms long linea or cracks in the ice, which make it difficult for life to exist on the surface due to the fluctuating pressures. But life on Europa's surface is not impossible. We know of one type of organism that prospers on the surface, and that is microfauna. These micro animals are called tardigrades, which are found everywhere across the universe. They are an extremophile, able to withstand extreme pressures of any environment. If these organisms can thrive on the outer shell with extreme gravitational pressures, then so can life in the vast ocean beneath the thick ice where these pressures have little effect. Europa's ocean is teeming with life. We know this because of a NASA mission to Europa that landed in 2020. The mission was called Project Glacier. The lander that made it to the surface excavated ice cores and drilled the surface. They sent a camera in the depths below to capture images. It was successful and caught a whole environment teeming with life. The camera was eventually destroyed. We aren't sure by what. From what we could tell, these life forms range from a large variety of plants to full-grown underwater animals. All life on Europa is carbon-based, which means that on a molecular level, we are related to them. The creature most well known on Europa is what we have come to call the Flatwoods Monster. The aliens are water-bound animals. They use aquatic respiration, which is the process where organisms exchange respiratory gases in water. These creatures gather oxygen that has dissolved into the water. The oxygen comes from aquatic plant life, and they release carbon dioxide. They use gills on the sides of their column or neck for both of those operations. Since they are aquatic animals, the suit that was seen surrounding the being in Flatwoods, West Virginia, was a suit which is believed to be similar to our extravehicular mobility unit, or EMU, a suit used for space missions. The creature suit was used to pump Europa's water into its gills and protect it from all the environmental dangers of space travel. The upper body of these fascinating animals is built similar to the hominid, or great ape. Both have upright bodies, closely built torsos, and upper extremities with opposable thumbs. The lower half of its body consists of tentacle-like arms. These creatures have a hierarchical system of brains, with the primary being in the mantle, or the head. There are 8 arms, each individually controlled by their own brains. These arms have 100 suction cups each, which are used to sculpt its environment, grab onto prey, and even taste. The arm suckers have what we call chemoreceptors. Chemoreceptors use the suckers to detect chemicals, then send those detections to the brain as taste signals. There are more neurons in its tentacle-like arms than in its mantle. These arms are perfect for hunting. This makes the creature the most dangerous predator in Europa. Flatwoods monsters exhibit a variety of locomotor strategies that enable them to navigate their alien habitats with agility, precision, and speed. Among the most common methods of propulsion is jet propulsion, a mechanism similar to that of earthly cephalopods, whereby water is expelled through a siphon to generate thrust and propel the organism forward. This form of locomotion allows the flatwoods monster to achieve rapid bursts of speeds, evade predators, and hunt prey in its dynamic aquatic environments. They are almost completely carnivorous. Most of their diet consists of fish-like animals called cosmoposis. Cosmoposis are large and very aggressive, anatomically similar to the large eel found here on Earth. But they have no chance against the cunning, fast, and highly resourceful flatwoods monster. The animals will also consume decomposing carcasses on their home planet that have fallen to the ocean floor. That is only if food is scarce. Their stomachs contain a bacteria that allows them to digest decaying flesh appropriately. Communication among flatwoods monsters is a sophisticated blend of visual displays, tactile signals, and acoustic vibrations. These form the foundation of their social interactions. From intricate color patterns that convey emotional states to complex dances that establish social hierarchies, these beings have developed a rich language of communication that fosters cooperation and cohesion with their communities. The flatwoods monsters use bioluminescence. Bioluminescence is the production of light emitted from a living organism. This is used for many purposes, like attracting mates and prey, but it's mainly used to show emotions. The flatwoods monsters are highly intelligent and extremely emotional animals. Their skin will partially change colors depending on their mood. Braxy's skin will radiate green when in an alert hunting mode. When the creature is confronted and experiences fear, the bioluminescence turns orange or red. In this instance, the creature has very little control over the color response. This light occurs due to the chemicals being released automatically. In other instances, though, the creature can control when it changes color through neurological cognizance. In both cases, the bioluminescence is emitted from its head. This explains why the eyewitnesses in Flatwoods, West Virginia, said the creature's eyes were glowing an almost orange color. It was scared of the humans, which it thought they were there to harm it. When the Flatwoods monster feels threatened, it may also use another form of protection. It releases a noxious liquid as survival mechanism intended to repel threats. Flatwoods monster create this noxious liquid from two separate sacs in their lower abdomen. The liquid travels through a tube that is attached to the suit and allows it to be effective when it encounters beings on other planets. The suit's tubes are connected to it biologically through neurostrings that connect straight to the main brain. It opens and closes to release the biological deterrent when feeling threatened. The liquid also releases a gas when it hits the atmosphere. This combined reaction from the chemicals in each sac forms a nauseating liquid that makes the threat extremely sick and disoriented. The creature's incident in West Virginia was a powerful example of the survival mechanism. The monster of Flatwoods saw the humans and released the aggressive liquid that ended up making the group of humans sick for a long time. These creatures also use a variety of acoustic vibrations that only this species can hear. Some are to call upon other Braxies for assistance, and some are to confuse prey. We came to the conclusion using convergent evolution and the great analogy. Octopuses and the creatures known as Flatwoods monsters evolved from the same microorganism. We believe that there was a celestial collision that hit Europa, sending pieces of debris hurtling through space. These pieces had the microorganisms on it that landed on Earth millions of years ago. Octopuses evolved differently from any other animal on Earth because its origins were not Earth-bound. One of the most striking aspects of octopus evolution is their complex nervous system, which includes a centralized brain with similar brain-like sensory organs and an intricate network of neurons that allow for rapid information processing and decision-making. This type of neurological complexity supports the remarkable cognitive abilities displayed by octopuses, such as problem-solving, learning, memory, which rivaled those of any other animal. The other microorganisms remained on Europa to evolve and adapt to its own environment, and these creatures became the Flatwoods monster. This is why these two creatures are incredibly similar. With only a few differences, unbeknownst to us, extraterrestrial creatures have been living on Earth and existing alongside us. And that is a little bit of the chapter on the Flatwoods monster. You can pick up the book on Amazon. It was so much fun hanging out and talking. I hope you all enjoyed.
Hello and welcome to Based on a True Story, the podcast that compares your favorite Hollywood movies with history. Have you ever wondered how accurate those movies are that say they're based on a true story? My name is Dan, and I'm the host of the Based on a True Story podcast, where we learn from historians, professors, authors, TV and film consultants, or sometimes even the real people the movies are based on, as they help us separate fact from fiction with what's in the movies. We've covered hundreds of movies and TV shows, so when you're ready to compare Hollywood with history, just search for your favorite movie over at basedonatruestorypodcast.com. Once again, that's basedonatruestorypodcast.com.
We have credible sightings now in the United States, Canada, England, Hungary, Finland, Sweden, Guam, and Japan. Not to mention unconfirmed reports elsewhere. No sound, extreme maneuverability, high rate of climb, hypersonic velocity, no apparent means of propulsion, no heat signatures of any kind, and shaped like discs. Flying saucers.
Hi guys,
I'm Renee Watt. You may know me on Instagram as Rainbow Glitter Star. I also am a writer of horoscopes, so if you read your daily horoscopes at astrology.com, that's me. I am a full-time psychic, full-time witch, full-time astrologer, and I'm here to talk to you about your own psychic abilities because I do believe that everyone has some form of intuition stirring within them, and it can be really beautiful to harness these skills, harness these gifts, and bring a little bit more magic into your life. I think that a lot of people here are not only interested about hearing what experiences other people have had, but figuring out how to cultivate their own experiences. And I think that the more in touch you are with your psychic abilities, the easier it is to sort of do that. It brings a certain level of awareness when there are other presences around you. It also, I believe, can give you a lot of leverage when it comes to communicating with the other side. I'll just put it out there, and this might be a story for another time, but I have 100% had telepathic communications and interactions with someone who I believe was an alien in human form. I love that I can just be here and say that to you guys because you're all here for that. So to give a little bit of context about my background, I got my first tarot deck when I was 10 years old. I started practicing witchcraft when I was 12, having seances. But it wasn't really until I would say 27 years old, right around my Saturn return, that I had a profound psychic awakening and really started to understand how the other side kind of reaches for us, and knowing how the other side is reaching for you is like the difference between having your phone on Do Not Disturb or ringing at the loudest setting. And so I will say that this isn't necessarily something that you can be like, oh, okay, I have vivid dreams, I'm clairvoyant, now I'm gonna go tour a haunted building and see an apparition. This is going to be something that is the most helpful when it becomes part of your lifestyle. And what I mean by that is trying to bring awareness to your own emotions, your own body, your own intuition. It can be very easy to, when things get busy or stressful, to go on autopilot or to sort of disconnect from our physical bodies because, you know, we're on the go. So we aren't able to really acknowledge if we're having a backache or if we're having a headache, or we have to shut off our feelings because it's just too much to deal with at the moment. And I understand that there's a time and a place to sort of compartmentalize, but you need to be able to create a space for yourself where you can let all of these pieces, your physical, your mental, and your emotional body, sort of live together, because that's the only true way to know yourself from other people, from other energy. I'm sure there are a lot of empaths watching this, or people who have wondered if they're an empath. And, you know, what that will look like is almost, you know, to give a common example, but general example, say you are watching a performance and you know that your friend is about to get on stage, and you know that your friend is nervous to get on stage, and you're in the audience, you're not the performer, you're not having this experience, but oh my God, the second they call your friend's name, you're just like, you get nervous, you get physically nervous, even though mentally you know it's not you. And true, you're emotionally invested in this person, but it's almost like you are picking up on what they might physically be going through, or you could be taking it for them. A really common thing for empaths is to sort of carry the burden of other people's emotions. It's like being a healer. It's like you're sort of taking in their energy, and, you know, hopefully you know how to process it and release it. But where problems can arise is when you don't really know how to process it or how to block it or how to release it. And I promise this is all going to come together in a way that gives you a better understanding of where you're at intuitively and how it can help you. But I just want to create a baseline of sort of, you know, what these experiences might be looking like for, you know, each individual person. So pivoting from that a little bit, there's going to be several different ways that you can pick up on psychic information. I mentioned clairvoyance. This can be, you know, I'm clairvoyant. I see little flashes, orbs, little shadowy things. Every once in a while, I'll see a figure. It's rare, even for me, who is, you know, this is my full-time gig. And, you know, everyone's going to have varying degrees of what any psychic ability looks like for them, no matter how much they train. So there's clairvoyance, you know, which is when you can see something with your eyes, or so clearly in your mind's eye that it's sort of layered over reality. And a strong indicator of having this ability is if you have a lot of dreams. And if you do have a lot of dreams and they are vivid, I do recommend writing them down, especially if you have a tendency to experience deja vu, because you may be dreaming things before they happen. I'm going to cut that short there, but I could talk about that for a really long time. So then there's also claircognizance, which is when you just sort of know something to be true. This could be a gut instinct. This could be just sort of like you feel like a message, like a moment of enlightenment, or something was pushed into your head. It's that sort of like, it can be that nagging feeling that like something is going to happen, but not quite knowing what it is. There's also clairsentience, which is similar to being empathic in a lot of ways, because you will have physical shifts and physical feelings. This may come through as feeling almost like your arm hurts. Like you've heard stories of like there's a twin and one twin breaks their arm and all of a sudden the twin who didn't break their arm hurts. Like that could be an example of that. And where this could give you information in a paranormal setting is if you are, for example, like conducting a seance or trying to communicate with ghosts. Well, if all of a sudden you're having, you know, the sense of acid reflux, that could give you information about physical ailments that the person who's trying to connect with you had while they were alive. I was giving a seance and I had extreme acid reflux, but it felt more like an asphyxiation. And it turned out there was someone who was coming through who had overdosed and, you know, vomited and choked. So it's important to sort of know where you're at physically before you enter a paranormal space, because if you have a physical shift, that can be giving you a message. That can be a communication that's happening. And if you're just one of those people who doesn't listen to what their body is telling them and is just kind of like a tough it out type of person, that's not going to be helpful for you when you're trying to pick up information from the other side. And it's also really important that when you are not trying to pick up information from the other side, that you are in tune with your own body, because again, it's going to let you more easily pick up on the fact when something is off and it's not coming from you. This is why in any sense of a psychic ability, knowing yourself is so important, because you need to be able to know where you're at emotionally. You need to be able to know where your energy levels are at, so that when an entity or an alien or a ghost or who knows what is trying to come through, you can tell that that's happening. It's easier to understand, and it's easier to identify what that outside information is, because it's not like a jumble of feelings and emotions. This is mine. What is this? I hope this is making sense. Clairtangency is being able to pull information through objects. If you're a person who walks into an old building and like gets a vibe for the building, it could be really useful to practice holding, maybe jewelry that belonged to an ancestor, or if you're someone who definitely enjoys meditating with crystals because the crystals do change something about your experience, or it definitely creates a shift within you, then you might have clairtangency. Again, putting your hand up to a wall when you're investigating a building, or even holding your palms up and trying to pull an energy, trying to pull an information from the ether, like that can feed you a lot. So much of having psychic experiences is being open to it, opening yourself up to it, and then creating channels where like, okay, I can receive this way, or I've had messages this way before, so I'm going to try pulling at this thread. If you are going to practice clairtangency, I recommend working with your non-dominant hand when you're going to be holding an object. This isn't like a diehard rule by any means. I don't really believe in rules when it comes to psychic ability or paranormal experiences or witchcraft, but I do think it's a nice theory that we pull in energy with our non-dominant hand and we cast, we put out into the world with our dominant hand. So if you are ever like meditating on an intention and you wanted to sort of like write down what that intention is, I'm pulling in money and putting out like my success. That is another way that you can sort of play with this psychic ability that's not necessarily even I'm out in the paranormal trenches like trying to like stir up some crap with Bigfoot. I don't know why you would want to stir up with crap with Bigfoot, but I don't know, thrill seekers, get your kicks where you're going to get them. Okay. Clairaudience is hearing messages. For me, I never hear a whisper outside of my ear. It's like I sense a presence around me, but it's like words are being pushed into my brain or sentences being pushed into my brain. And it can almost be hard to differentiate like internal dialogue versus like clairaudient message. One thing that I have found to be kind of helpful from discerning the two, messages that aren't happening from me, I tend to feel like, when we access different parts of the brain, like we look up, when we're thinking, we look up to the right, or at least that's what I do, or, we look in the corners of our eyes. It's sort of like, where in your brain did it feel like that message was coming from? Like if it feels like it's like been pushed it through the top of the brain or even through the side, but if it just feels like it's coming from somewhere that's not necessarily like the natural pathways, neural pathways that like your thought process would channel through. And if any of this is conjuring questions from you, I really encourage you to write them down. And you can reach out to me on Instagram. You can reach out to me through my website, rainbowglitterstore.com, and shoot me any follow-up messages that you have about what I'm talking about. I'm not done talking, but I just felt like I wanted you to know that it's okay to reach out to me with questions if you have them. Clairaudient is also interesting because it could be a situation where you are like thinking, like a song gets stuck in your head, like a random song gets stuck in your head. You don't know where it came from. And then you'll like hear that really obscure random song at the grocery store or in your friend's car or something. And I feel like when those parallels happen, it's like that could be a message from the other side. It could be, someone's song, someone's favorite song, or the lyrics might have special meaning. And this all kind of draws back to the fact that like being intuitive, strengthening your intuition, using it to have more paranormal experiences starts with this lifestyle shift where you're bringing more mindfulness into your interaction with the outside world and with yourself and with other people. And just like noticing how sensitive, like you might be a total baddie, like you might be the toughest baby in the bunch, but you're still sensitive and you still can tap into things. And just because you're toughing out like outside noise doesn't mean it's not there and then you can't tap into it. And eventually, like I found that people with psychic abilities who are just like block, 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 no, will have periods of extreme exhaustion. And this is like also a thing for empaths who like know they're empathic, but don't necessarily know how to clear things, which I will talk about. It can be like for 2 or 3 days, you feel great. And then it's like you are wiped out for 2 or 3 days. If you feel really drained after social interaction, if you feel really drained after going to a building that gives you a weird feeling, like this is how it's not just like, oh, I had a psychic experience. Oh, I had an intuitive notion and then it was gone. Like it carries on throughout the days and weeks. And so this is, again, like it's so important to give space for your physical, mental, and emotional body to make peace with each other, to find a state of relaxation, to find a clearing, so that you can sort of like bring your aura and your energy back to this neutral state, or even just like this state of home that's true to you, a state of truth. That is going to be really, really helpful for managing your gifts as you try to strengthen them. There's also clairgustance, which is sort of tasting things. This is something that a lot of people have during paranormal experiences where they're like, oh, my mouth tastes like metallic, or my mouth tastes like blood or whatever. That can, again, give you an indication who's reaching out to you. How does this apply to, you know, the message they're trying to give? And follow-up questions can be really helpful. Like, oh, like I feel like I taste blood in my mouth. Like, is there a presence here that, you know, had trauma that, you know, towards the end of their life? Please give me a sign. And then that is sort of how that carries through. So, you know, in this instance, I guess you would have whatever paranormal tools that you would use on your expedition. And then you have this sort of like psychic thread to pull at, and then you can use your tools for confirmation. Like if you do torch work with flashlights, or if you use dowsing rods or a pendulum. Then there's also going to be clairolfaction, and this is going to be the sense of smell. So I don't know if you've noticed a theme, but pretty much any physical sense that we have comes through psychically as well. And I mean, I really love when this happens when it comes to like remembering the perfume of a loved one, or the way it smelled when your grandmother baked, you know, Thanksgiving dinner, pie, whatever. But it can also, you know, give you an indication of, are you dealing with, I don't like to get scary and be like, oh, there's a demon, because I don't like, it's just not my vibe to be scared of entities, or to like, oh, this demon has all this power now because I'm afraid of it because it's a demon. But, you know, smelling sulfur, that could be an indication of something. Smelling cherries, if you work with the fae. And there's not going to be a baseline for what smells mean to any particular person. So again, this is where it's like, what is symbolic to you? If a smell or a sense, or, you know, you get a chill, an emotional shift, if something like that comes up for you, you know, whether or not you're chasing a paranormal experience or not, it can be really helpful after that to say, well, what's the message? And then what's the first thing that comes to your head? So now that I've talked about sort of what the psychic senses are, I wanted to sort of get into the realm of the importance of clearing and blocking. So for clearing, it's really simple. It doesn't have to be a big ordeal. I have found that when it comes to any occult realm that you play in, like the more serious and intense you are about your process, like the more work it's going to be, which is like fine if you like that, like good for you. I like to get things done quick. So, you know, for a cleansing, it could just be, okay, I'm in the shower, and for a couple of minutes, I'm going to mindfully inhale the steam. I'm going to feel the warmth of the water on my back. I'm going to actively relax my muscles. I'm going to visualize myself inhaling white light. exhaling like black smoke, inhaling white light, exhaling gray smoke, inhaling white light, exhaling white smoke. I'm cleansed. Of course, there's going to be times where you might need a little bit of a heavier cleanse, but I just don't want you to get into your head about like developing psychically being an ordeal, because it doesn't have to be. Like, yes, profound moments are gonna happen, and there will be like super crazy highs and then some weird lows as well when you're developing your psychic abilities. And if you are getting an energetic low, or if you had a really intense experience that rocked you to your core, then you might want to do a little bit more. You might want to cleanse your house. You may want to do a salt bath. Baking soda in your bath is also really great. Aromatherapy, working with aromatherapy. You know, you could go get a Reiki session, but it's just a matter of acknowledging when there is energetic buildup. If you have a tendency to get like little headaches where your third eye is, or the top of your head, things start to feel heavy, or if you're just starting to sort of like lose a little bit of your luster, then you might want to just focus on, okay, I need a little bit more of a thorough cleansing. I need to do a longer meditation session. And I will say, like, I hate to be the psychic witch lady who tells you how important meditation is, but it is probably the most important tool for developing your psychic abilities. Crystals, candles, rituals, that's all great, but what it comes down to the most, I think, is meditation. If you don't have time to do a big, you know, you can't jump in the shower and cleanse your aura that way. I just think that's a nice thing to do like every night for clearing out just whatever you picked up during the day. But if you are in a social situation and you are feeling overwhelmed and overstimulated, I would try to pay attention to what do the bottoms of your feet feel like, because that's instantly going to ground you. And then inhaling, again, this white light, like I can visualize, I can imagine that I'm inhaling a white light right now, even though I'm looking into my camera. And I'm, you know, if I'm having a conversation with someone, you can hold eye contact and still focus on your breath. Focusing on your breath is like, it's, if your breath can move on, your mind can move on. If your breath can move on, whatever message you're picking up on that you don't have time to decode can move on. Try to almost imagine that whatever you're picking up on that you don't necessarily want to hold in that moment is sort of draining down through your body, through the bottoms of your feet and into the earth. And just, okay, I'm inhaling this shift. I'm inhaling cleansing energy. I'm leaning into my breath to sort of control where my heart, mind, intuition is going. If you are picking up on energy that you is coming in a little bit more intense, you can also just say in your head, like, return to sender. If it's a bad feeling, you could say return to sender with a little lesson, or return to sender with love. It's all about how you're feeling in the moment and what your relationship is to this sort of like mindful intuition game. The other thing that can be so helpful and I think is so important for developing your psychic abilities is learning how to block. You know, something that I had to work on a lot when I had my psychic awakening was just figuring out how to not pick up on other people's energy, especially if you're in a close relationship to them. And that's not always going to be easy to do. You know, if you live in the same house as someone and you're both working, one person's stress can suddenly become your stress, you know, or if you're at the office with someone and someone next to you is stressed out, then all of a sudden you're physically getting tense and starting to get wound up because of what someone near you is going through. That's when it's important to just sort of be like, oh, this is happening. I don't accept this. I am blocking this. Black tourmaline is really nice if you need like a crystal, if you want a tool. Wearing jewelry that you consider to be protective, that's voodoo, by the way. that's all going to be really helpful for blocking, or just saying to the universe, like, hey, I don't want this energy right now. And you might have to shift focus to something else right away. I found that anytime you can come back into your body and be present and notice details that are around you, like, you know, the shadow of leaves on a sidewalk, or even just sort of the different details in a plant that's on your desk. That's going to help you come back from the psychic place into the earthy place. And the more you learn to do that just throughout your daily life, the easier it's going to be to open yourself up in paranormal situations, or when you're trying to seek guidance from unseen forces, or even manifest through the ether. It's all about understanding that there is energy that flows within and around you, and those things aren't always separate. And so knowing how to protect your energy is important, but also knowing how to let your guard down and call things in is also going to be very helpful. You know, asking for psychic experiences, asking for, I would like to see orbs. Again, if you think you may be clairvoyant, say to your guides, I want to see orbs. I'm ready for more. Asking for what you want psychically, more times than not, will come through. I've noticed that a lot of times with the universe, you know, it wants to make sure you can handle something before it gives it to you, and asking for a sign or asking for an experience can be really helpful for that. Yeah, I feel like that is a lot that I've just given to you guys, and I hope this was helpful. I just want to reiterate that it's about developing your psychic abilities so that you can see how things shift when you're in a paranormal environment, or even just sort of like having that ability to pick up on energy when you ask for it. You know, is there a presence here? Are there aliens around? I just want to say, like, when I feel like I left such a cliffhanger when I was like, oh yeah, I like telepathically communicated with an alien. I'm not going to tell the whole story because I'll be here for a minute. But the way that came about was I had kind of been asking the universe, like, I want to meet an alien. I want some weird shit to happen. I hope you guys are cool with the S-bomb. I've been trying to be so good with my potty mouth. It's my natural state. But where that came through was I asked the universe, like, I want to have a telepathic communication with an alien, because like that's just like a normal thing you say to the universe. And I crossed paths with a man who just had very different energy. I feel like I was able to pick up on the fact that he had very different energy because I've done a lot of meditation and a lot of psychic work and have developed my intuition. The more you work on yours, the more you're going to have this sort of like psychic antenna go up. So anyway, in my mind, I asked him, like, I think you're an alien. If you are and you can hear me, wink. And he winked. And this went on for the entire night, where I would do this nonverbal call and he would respond. So I would non-verbally in my mind ask, like, hey, like, you know, raise your right hand. And he was like pretending to dance to the music. And the looks that he was giving me anytime I asked him were just that extra cue that I needed to know that something was going on. And, you know, for that to settle in and for it to become real, like, I had to ask several times for him to sort of, again, interact with this call and response with me. And it has happened with different people since then. And had I not been open to that experience, had I not asked for it, I don't think it ever would have happened, because I wouldn't have even thought about how to orchestrate that, or how to communicate with it, or how to connect with the situation. And that was something that happened, like, real talk, at the strip club I was working at. Like, it can happen anywhere. I was not, like, you know, in the forest, like, surrounded by, like, sound baths. Like, no, it can happen in a skeezy, it wasn't a skeezy, but it can happen at a strip club. It can happen anywhere. Just be open, be adventurous. Don't feed anything your fear. The second you're afraid of an experience, the more intense it's going to get. It's fun to like have a seance and like, woo, get all giddy. But if you're like, oh my God, I think I'm cursed, it followed me home, like you're totally screwing yourself over. Trust that you're strong. Trust that energy is not going to attach to you if you don't want it to. If something happens where you are feeling like you couldn't shake it, talk to more spiritual, tapped in people. But what I would say first is like try to remove that fear from your own disposition. How we feed energy is going to give it so much leverage. So if we're feeding an energy or an entity that might want to like have some fun screwing with you, which like I'm like, that sounds fun. Sounds fun to be a ghost and scare people. I like to scare people as a human, like jumping out of a closet. Like, could you imagine having ghost powers and doing that? Like, I'm going to spend at least part of my afterlife doing that. But if someone doesn't like react to that, if someone's not going to feed you the fear, you're not going to keep trying to jump out and scare that person. So I hope you catch my drift with that. Don't feed anything your fear. Trust that when you call on your protection, it's working. Trust in your strength and your ability to draw boundaries and explore. Ask the universe to bring you some crazy stuff. And if you're not sure if something is a paranormal experience or a psychic experience, ask for confirmation. Develop a relationship with your own spirit guides where, you ask for a symbol like, hey, let me know you're around. And all of a sudden there's like, a blue jay or whatever sitting on your porch the next day. Oh, maybe that was a sign. I would like confirmation that that was a sign. And then the next day, the blue jay's back. Stuff like that. It's okay to ask for confirmation if you're not sure. It's okay to be, discerning. I encourage that you're discerning. I actually think it's better to ask for confirmation instead of like flying off the handle anytime you think that like the universe says you've just met the love of your life or that you're gonna make $1 million or something like that. Like, it's really easy because it is so magical and it is so fun. It really is easy to become a little bit unhinged with psychic ability. I definitely, like when I had my psychic awakening, had some real unhinged moments. So just my only thing that I would add outside of that is like, don't lose your pragmatic or your logical mind just because you are dabbling in some weird stuff that defies explanation. What it comes down to at the end of the day is we're still in human form and we're still on a physical plane. That doesn't mean we can't thin the veil and see what's happening right before us and right on top of us in a way where skeptical people might not be able to. If you have any questions, again, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm most active on Instagram at Rainbow Glitter Star. Please read your daily horoscopes at astrology.com. My website is rainbowglitterstar.com. I want to give a special thank you to Ryan. Ryan, thank you for having me. This has been a joy. I can't wait to see all the speakers. And because she's so cute, I'm just going to give you a little close-up of Voodoo. Oh yeah, and animals can totally tip you off if there's like something in your house or like an entity or spirit in your house. So if you have like a dog or a cat that likes to stare at the wall or is looking at something that you can't see, try to get to their level. That actually happened with Voodoo and I once. Again, I'm just like full of all the psychic stories. Follow me on Instagram. I will be getting back into the podcasting world later this year. I hope to see you all there. Enjoy the rest of this wonderful, beautiful conference for wonderful, beautiful weirdos.
All right, guys. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. Special thank you to Matthew and to Renee for those fascinating talks here at Anomacon. And coming up next, we're going to be talking about a topic we haven't talked about at all. At least I don't think so here at Anomacon. And that's out-of-body experiences. I'm super excited for this. We're also going to be chatting about the paranormal as well with our next two guests So let's introduce them to you guys. First up, we have Samantha Lee Treasure. Samantha holds a BSc in social sciences and an MA in medical anthropology, which led to fieldwork on OBEs in the United Kingdom and South Korea for her dissertations. She has also performed fieldwork with the new religious movement at Contactees and in New Age astral projection spaces in the UK, and among shamans in the Republic of Tuva in Russia, as well as participating in 2 studies on the neuroscience of OBEs in Europe. Along with a psychiatry professor in Moscow, she has also conducted a cross-cultural study on sleep paralysis, which compares this phenomenon in UK and Russian populations. Her aim is to help others in an ethical and unbiased way, listening to experiencer concerns in designing future research to help meet their needs. Her books, Out-of-Body Experiences, Explorations, and Encounters with the Astral Plane, and Phantom Media, are due to be released in 2025. Samantha is currently based in South Korea, where she is currently studying OBEs among Korean Mudang. And then after Samantha, we are going to be hearing from Sah Aso. Sah is the host of Where Did the Road Go?, a radio show and podcast that has been going since 2013. He's been studying the unknown for over 35 years and is currently working on a couple books about it, an autobiography, and a book on new ways of looking at various phenomena. His studies have spanned the world of the unexplained. UFOs and lost civilizations have been a strong focus throughout, but he has delved into most subjects involved in his work. He has also had a lifetime of strange experiences. He has been in radio for over 30 years now, hosting a heavy metal-based show called The Last Exit for the Lost as well. All right, guys, let's get to our talk on OBEs with Samantha and paranormal with Sah. I hope you enjoy.
Spectrovision Radio.
If you've clicked on this video, chances are you've had either sleep paralysis or out-of-body experiences. So I'm going to only briefly discuss what each of those are, and then we'll jump right into the tips on how to mitigate negative experiences. So you can think of sleep paralysis as being stuck in the body. It can happen either before or after sleep, or sometime in the middle of the night. When you wake up, you can't move, you can't speak. You might see your immediate environment, and there might be some sort of intruder in the room with you that you see or hear or feel. The out-of-body experience is kind of the opposite in a way. You're unstuck from your physical body, and you also tend to be in your immediate environment, although not always, and there can also be supernatural content in the room with you or outside of the room if you go somewhere else. So I found that there can be positive and negative experiences with both, but what tends to make the experience negative is a lack of control of one's own body or the environment around them. So kind of an invasion of personal space. And in the media, as in some religious spheres, there's been a lot of demonizing and sensationalizing of these experiences. And even in the medical community, it's often seen as pathological or associated with substance abuse. But on the other hand, with New Age spirituality, you kind of get this sugarcoating of these experiences, especially astral projection or the deliberate OBE. If you have any negative experiences, it's often seen as, the experiencer themselves is to blame because they have low vibrations or they're somehow unevolved spiritually. But in my own anthropological research, I've found that there's a lot more diversity in terms of both the causes and the solutions for unwanted experiences. They're often environmental or lifestyle in nature, sometimes medical as well. So that is a good thing. It means that there are things that we can do to prevent these negative experiences. So sleep paralysis, normally there's 3 different features involved. One is the intruder, and it's normally seen as threatening, although sometimes there can be a deceased loved one or a protector or helper there that can be quite positive. But generally it is a threatening, shadow person, a human, an animal, an insect, or something from folklore or supernatural stories. It can also be an alien, and it's either seen, heard, or felt. It can also be smelled in some rare cases. And there can also be the sense of pressure on your chest or difficulty breathing. That can actually be a clue as to what caused it. It could be that you're sleeping on your back, so breathing will be naturally harder in that case. Or it could be sleep apnea or another sleep disorder that makes it difficult to breathe while you're asleep. And third is vestibular hallucinations, such as floating. Sleep paralysis can lead on to an OBE, and I'll give you some techniques for how to do that deliberately. Sleep paralysis, for most people, especially if it's frequent, can be quite terrifying. Even the floating or the going out of body part can be sometimes. For example, one person on Reddit said, I don't know who they are, but they kept taking me out of my body by pulling my hair. I'm so terrified, I can't stop crying. I've had this now since I was 13. I'm almost 35 now, and it's constant. It's ruining my life. So this is really disturbing, but there are 3 main ways of handling it. One is to manage it, and you can do this through emotional regulation. The hallucinations tend to respond to how you're feeling. So if you feel really afraid of it, then chances are it's going to become even more frightening. Sometimes this isn't always the case, and this kind of goes back to blaming the experiencer. It's not always all on you. So, for example, one person told me that she wasn't afraid at all, like it was already daytime. The sun was coming in through the window, it was quite beautiful, she felt very peaceful, and then this kind of black mist came through the heater and then sort of settled onto the chair and turned into a humanoid figure and attacked her. And so she wasn't afraid of it up until the point where it tried to grab her, at which point, luckily, she immediately woke up. And it can be really difficult anyway to talk yourself out of being afraid, because a lot of times it's dark and you can't move. So your mind naturally tries to create something that explains what is happening. It's sort of similar to a sentinel dream. For example, you could dream that you're choking or drowning and then later find out that you actually do have sleep apnea, or otherwise you have some sort of trouble breathing in your sleep. But you can learn to control your emotions in sleep paralysis. That can change the content. So sleep paralysis is really common among South Korean students because of their crazy study schedules. And I found a lot of tips online that they share amongst each other of what to do when you get sleep paralysis. And some people said that say if they hear something scary, a scary voice, they just try to imagine their favorite singer singing their favorite song. And that scary voice actually transforms into their favorite singer's voice. Or another person saw a scary intruder and they were thinking about their favorite cartoon character, and it did actually morph into their favorite cartoon character. So similar to lucid dreams, if you have a lucid nightmare, you can use your mind to change the environment around you. It doesn't always work though. Again, one student wanted to see a ghost for some reason and tried to imagine seeing it, but nothing happened, and he was complaining to other students about this. Another thing is that just in your daily waking life, it can be really difficult and lonely to be a sleep paralysis sufferer, especially when it's frequent and distressing. The experience is quite heavily stigmatized, especially because of the intruder, so it can sound like you're crazy, to your doctor or others. I'm seeing, shadow people in the middle of the night in my room. And people probably won't understand unless they've experienced it themselves. So there are really helpful online communities like Reddit or Facebook, especially Reddit because it's so anonymous. And people are really empowering and really supportive on there with tips. They can share, funny memes that can anything that makes it more lighthearted can actually be helpful and can make the experience itself less frightening. But I learned that it's not good practice to share your scary experiences in detail because there's something like the placebo effect or the power of suggestion in sleep paralysis, as well as lucid dreams and OBEs. It's called the nocebo effect, which is a negative side of the placebo effect. So if you share something scary, sometimes it can happen to someone else. And this happened with the documentary The Nightmare. So a lot of people that saw The Nightmare, which is on sleep paralysis, got sleep paralysis for the first time after watching it. So sharing memes, encouraging each other, and tips on managing sleep paralysis can really help. So let's look at some tips of how to prevent and then escape sleep paralysis happening. So the kind of most obvious thing is don't sleep on your back, because sleep paralysis often happens when you're sleeping on your back. And one of the things that can prevent this is to sew a tennis ball or something in the back of your pajamas, or to maybe keep pillows on your side or something so that you won't lie on your back. And also make sure that you're not exhausted, like after, if you go to the gym at night, maybe you want to change your gym schedule so that it's earlier in the day. And so you've kind of got to work out what's causing your sleep paralysis. It's different for everyone, and the process of finding it out is a bit like a detective story. So it could be caffeine, for example. It could be diabetes as well. So one of the things that people want to do is to stay up as late as they can, which it actually will have the opposite effect, because sleep disruption, including sleep deprivation, can actually cause sleep paralysis. So you want to make sure that you go to sleep around the same time every day and wake up around the same morning every day if possible, and spend about an hour before bed winding down. Make a cozy atmosphere, have low, warm lighting. Sometimes you might even want to brush your teeth and shower in candlelight just to kind of wind down slowly, and or read like a nice fiction or something like that, something lighthearted, just to make sleep, a good experience. Also, sometimes you might find that you have an episode in one place but not another. So you might want to try changing your sleep environment even for one night if possible. Sometimes it could be due to dust or other allergens or something else in the environment that makes you feel stressed, anxious, or unsafe. And sometimes a lot of people say that having a pet in the room helps because pets seem to somehow recognize when you're having sleep paralysis and wake you up. And some human partners also can do that. So this is also a palate cleanser after the last image of the sleep paralysis demon. So sometimes none of these tips are going to work for you, and especially if it's frequent, you might want to go to your doctor and check if there's some sort of medical or sleep disorder. There's also, while you're waiting for an appointment, the London Sleep Centre has this really useful online assessment, and it'll send you an email after to tell you, like, you might have sleep apnea or whatever. So, of course, don't just listen to the internet. It's just so that you have something to talk to your doctor about and get tested. A lot of doctors have never heard of sleep paralysis, so GPs will not actually, it's not part of their training. So if you're afraid the doctor won't take you seriously, you might want to print out information on sleep paralysis from WebMD or the NHS website or something and bring it with you. So say you can't prevent sleep paralysis, but once you're in the episode itself, how can you escape the episode as quickly as possible? The most common tip is to try and wiggle your pinky finger, even just like little micro movements. You can also try moving your tongue, which is a less known tip. And then Jalal Belland at the University of Cambridge, who has done extensive research on sleep paralysis, developed this 4-step therapy. So I'll read it out to you. So to escape sleep paralysis, first remind yourself that this is a common and temporary experience. It doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with you, either mentally or physically. It doesn't necessarily mean that. Second, distance your emotions from what is happening around you. Remind yourself that there's nothing to fear and that fear can actually make it worse. So you want to try and calm yourself down. Third, turn your attention from what's happening around you inward instead by meditating on something that evokes strong positive emotions. So it could be a song, a hymn, a prayer, thinking of a happy memory, anything that lifts your spirit. And then fourth, relax your muscles. So they actually advise not to try to move and also not to try to control your breathing. So that's interesting because that'll come up a little bit later. After your episode ends, also try to stay awake for about 30 minutes or so, and maybe give your dog or cat a treat if they're the ones that woke you up, and do something that's comforting and cozy, because sometimes if you go back to sleep immediately, you might go back into sleep paralysis. Before we get into OBEs, I want to recommend these 4 books. 40 Winks by Brenda Moore. She's actually a sleep technician with narcolepsy, which can often cause both OBEs and sleep paralysis, and it's a really fascinating book. Then you have David J. Hufford and Shelley Adler, who are both medical anthropologists, and they go into a lot of the experiences of people in different cultures and some of the science and history behind it. And then Ryan Hurd, he's a lecturer in psychology, and he is also an expert in lucid dreaming. And his book is just like a really good overall sort of book on sleep paralysis, how to get out of it, the history, the features, and so on. So you can actually escape sleep paralysis into an OBE directly, and you can do this by either thinking of something good, thinking of something like lighthearted again, something that makes you feel light and floaty. So it's interesting that things that make you feel light emotionally can lead to feeling like you're actually floating out of your body. You can also launch into a lucid dream, and I found that sometimes some techniques can lead to different experiences for different people. But there's certain techniques that can lead to an OBE specifically, especially if it has something to do with perspective switching, like imagining a dot in front of your head and then a little bit further and a little bit further, and intermittently telling yourself that your awareness is in your body. So this kind of confuses your perception. And another thing that helps with OBEs is sort of embodiment practices. So for example, anything like imagining energy moving through your body, anything with the focus on the body, basically. With OBEs, they tend to be a lot more positive than sleep paralysis, although there can also be negative experiences, especially in the beginning of the experience. So like sleep paralysis, you're generally in your immediate environment, but you can walk or float out of your body. Sometimes you can feel pulled as if by an external force. And you can find yourself so in the immediate environment, but also remote locations, especially once you go out the window or door or a wall. And there can also be difficulty navigating the OBE. So it's not always like the movies depict, where you can think of a place and you can just go there, you know, like a superhero or something. It's sort of like baby steps. You have to learn how to navigate in this new state of consciousness. So just as sleep paralysis can be caused by anything that disrupts the sleep cycle, OBEs can be caused by anything that disrupts the sort of integration of sensory or vestibular or perceptual perspective taking information, which happens in the temporoparietal junction. So that processes it, and then it will kind of create your external reality and, you know, present to you the environment, basically. So the out-of-body experience itself is thought by psychologists to be a copy, a backup copy of the environment based on your spatial memory. And so if there's anything that's disrupting the integration of information to present the reality to you, your mind will switch into this backup copy, the OBE environment, basically. And so these experiences are often seen as very blissful or awe-inducing and spiritual as well, and they can have a huge effect on people's belief. So in terms of the difficulty navigating, some OBEs can feel very heavy. It can feel difficult to move even from one part of the room to the other. It can also be difficult to see around you. It can be very dark. So some of the things that help with this is to try to move further away from your body, or to go into another room, even if it takes time. And another thing which can really help with clearing up the space and seeing better is to stay put and rub your hands together, or try like some kind of grounding techniques, touching the ground. That especially works if you find yourself in a remote environment. So there is no body that you can move further away from. So then switch to a grounding technique. So one of the things that people say is the hardest thing to deal with in OBEs, particularly in the beginning, is to deal with entities. You might see something or someone in the room with you, just like with sleep paralysis. So you can try to escape the experience to deal with this, which, like sleep paralysis, you can just think of something really lighthearted and joyful, and then you might be able to float up and out through the wall or the window, or wake yourself up. You can wake yourself up also with strong emotions, through surprise or just through like panicking. And another thing is to embrace the OBE, but I feel like this is really controversial. Because in Western New Age circles, there's the belief that we attract positive or negative entities with our vibration or our frequency. I found this not to be the case always. So sometimes things will happen in certain environments, rooms or buildings, or when they're around certain people. Or it could happen during an illness, for example. And recently someone recommended that if you see a frightening OBE, you should embrace it as part of yourself. But the thing is that most people who report OBEs report feeling a knowing that any entity is not part of themselves. And I also spoke to a biologist who researches OBEs recently, and she said that they interview a lot of people that have both lucid dreams and OBEs, and they found lucid dreamers and in sleep paralysis, you can affect the entity's behavior just with your own emotions in your mind. But that doesn't tend to happen with an OBE. So, but, you know, luckily you might not be able to affect their behavior, but you have the power to move out of the environment through escaping the experience. And you can also try to send it love. I've heard that, but it depends on the situation and how you feel. You want to do what feels comfortable to you. If this entity is moving towards you, you might not have the wherewithal to try to send it love. I mean, it just depends on the situation. And I think that whether these entities are real external beings or they're a part of the psyche, there could be some psychological consequences for embracing them. It might not be a good response to learn when confronted with fear, to actually embrace what is fearful. Because think about if you learn this response and then you automatically have this response in waking when there is actual danger. Like there's not enough known about how responses in OBEs can affect responses when you're awake. In lucid dreams, they find like training, muscle memory, and that kind of thing in the lucid dream can actually have an effect on waking performance. So I'm a little bit skeptical about this, but again, do what feels right for you. But if the fear is rational, or if your gut feeling is telling you to flee or to fight or something, do that. And somebody else said to me that especially as women, we're often not socialized to have strong boundaries. And allowing a frightening figure to get close to you in this very realistic OBE can actually be traumatizing or re-traumatizing for certain people. So I also met a shaman recently in Siberia who shared that, so this is in her lucid dream, it's a little bit different, but she was met with a spider who she felt that it was a part of herself, but it was a bad part of herself, one that she didn't want to embrace. And it was asking her, do you want to like embrace me? Do you want to accept me? And she said no, and she fought it off with her staff. And she told me that it was her way of asserting that she was choosing to be a good shaman. She was choosing not to work with dark energies or dark spirits. So this is just, you know, an alternative way of seeing this, because I know that in English-speaking resources, a lot of the information out there is more kind of new age and embraces this sort of, you know, this kind of narrative that everything is a part of yourself, which most cultures actually don't believe. And there is no shame in using either approach at all, so just do what feels right. So I wrote my master's dissertation on OBEs among South Koreans, and I found that adopting a new framework or practice can sometimes change the nature of the experience, even without you trying. So some people had recurring spontaneous OBEs which were unwanted, either due to intruders or because it would continue happening randomly throughout the day. So again, if it's happening like that, you want to do some detective work to see why you keep having spontaneous OBEs. It could be a medical disorder like epilepsy, but often it can be caused by meditation or spiritual practices or even stress. So one person told me that she believed she was haunted because of her experiences, and eventually she became a mudang, or a Korean shaman. She was surprised that after her initiation, her experiences only started to happen during rituals or during prayers or while going up in the mountains to visit a shrine instead of randomly. So they're not intrusive anymore. And she said it was like her initiation rewired her so that she was able to accept and work with these energies more. Now she sees these experiences as ways that her ancestors are getting in touch with her, and she can embrace them and work with them. So just because an experience is negative at first doesn't mean that you can transmute it. You can't transmute it into something positive in some way. So 2 other interviewees saw shadow figures in their OBEs, and they cussed them out. They kind of fought them with words. One person couldn't move. He was kind of just floating, so he decided to try to mentally direct energy to these entities and direct sort of swear words mentally to them, and both of them found that they were left alone after. The one that directed energy, he found that after practicing a new meditation technique, which kind of, he would sort of feel the oneness of the universe, and that he was using the energy of the universe as an ally to become more powerful than these beings. And after he started practicing this, his intrusive OBEs actually stopped. He hasn't had them since. So I wanted to just recommend a few books about OBEs as well, if you're interested in learning more. My absolute favorite book on OBEs ever is by Celia Green. It was written in 1968, and I think she had something like 400 plus people who filled out her survey from the BBC, radio, and the newspaper, I think, so just the general British public. And it goes into a lot of the features of the OBE, for example, like the senses that people report and things like that. There's some really, really interesting anecdotes in there too. And then Anthony Peake's book, The Out-of-Body Experience, goes into the history and science of astral travel in different traditions. And then Graham Nichols' book and Robert Peterson's book talk a lot about the techniques. So if you're interested in techniques, those are really good books to read as well. And of course, Robert Monroe's book and the other book, Astral Dynamics, are like classics as well. So thank you very much for listening. I hope that I've shared some tips that can be helpful to you. And if you want to get in touch, if you have these experiences, especially like very intrusive experiences that you're having trouble, pinpointing why it's happening to you, or you want to talk about how these tips maybe helped you or not, you can get in touch with me through my Instagram, astral_anthropology, my blog, zombiesandpjs.com, or my email, samtreasure13@outlook.com. And I talk more about my field work and interviews with Siberian and Korean shamans and alien contactees, witches, Ekankara members, and about their experiences, and also go more into the features of OBEs, such as vibrational state and the experience of being invisible in the OBE and how to navigate it, as well as why some of these techniques work, the science behind why it works. If you're interested in reading about that, my book is available for pre-order on Amazon. If you just search the title and my name, it should come up. So thank you very much, and sweet dreams.
Remote viewing. For decades, this once secret practice was shrouded in mystery, debated by scientists and psychics alike. From the Cold War to modern-day experiments, evidence is growing that there's something more, something measurable at play. And now, with applied psi, the power of remote viewing is at your fingertips. Whether you're new to remote viewing or a seasoned practitioner, the Applied Psi platform makes it easy to participate and create remote viewing sessions. Start by registering an account and dive into an active remote viewing session. Choose from ongoing sessions or create your own predictions with just a few clicks. Creating a new prediction is as easy as selecting a prediction category and time. Your task is simple. Clear your mind, remote view, and submit your results. Our system pairs remote viewers with experienced judges, with feedback helping you to refine your skills and contribute to an accurate prediction of future events. You can participate in a leaderboard to see where you rank among the top remote viewers. So join the future of remote viewing today. Sign up with the code Anomacon24 to gain public beta access and be among the first to explore the possibilities. Sign up now at appliedsci.com. That's appliedpsi.com. And use the promo code Anomacon24. Applied Sci, where perception meets prediction.
I am Soraya, and I am the host of Where Did the Road Go? A paranormal themed show that's been running for over 11 years now. And tonight, in my presentation, we're going to talk about the way perception affects the paranormal, what kind of commonalities there are, things we're not normally looking at, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. So, first of all, I want to start off with this need some people have to prove the paranormal is real. The paranormal, I mean, this is something that people have experienced across culture, through every country in the world, through every culture in the world, all the way back through time. They name it different things. They describe it more or less the same with some cultural archetypes put on top of it. But the fact that this is consistent throughout all these cultures and times, you know, it might be fae, it might be angels and demons or UFOs, but it's all kind of the same phenomena. Whether you're looking at Bigfoot, it was wild men, it was gorillas, it was all this other stuff, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of people out there who feel the need to get others to believe that this stuff is real. And a lot of that comes down to, I think, needing the approval of authorities. You know, they want astronomers to take UFOs seriously. They want, you know, whatever. They want the official scientific people to take what they believe seriously. And part of the problem there is a lot of the times they're not trying to prove that something is there, that these things happen. They have a very specific idea of what that thing is. So you'll hear a lot of ghost hunters say they want to prove survival of the soul. And that's fine. But just because you get ghostly activity doesn't prove the survival of the soul. We don't actually know what that stuff is. And there's a lot of different things it could be. And so that's been one of my focuses over the last few years, is trying to look at things, even before I started Where Did the Road Go, is trying to look at things from different angles. Trying to see if there are other explanations that could also fit that we're not thinking of, because our cultural biases are overwhelming us when we look at this stuff. As far as I'm concerned, we don't need to prove anything to anyone. These experiences, whatever they may be, are a very human experience. Humans across the world experience them. If nothing else, they're a human experience, and they're very real. They're real to the people who experience them, and they have very real-world effects on the people who experience them. So, generally, hallucinations, things like that, things people imagine, don't have those type of profound effects. Other cultures, Aboriginal-type cultures, Native cultures, had better ways of dealing with this stuff, better ways of dealing with the spirituality around it. Our culture does not, so it has to throw everything into a very materialistic paradigm. And where some of those things might be right, there's also things that don't fit into that paradigm. So there could be an undiscovered ape, a Bigfoot, out in the Pacific Northwest. That is an entirely feasible proposition. There is so much open land there that people are not on, have had nothing to do with, or it's just vast. Yeah, you could have a large undiscovered ape in that area. It's unlikely you have one in New Jersey. It would have been found by now. Something that big is going to need a big breeding population, and it's going to eat a lot. So, where's the Pacific Northwest, or the mountains of China, or Tibet? Yes, you could potentially have a flesh and blood creature we haven't discovered. In fact, when they did tests on hair samples, I believe it was out of India, one of the hair samples revealed an unknown species of bear. Now, that's not necessarily Bigfoot or the Yeti, but it's an unknown species of a large mammal that we have not discovered yet. So, yes, there's a possibility of a flesh and blood Bigfoot in certain circumstances. But when you look at a lot of the Bigfoot stuff, it doesn't really fit the flesh and blood model. The flesh and blood model has to be kind of jammed in there, and you have to ignore all this stuff going on around it. But we'll get to that. As I said, what matters is the way these experiences affect people. This is what makes them real, because all we have are our personal experiences. There are no two people on this planet who have the same experiences, the same outlooks, the same anything. Even twins have a slightly if they're raised together, they spend all their time together, they're still going to have a slightly different version of reality. And that reality is formed by a lot of things. It's formed by our emotions, our interpretations of things, our past experience. I mean, there's an unlimited list here of things that can form our biases, again, going into any of this stuff, going into just general reality. So when you're dealing with the paranormal, it's a whole sketchier sort of thing to outline, well, what's actually going on. And we may not ever be able to know exactly what's going on. We may never be able, in our current forms, to see it from such a perspective as to understand it. We may be looking at something that is like a computer game. And we're working our way through that video game. We're playing. We are the character in that video game. But if you took it from another angle, that video game is just code. All the code is written. And if you could see it from that angle, it would all make sense. But when you're going through the game, you're kind of figuring it out. And I think that's a good analogy for life. I'm not saying we're living a video game, but that analogy of having the code or a book that has beginning, middle, end, everything is right there. And then you read it, but you have to read it page by page to really get the full effect of it. Holding the book in your hand, or sleeping on it. I guess if you're Edgar Casey, you could sleep on it and then get the whole thing. But holding the book in your hand, you have the entire story right there, but you don't know it. But you can see it from a different perspective. And I think that's a lot of what why we can't understand this stuff. We can't get that perspective of being outside. We can't look at the code. And that's, again, not to say that we are in a matrix or in a video game or anything. We might be. But we can't see it from that perspective. So when it comes to perceptions, we're looking at, there's a great book, and I've talked about it many times on Where Did the Road Go? It's called The Invisible Gorilla. Some of you may have seen this experiment. It went viral a few years ago, probably like a decade ago. I think the book came out in 2009. And what it is a bunch of people playing basketball, some dressed in white, some dressed in black. And you're supposed to count how many times the people in, say, the white outfits pass the basketball. While you're doing that, a guy in a gorilla suit comes out and he dances in the middle of the screen and then walks off. 50% of the people watching that video never saw the guy in the gorilla suit. Some people got really upset when they were told they didn't see the guy in the gorilla suit, apparently, and thought they were being lied to when they were shown the video. And they were allowed just to watch the video and look for the guy in the gorilla suit. 50% of the people did see it. So the way our perception works is very focal. And we have this illusion that we're seeing everything that there is to see around us. And we're not at all. We have our brains functioning as a filter. It takes all this stuff that's coming into our senses, and not just our normal five senses, but other senses, I suspect, as well, that we don't even really have definitions for, things that we call psychic abilities. And it's pounding in at all times, 24/7, and our brain just filters out what's important. And the most important thing is survival. It's always been survival. So one way or another, survival gets the priority. But if you're told to do a job, you're telling it, hey, pay attention to who's passing the basketball how many times, it ignores the other inputs. It just doesn't tell you about them. And when you think about that in a paranormal context, some people will have these experiences and some won't. And it's very possible that in some cases, people's brains are filtering those out. I've had a number of experiences where I have been with two other people. One of the other people will have the same experience I'm having. The third person will see nothing. And these have been pretty intense experiences. So they're not something someone could have missed, which tells me that either we're A, experiencing a very different reality from other people, or B, some people's brains just are filtering that stuff out. It's going, that's not important, or I don't like that because I don't know what it is. I suspect that certain very strange encounters that we have in the literature, weird monsters, ones that just, there's no way they could, at least a Bigfoot, you could see fitting into the the biological record, but then you get these things that are just completely bizarre. So what are those? Well, if our brains don't know what they are, our brains kind of put a camouflage on reality for us. Everything's just vibration. What we're seeing isn't what's really there. It's how our brain interprets it and gives us a picture to look at. So if you're wandering through the woods one day and you come across a wandering bit of consciousness, and that consciousness doesn't have a specific form, you have never encountered anything like it, your brain decides not to ignore it because it thinks it might be dangerous. And then your brain says, well, if it's dangerous, well, what could it be? Because I've never seen anything, and all this is happening in milliseconds. And your brain says, oh, well, monsters could be dangerous. They're definitely scary. And that's scary because I don't know what it is. So it projects a monster onto it. And then this person freaks out, runs away, reports they saw a monster. People think they're nuts, don't believe them because what they're describing is so ridiculous. A lot of times it might be that filter puts a mask of Bigfoot on it, or a lizard man, or something a little more acceptable in our culture. But in reality, that's not what it was. And we may never be able to perceive exactly what it was. It's almost like we need an ability to compare one thing to another. When it comes to perceptions of these things, there are certain commonalities, and one of the things is what I'm going to use the term PK energy. And most people, it's psychokinetic energy. It is what is believed to create poltergeists. But I don't use poltergeist in the sense of noisy ghost. I'm not necessarily talking about spirits. I'm talking about energy. I'm talking about psychokinetic energy. And a lot of people misunderstand when I try to explain this. So I think there are certain people who give off this energy. I know there are certain people who give off this energy. We've been able to test it in labs. It's one of the few things that science has been able to do. Even if mainstream science wants to ignore this research, there is plenty of research on various forms of psychokinesis and psychic abilities in labs that is undeniable. But PK energy could also exist on its own, I suspect. This I can't prove because we've never been able to test it. But I suspect certain areas of the planet, window areas and stuff, might have its own higher levels of PK energy. And that energy might be used by us, and it might be used by, and if it is used by us, a lot of times it's our unconscious mind doing it, so we're not aware that we're doing it. But it may also be used by, I suspect, things that we are not aware of. Things that are outside our perception that we might call spirits or ghosts or something like that. And those things can use that energy. So when you're wandering in the woods and you get what's basically what Joshua Cutchin termed a wilderness poltergeist, because I pointed out that you have poltergeist activity in the woods, and he threw that term out there, and it's a perfect term for it. And, it could be PK energy that is in a place. And people go back to that place, and they rarely see something. But even if you do see something, even if you do see what looks like a Bigfoot, you got to remember that people also see ghosts when they have poltergeists. They see actual apparitions and stuff. So all of this stuff, footprints, the whole 9 yards, is not out of the poltergeist question. So the better way of looking at this is what areas could potentially hold such a large primate versus something more paranormal. And by paranormal, I'm talking something like a massive PK energy created either by the environment or by the people investigating the environment. And that's the thing, too, when you go in with expectations. Even though it's your unconscious energy, your unconscious is the thing that's creating this thing you're encountering. But the similarities between Class B Bigfoot encounters, where you hear knocking, where you get stones thrown at you, and other miscellaneous vocalizations, including repetitions, this is all poltergeist activity. Every bit of it you see in poltergeist activity. There have been researchers of poltergeist cases where they've put flour on the floor, and they've gotten footprints. And as I said, people have seen full-body apparitions that look completely solid. So none of these things can be necessarily separated. That's not to say that what people are encountering in the woods are ghosts, any more than what this poltergeist activity indicates in a house. It's just people see it in a house and they say ghost. They see it in the woods, they say Bigfoot. They see a light in the sky, they say UFO. They see a light in the house, they're back to ghost again. Lights and PK energy seem to be, and PK energy is connected to electrical stuff as well. And obviously lights connect to electrical as well. So there's this sort of energy field that is constant in almost all of these encounters. It doesn't mean, again, that there aren't occasional flesh and blood monsters. And that does not mean that ghosts are not necessarily dead people, because they very well could be. There's so many different things that could be going on in different ghost cases. The problem is most people try to shoehorn them into one idea or maybe two. They'll accept maybe the stone tape theory and ghosts are dead people. But that's it. There's so much else to consider when we look at this stuff, including things like retrocausality. And that's, again, when you're looking at scientific evidence, Dr. Bem and Cornell did research in retrocausality. What he found is that these average people hooked up to EKG-type machines would react to images of sex or violence that were picked randomly by a computer. Your brain, those two types of imagery in particular set off very specific signals in the brain, very recognizable signals in the brain. So the research he did, the computer would pick the random images while they were attached so they could see. And what was happening is their brains would react before the images were selected. And this was consistent, and it was peer-reviewed, and it was repeated. This is a real thing. And that leaves us with, again, a lot more questions. It asks, because we have to ask the question, is there such a thing as free will? Is there such a thing as randomness? Are we just moving through something that we think, that we already know about, like reading a book? Because we have the whole book in our hand, but we haven't gotten there yet. So our brain's reacting to the image, not because it's a form of precognition, but because it's just what's going to happen next. Or is it a form of precognition? When you look at poltergeist cases, one of the common factors is extreme emotion. It's usually people who are under a lot of emotional stress. There's this myth that it's usually prepubescent or pubescent girls that this stuff surrounds. And I think that was an early idea. And it's not necessarily wrong, but it is very limiting. There are tons, if you look around, you will find tons of poltergeist cases that do not fit into that box at all. There are, Jenny Ashford had written a book on poltergeists talking about a wide variety of different cases. One of them was a guy who could make it rain. And he would do so, he was in jail, I guess, and he could make it rain in his jail cell, which is a form of psychokinetic energy, basically apporting something. Apports are a whole other story. I don't have 6 hours to have this conversation about all these different aspects, so I'm trying to keep this as sensible, I hope it's making sense, and straightforward as possible. So retrocausality is a thing. So if we think about all these different things mixed together, look at Hellier with the tin can, okay? The tin can was one of the things that really impressed me on that, because he had the Estes method thing going on, and he had this vision of a tin can, and then later they go into a cave, and they see the tin can, or he sees the tin can that he saw in this vision, and he gets very excited about this. He gets very emotional about this. And that's exactly the type of thing that causes retrocausality. So you have to ask, did he get excited about the can first? And that information was sent backwards to where he was sitting there with the headphones on and the radio static, and it put him in a slightly altered state where he was able to perceive something that was going to happen to him very soon that was going to cause a very emotional response. Now, again, this brings up the question of free will. Could he have not gone to that cave? And if he did, that information probably just would have been forgotten. He would have been like, well, I saw a can, but it didn't mean anything. And is this how synchronicities work? How many synchronicities are us creating them for ourselves because we have a synchronicity, and as we move forward, we start seeing that thing over and over again, and we get more and more emotionally invested in it because we keep seeing it, so it has to mean something. And then we get caught in this cycle because it doesn't necessarily mean anything. Some synchronicities do. They absolutely do. Sometimes they'll lead you exactly where you need to go. They're like guideposts. But other times I think we get into this retrocausal sort of pattern where we get very excited and emotional about the thing we're seeing, and it then creates more of those things in the future, or those things come back to us in the past, those moments of excitement. So that is another factor in all this, is retrocausality. And all of this gets so hard to kind of piece together. Going back to the invisible gorilla